morning, nice to have your company. Happy St. Patrick's Day. If you're celebrating your birthday, many happies. And we've got quite a few birthdays to celebrate today, including yours truly. Although I'm trying to put it... Actually, the funny thing is, the good news is that I got the details of my pension through yesterday. And I thought it was going to be one of these complicated things where fill in this form. But it's all been done. And they've told me exactly how much I'm going to be receiving. Well, I don't know about you if you're of pensionable age. What in God's name are you supposed to do with it? I can't imagine. Because it's not exactly a fortune. Not exactly a fortune. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that I've reached pensionable age. Well, in fact, I did reach it 3 years ago. And so now I get the envelope, which has got all the bits and pieces in there saying, you know, how much you're going to get. Plus, they backdate. So, but only for a year. I've got 2 years as well backdated, but they add that on to each and every month. So, better than nothing, isn't it? What a nice way to start your birthday. But the weather yesterday, Dawn Neeson's already up. I was saying, this woman must be sitting on the edge of the bed every morning thinking, what have I got to do today? What have I got to do today? And she had a very good column yesterday, very good column. And in fact, yesterday was one of my worst days. Because I had to drive down to my brother because we're trying to sort out the water bill at the moment. I've got to that age now where I think I need to start sorting out all these bills. And the rain came down like it came down. And I drove back down the M3. I could barely see in front of me. And then at one point, the car was covered in this orange sand, which has come all the way from the Sahara. Well, it looked orange to me because every time I opened the window, it was dripping this different... I remember, what the dickens is that? And then, of course, I suddenly realised it was the Saharan sand that they'd swept over, and it turned the Spanish skies orange with this blood rain. And by the time I got home, all the pavements were covered with this orange... It's amazing when you think how far it's come. I mean, it's very clever. But Dawn Neeson says, wishing my early morning partner in work crime... at Steve Allen Show, at LBC, a very happy birthday today. Prosecco all round Thursday birthday boy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's I quite like celebrating. It's funny, you know, when you're younger and you have a birthday and you're supposed to... I forget what year it was or what age I was when you stop having your friends round for a birthday party. And I think it probably finishes about 10 or 11. Yeah, you go out because you're a bit too big to sit at home on a car rug having jelly and ice cream and watching a puppet show. I get that here. Don't need to worry about it from anywhere else. And I can remember when my godchildren had their birthday parties, I used to quite like going to them because it was like organised chaos. Organised chaos, you know, all the kids are screaming and running around and throwing balloons and everything else. And it's the goodie bags. You've got to do goodie bags. If the kids do not go home with a goodie bag, you're slated in the classroom for the rest of eternity. And so you've got to go and find things. And, you know, you're making up probably, you know, for most of my godchildren's birthdays, there would have been between 30 and 50 there. And so you're making up 30 and 50. So you've got to do first of all, you have to do the cake with all the candles on it, have birthday, whiz it back into the kitchen, start cutting it, wrapping it in birthday tissues and things like that, napkins, I couldn't remember the name of them. And you've got to put in a pencil, some rubbers, you know, erasers. I was going to say, yeah, making a goodie bag up is a nightmare. I've got friends of mine who are magicians, who bubbles, the blowy things, the bubbles, you sort of dip. Oh, right, yes, no, you don't put those in there. No, that would be seen as naff. But I've got friends of mine who are magicians, and if they're doing a kid's birthday party, they'll say, do you want me to make up the goodie bags? And a friend of mine's got a garage full of lots of individual plastic boxes with little cheap toys in, and you can make up. So if they say, yeah, we want, 40 goodie bags, cost about £4 each, he can then make up 40 goodie bags, and all they add is the cake. And so mums hate it. Mums hate doing it. They're really not very good at things like that. And I don't remember getting goodie bags, but I do remember we had a balloon. We had bubble mixture as well. That was always quite good. Coloured pencils and maybe a little book to read or something like that. Some toffees. And then, of course, the obligatory slice of birthday cake. But they all used to discuss it at school. What did you get in the goodie bag? Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? But no, you have to. And then you get to a certain age and all you want is a bottle of Prosecco, get completely drunk and then sort of stagger off home, and that's it. Yes, I was 12 at the time. Chris in Birmingham says, I'm going to retire and live off my savings, Steve. What do I do on the second day? I know. I know, it's terrible. My brother keeps saying, oh, good, you've got this money coming in and you've got that money coming in and that's fine. I say, yeah, but, you can't exactly go mad and buy a gold mine, can you, really? And it's interesting. But we're going to feature all your texts and emails today. Why? Because we're nice and because we do things like this. And we only do it once a year. Desmond says happy birthday. And I had friends of mine, Joe Pike, sending me things just after midnight for a happy birthday. And Tony Pelledri from Little Italy, he also sent me, because I think it's his son who has a birthday today as well. And wait a minute. Yeah, Joe Pike sent me, says happy birthday for tomorrow. So he's very clever, very clever. And Tony Pelledri says my youngest son, Orlando, is 11 today. 11. He says, I had a hip replacement a month ago, but looking forward to a catch-up. Yep, we shall get that very, very soon, Tony. And John Warrington says, don't forget lunch, which is coming up. Everybody's got these lunches coming up. I've got lunches coming up all over the blooming place, which is quite nice, actually. And lovely Hillary, our boss's AP, PA. What do we call her? She's not an AP. She's just marvellous, actually. She says, 2 packages for you on my desk and happy birthday for tomorrow. I wrote back, how kind. People are very generous. No, we can't find the cards. We've got the packages. We've got the champagne from Fortnum and Mason. The producer bought me a bottle as well, which is very nice. I love the way the producer's written Steve Allen, 68. As if it's now a statement fact. Yeah, it's just to remind me that I am, So if you actually sort of feel a little bit tired, you go, it's because I'm 68. All I need to complete the hat trick is to get my freedom pass back again. That's all I need. I'm not asking for a lot in life, and believe you me, I will get it. They will pay. They will pay. Maggie says, happy birthday, have a great day. Howard says, have a great day. And Mark says, happy birthday, hope you have a good day. You've always been there for us. You'll now be known as Steve Allen 68. Oh, how depressing, isn't it? How depressed, Steve Allen 68. And Barry says, bring out the balloons, the cake and the trifle. I'm sure in heaven there's a bigger party with the likes of Dale, your mum and Barbara all in attendance. Yes. Oh, I know what I'd be getting from Dale. I could tell you now, it would be a Versace ashtray. I've got a collection of Versace ashtrays. I've never taken them out of the boxes. I think he just bought them and then gave them to people, but I don't care. And Sally from Hanbury in Worcestershire, she says, just to thank you so much for cheering us up every morning. My favourite story is about your mum, as it reminds me so much of my mum, e.g. the twin tub washing machines with the wooden tongs. Yeah, see, the trouble is we've all got so much in common. So much in common. But it doesn't matter, because of, when you get to a certain age, and believe you me, I don't think I either act or behave like somebody my age, which is probably a relief. So when people, because you can't wait to tell people how old you are. You go, I'm 68, and they go, are you? And they all sound quite surprised. So I think it's because at one time they didn't say anything at all. I used to think, oh God, obviously look my age. Niall says many happy returns, and from Donna, from all the Camberwell drivers and me. Thank you, Donna. And is it 39, says Noreen and Brian. Have a wonderful day. Noreen's one of those few people who knows exactly how old my age has been. And wish our Carol a happy birthday and a great day from the gang. And, of course, happy birthday to you from all of us. And looking forward to seeing you very soon. Thank you. Ashley says happy birthday. Have a wonderful and lots more. Yes, it's the lots more bit I quite like. Shirley says, wishing you a great day, celebrating your birthday and St. Patrick's Day too. So good to wake up with you. Thank you. And from James, he says, happy birthday, key to the door. Oh, God, honestly, I'm not sure I want to go through the door. Oh, yeah, which door would that be? Anisha says, I love your show, or shall I say my colleagues at work are also loyal listeners. So please say hello to Anne and Lisa. We all work at the doctor's surgery, and what a lovely way to start the morning. I've got a lot of doctors and people like that who listen. All the boys in the army here in Aldershot. Do you know, I must tell you this, because I was going down to interview that man who put together the choir of all the women from the army, Gareth Malone. I went to interview him at the barracks down by Buckingham Palace. And I go there early in the morning, probably about sort of 8, 9 o'clock. And as I go in, the sergeant on the desk, he goes, Steve Allen, we all listen to you every morning. And I remember thinking, oh, dear Lord above, I got half the British Army listening to the programme. They were so nice. And I wanted to say to him, my dad was in the forces, but it sounded a bit trite, so I didn't bother. Richard and Julie from Farnborough Village in Kent. Hope you have a great day. And another one which says, wishing my partner... Oh, that's the Dawn Neeson one, partner in crime. I'm now a partner in crime. You only want the jacket. That's all it is. She's only been friends with me. Carol Kruger says, wishing you the happiest and healthiest of birthdays. Thank you for entertaining me 5 nights a week, because she's a New York City spiker. Looking forward to hearing your dulcet tones every night. Yes, well, I hope so. It's like sort of somebody said to me the other day, are you thinking of retiring? I thought, well, I mean, I would have done if I had not signed a huge contract. So it's a bit difficult. And you have to sort of keep up with contracts. You can't sort of deny people, can you, really? Stephen Potter's Bar says, hope you have a good day. And Becky says, happy birthday to you, and wondering if you could wish my husband, Brian Stewart, a happy 50th birthday. He is also the 17th of March. Very popular. Beverly says, look at it this way, Steve. Your pension will pay for your new socks and pants every day. just about, actually. Just about, honestly. But I mean, it's... and also, but the person who sorted out the pension is a listener. I mean, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of phoning up somebody at Work and Pensions and saying, you think it's quite high? Yeah. And I was amazed, actually. My driver this morning, Mohammed, he's a regular listener, because he said, you were on the other Saturday. He said it confuses everybody. I said, well, it did confuse everybody, I promise you. Jeff in Finchley, morning. And Jonathan in Southport says, it's my friend's 65th birthday today, too. So have a great day. Stella says, have a nice day. And Phil, a very tired bunny, says, I went to work yesterday listening to you, and I'm now on my way home listening to you. That was a long shift, but a very happy St. Patrick's Day. And from Kim, very many more. Happy St. Pat's Day. And the boys, friends, dogs. And Tracy, and a fabulous birthday, Steve. This is from Tara. Says, with you, every year we listeners become wiser through you. Well, certainly a bit more educated about how to waffle. Waffle, very good, very good. Brendan in St Anne's says, my work allows us to take our birthday off paid. Doesn't LBC allow an off day for your birthday? I think they've done more for me over the past year than you could shake a stick at, I promise you. But no, I would never ever take a day off, not for a birthday. What would you do? Sit at home sobbing into a handkerchief. Yes, I'd be listening to Ian Payne, thinking, I could do that. I could do that.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have you company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, and you are very, very welcome. A birthday greeting from Eddie. A birthday greeting for you. May your joys be everlasting, may your pains be few, and may the angel of good fortune forever watch over you. I do sometimes think that, actually. I seriously do think that. I think to myself, how can it be that, you earn money, you're in a business that you love, and yet when I first started, all those years ago, LBC, 43 years ago, I never thought it was going to last that long. I don't know. I don't think you thought about it. I just thought it was a job. It was news reading. And I suppose I'm the same as everybody else. You just come into the business and then you might have moved somewhere else. But I've stuck with the same station. They offered me a contract. I was staff originally. I don't think anybody else has been here 43 years, practically continuous apart from about 3 weeks, which is sort of quite something. It's quite an achievement. I mean, how I've done it, I've got no idea. I think it's just a case of you sort of meet your bosses. Because every time the company changed hands, I got panicky. And it did a lot. It did a lot some years ago. And we have lovely stability. And we have, some of the best bosses I think I've ever worked with. Really nice people. Because that's why I'm still here. I think because, not only do they like me, thank the Lord, but, I have to return for them. I've said to you before, you ask anybody in radio, they're not going to keep you out of sympathy. They're not keeping you because they go, oh, he's all right. You've got to produce the figures. You're only as good as your last set of ray jars, as we say in the business, which is possibly the truest thing you'll ever hear. Sue in Sidcup says, can you say happy birthday to Pat Bailey from Sidcup? 21 again today. Yeah, everybody's 21. I wish I was. Please wish my lovely sister, says Mavis, a happy birthday. She's 61 today. Her name is Mary, and we live in Wolverhampton. So thank you so much. Anytime. Actually, we're celebrating, as I told you, Henry's mum's birthday. And it's Pam, yes. Yeah, I did a little message for her yesterday. I hope she's got it. Yes. And but no, she celebrates her. I think I'm a bit older than she is. I think I'm a little bit older. Well, I mean, Henry's only, 15, 16, so Henry having a little smile to himself. My friend Jordan, who is a senior radio producer. In fact, he is the radio producer of a well-known presenter in London on another radio station. But he's lovely and wonderful and gorgeous. He thinks I'm gorgeous too, which means that he needs to go to Specsavers. And lovely Faye Barker says the early mornings wouldn't be the same without you. Happy birthday, Steve Allen Show. Thank you, Faye, very much indeed. It's nice when you celebrate your birthday, it is like basically inviting round loads of people to your place to have a bit of a party and a bit of a knees up. Because we will do the papers, don't worry. Jamie says, big good morning to Alexis. We're heading home from Bristol to Wallingford in East Lothian. Tell her I love her so much. Oh, honestly, nothing worse is the slobby wet kisses and all the rest of it. It's not always about you or me. John says, we had a similar experience in Sydney some years ago. The dust didn't come from the Sahara, but from the inland Australian desert. We stayed indoors. My car was covered in it. Covered in it. Dreadful, really. And one that says, Steve, happy birthday. Thank you for the wonderful company every morning. Getting ready to head back to Poland to help at the border. Hope you enjoy your special day. You be safe. You be safe. Look at this. I'm looking at a picture of somebody's car covered in this dust, tiny particles. They've travelled thousands and thousands of miles across the Mediterranean Sea. Isn't that amazing just to land here? Buggers, aren't they? Really are, honestly. Just as well I never got the car wash. Yeah, in Europe. That was in Europe. Well, of course, it flies over. Time it gets to us, it's a bit more diluted. And so good luck in Poland. Elizabeth in Finchley says, enjoy the Prosecco. Merci bien. Merci bien. And I did get Leslie in South Croydon sent me my Fortnum and Mason champagne. And I think it's Mary in Kilmarnock who sent me a lovely Scottish card. A Scottish card. It's Scottish because it's even written in Scottish. It's got Guy Laldi on your birthday. And inside it's got Ha a broad day. It says that. Look, it's printed. They have Scottish birthday cards. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I think that's lovely. I loved getting all these different cards from different places. Of course, the producer sends a comedy card. The Wright family in Welwyn in Hertfordshire, thank you. And Patsy says, have a lovely day, sweetheart, and looking forward to the catch-up. Yes, me too. And Sarah, 54, in Kent, says, I bet you're looking forward to waving ta-ta to last year. Yes, I don't think I'd had a worse year than last year with illness. I really didn't. I mean, I thought, to be honest with you, I'd sort of kind of got over my illnesses. But then back came an illness that I'd never had before with a vengeance. And in fact, I looked terrible. I remember sitting here and struggling through doing the programme and everybody going, it's not working. And then as it gradually got better, after I'd had a couple of operations, things got a lot better. And gradually I got better. And then people kept writing in going, you sound amazing, which is all you can hope for. You don't want people to think you sound ill all the time. My friend Graham is over there in southern Thailand. Now, Graham and I used to go walking to Richmond almost on a daily basis. But, then he moved. He sold his business here, moved over to southern Thailand. He says, I never miss a show, which is lovely. And I don't think Henry misses a show, or my friend Jordan, or even Faye Barker as well. My friend Jordan is lovely. He tried to phone me, but unfortunately, Jordan, I was whizzing down the motorway. The rain was pounding so much I couldn't see anything at all. I was so frightened of having an accident that I was terrified to answer the telephone, even though it came up on the dashboard. On the dashboard. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's absolutely not that it didn't come up on the dashboard at all. And my friend Rich Walters says, happy birthday, Steve Allen, 68, you rotten swine. We see all these people. We have all the different radio stations here, and people say, hello, how are you? I always say the same thing, still living, You have to when you get to a certain age. Because there's something about radio, and at this time of the morning, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you. Rich probably couldn't tell you, or Chris, or any of the other people who work in this building with all our radio stations. Because on the next floor down, we've got Classic with my friend Bill, and he'll always pop up and say hello. And then we've got Gold, and then we've got Smooth, and then there's the big LBC studio, which is the one that Richard Spur was in, which I think from next week I'm in it from Tuesday for 2 weeks. I'm really not looking forward to it. And it's only because I can't move anything around, and because it's tight. If ever you've seen it, on the news, on the television and stuff like that, you'll know how tight it is. But as a presenter, I like to spread out. Oh, we've got another place to do the podcast. Oh, have we? Oh, right. Where is it? Near Hart Dance. Oh, really? We can use that, can we? Oh, right. Near Hart Dance. Blimey. Oh, well. Because we are to be doing the Wicked, and all that kind of stuff, because we have to find a place to do the podcast, because you don't want to miss out on the podcast, otherwise we'll be getting people going, what are you doing in the podcast, Steve? What are you doing? And Mark says, I finally got the chance, Steve, to listen to your special podcast. It was very touching when you spoke about the charity and the place you visited for parents of the sick children. Yeah, I nearly cry all the time when I do these shows. Seriously, I can't help it. I just get sort of so emotional about it. And there was a newsreader on the television yesterday who was talking about all these babies who've been killed, and she produced tears. And you think to yourself, it does affect people. It does. This war affects people very, very deeply. And that's why I'm not allowed to use the language that I would want to use against Vladimir Putin, who can happily see children killed and murdered, some of them in cold blood. They deliberately targeted buildings that had children in and stuff like that. And you think to yourself, it's just, they're not supposed to be in that. People were killed the other day queuing for bread. 10 people killed queuing for bread. And then people sort of say, well, why'd you get affected by it? And you go, you can't help it. You're talking about, it's very easy and very glib for news presenters. They'll all tell you the same thing, to go, an airliner came down, 400 people were killed. You don't realise that's 400 families, 400 children, 400 aunts and 400 uncles and everybody else. We don't appreciate it. And I always think life's short enough as it is. And it's only when you get to my age you realise how bloody short it is. It is short. So I want to enjoy as much of my life as I possibly can, and I have no intention of retiring. I have no intention of I'm going to die here. Hope I don't die in the studio downstairs. It won't be the same. But no, I'm going to die, seriously, on air. I've got no intention of doing it any other way. Why would you want to stop doing something that you so love? I appreciate that there are people who do a job and they go, oh, I can't wait to retire, Steve. And I go, really? And I know lots of people who retire, and the trick to it is keeping yourself busy. You've got to keep yourself busy. I suppose for the first week you go, what the hell, I'm going to stay in bed for ages and ages. When I didn't have a job, 50 years ago, I was sort of thinking, I can't be bothered to get up. What's the point? What is the point? There's no point getting out of bed. And the girls who I shared a flat with going, you need to go and get a job, Steve. And I go, yeah. They'd walk out the door. I'd be back under the duvet again. I didn't care. Sula says, have a fabulous day, thank you. Adrian says the same. And as a kid, says Hugh, I always thought cream jelly was the best thing about birthdays. I never understood why we couldn't have it every day. Jelly and ice cream. And also, I tell you, you're talking about cream jelly. I used to like green jelly. And I can't remember what flavour it was, but my mum used to do green, might have been lime flavour, but she did a very good orange jelly with orange segments in it, which was really mandarin orange segments in a jelly, and we'd have it with some ice cream. And that's what we had. We didn't have the money, like most people. We didn't have the money to go out and have lavish birthday parties, which people have nowadays. People have to save up for their kids' birthdays. They do riding, or they go, if it's a young kids' party, they have these places which are like huge nets with balls in and trampolines and everything. We didn't have that. We didn't have very much, but we never went without. I always said to people, and people said, oh, I bet you had a spoilt childhood. I said, no, don't. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Trouble is, jelly drives me mad. It plays havoc with my diabetes, but it's worth it occasionally just to sort of push for it. But it's a case of, everything that you get in life, everything, you sort of grow up. You don't appreciate your parents when you're young, because they sort of wonder, where have you been? Who are you going out with? What's their name? Have you got a phone number for them? And then my mother would always be sitting up in the kitchen waiting till I got home. She used to worry about me. And so she would sit there and she'd go, oh, I just nipped down to make myself a quick cup of tea. And you go, no, now you text. Where are you? Dan Gilbert says, wishing you the happiest of birthdays. And Angie, I was talking about you this morning with my driver, Mohammed. We were talking about working on the buses and things like that, because it's tough to make a living nowadays. It's tough, but Dan's been through, oh, blimey, what's he been through? I thought I'd been through surgery. God, he's been through everything. Kurt says, happy birthday. Also, Claire Grogan of Altered Images is 59 today. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber. and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Thank you for all the wishes. The producer said record numbers this morning. I said, well, I'm not at all surprised, actually. Not at all surprised. Because it's people come to rely on the radio. And especially, and I know it's going to sound slightly strange, but I get loads of people saying, ever since my husband died or my wife died, I've come to rely on the radio because, you need to hear a voice. You need to hear something, from somebody coming out, because the early mornings, as my mother told me, were the worst times. She hated it. After my dad died, she used to dread waking up in the early hours of the mornings. So I told you she had a little trick. Every weekend, when she finished work on the Friday, she'd plonk herself on a relative, either an auntie or an uncle or one of her sisters or brothers or something like that, so that she didn't have to sit at home. She said, because it could be very, very lonely, very, very lonely. And people don't like to ask, so she just plonked herself on people. And people say weekends are very hard. That's about the hardest, I think, to actually get through it. So I'm delighted to share it with you. Delighted. Steve, you share your birthday with my granddaughter, Lily, who's 5, says Pauline. 2 special people. Lovely. And Artie says, how will you be celebrating today? Actually, I'm not celebrating. I mean, I'm celebrating here on the programme because I have to, because it's my birthday and because this is what we're doing at this time of the morning, which is lovely. But no, I'm going out with a load of people next week. Next week. We're going out next week, which is good. It has to be I have to have a break from this. It drives me mad, actually. And Artie says, I feel happy. Perhaps you will arrange printed T-shirts with 68th Steve Allen. Oh, that's nice. I don't want to be reminded about it. Marilyn, expat, Canada, says, hope you have a great day. After last night when you sang I Love to Go A-Wandering, I couldn't get it out of my head. I'm still missing you and John Warrington together. Long-time listener, the 1970s. Yes. This was my knapsack on my back was the line. And it then goes Valderie, Valdera, Valderie, Valdera, Valderie. So it is. And I hope the card arrived. Steve says, who's this one? Who's this one here? It's from Anne in Poole. Yes. Yes, I've lost a few of my cards, though. We don't know. Joe's going to chase them up today, because they must be around somewhere. They were sitting on a desk the other day. Now they've gone. Fingers crossed that today you get the bacon roll of your dreams. Oh, I tell you, yesterday, Anne, I went to Pret a Manger, and they were just laying out the rolls. Well, I haven't seen rolls in there for ages. Unfortunately, I couldn't find my glasses, so I couldn't read what it said on them. But it looked like to me it had egg. Now, they do an egg and bacon roll. And I thought, well, that's all right, because I can buy 2 of those. Then I can take out the egg and just eat the bacon. So I buy 2. That was the best part of £6. Honestly, I tell you, it's not cheap in Pret. Not cheap. But anyway, and so I can't wait for the one doing opening in Twickenham. If they don't have bacon rolls, I'm going to write an official letter of complaint. And I got them, and I'm on the train. I open one up and start eating it. I thought, it's not bacon. I bought 2 vegetarian rolls. How boring was that? Oh, I don't know what was in there. Peppers and also whatever it wasn't very nice. So I shan't be buying those again. I was better off with those flaky pastry things, which have got the bacon and the mozzarella cheese. So Anne says, fingers crossed that today you will get the bacon roll of your dreams. I'll be raising a glass of fizz to you later on. Yeah, so the Pret's veggie roll, it's got mushroom and spinach omelette, slow roasted tomatoes, mature Italian cheese, served in a crusty white roll. It was horrid. Horrid. I mean, it probably suits people who are veggie, but it didn't suit me at all. And as I say, it nearly ranked as bad as the Marks and Spencer's hot sausage rolls in the place outside Twickenham Station. Seriously, seriously bad. Seriously bad. And Steve, I watched a random episode of Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads. Oh, I love the themes for that. Oh, what happened to you? Whatever happened to me? What became of the people we used to be? Because that kind of is nostalgia for me. Because, they were there. One was doing particularly well and the other one wasn't doing particularly well, and he was a bit of a Jack the Lad, and it was just good. They played on, bombed out bomb shelters and all sorts of things. And London, I looked at the pictures. In fact, actually, with the film Hue and Cry, which, if you remember, was one of the Ealing comedies, I think it was the Children's Film Foundation, that was filmed actually in London on bombed out buildings and everything else. Really blooming good film. Loads of famous people appeared on it. But he says it was on BritBox. He says, and Biggins was in it. Was he a regular on the show? I don't think so. The only one he was a regular on was Porridge. That was about the only one. I don't think he was he also did another programme as well, which was called On Safari. He did On Safari. And Biggins played Podge. What else? April in Carshalton says, you share a birthday with my wonderful mum, Sheila, who would have been 93 today. Like you, Mum was also renowned for a huge memory bank full of useless information. It is. But if you're going to be a radio presenter, the one thing you have to be able to have the ability to do is waffle. You have to be able to... You can't have dead air and go, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? You just have to keep going, and you plough on, and sometimes you make mistakes, and sometimes you don't make mistakes. And sometimes, I mean, like a programme like today is the easiest programme to do in the entire universe. All I have to do is read out text messages. I should go to the papers in a minute. I should tell you about some of the stories which have got me going and got me angry and got me going, oh, not them again. You know, because it always happens. Gordon, the train driver, says in Scotland, I shall toot my horn for your birthday. Oh, please. Oh, please. That'd be very nice. Thank you. And Perdita says, happy birthday. Hope you have a lovely day celebrating. As you are the font of all knowledge, please can you remind me why people say many happy returns of the day? Well, returns, now I remembered this from my school days, is used in the sense of yield or profit. So in other words, it's like an investment. Returns. Therefore, many happy returns of the day would be like wishing a person a rewarding day full of happiness. And they can trace that back to a bloke called Joseph Addison in about, I don't know, 1700 something, 1715, 16, something like that. That's what it is. So it's yield or profit. So many happy returns is basically wishing you lots of good investment returns and everything, which of course actually at the moment is very applicable, young lady. So I hope you're well, Perdita. I really do. Liz says, I work in a primary school in Potters Bar, and one day a 6-year-old asked me how old I was. I said I was 21. He then said, oh, you'll be dead soon then. Because if you're a little person, you know, 6-year-olds, 21 seems ancient. I can remember when I was in my mid-20s, early 20s, and somebody said, what do you consider old? And I went, 30. 30 was considered old. And then you know, I keep telling people that when you're my age, it's a case of you go through various things. You think, oh, 30. Between 30 and 40, it seems to go through fairly quickly. 40 to 50 goes through very quickly. And 50 to 60, I mean, seriously, blink and you're there. And you think to yourself, my goodness me, and some people don't make it. Some people fall ill. The hospitals are full of ill people because some people just, you know, appear to pick up infections or, you know, diseases and... You know, and you just think, I've not done too badly, even though I've been through the wars on quite a few occasions since doing this programme, and not literally the wars, but that's what we called it. You know, if you were sick, you've been through the wars, and it was a case of, but I've emerged the other side. You know, still not. You know, I think I'm as near 100% as I could be 100%. I don't feel sort of ill on a regular basis. I have run out of Prosecco at home, but luckily after today, I'm all right. I'm all right with the Prosecco, which is good. Steve. Happy birthday, says Denise Peters from Lichfield. I am a 1954 baby too, a very fine vintage. You're right, very fine vintage. Have you ever read the Tatler magazine from March 17th that I gave it the magic? Yes, Gary. Yes. Big fan of Tatler because he gave me the Tatler magazine. I remember thinking, how bizarre is that until I looked at it. And it was March the 17th, 1954. I keep all these things. I tell you, I'm a hoarder. Gary, if you knew how much of a hoarder I was, you'd be going, oh, God. Yesterday you mentioned Matt Goss and weren't sure what he's up to at the moment, says Dawn. He's actually releasing a new album called The Beautiful Unknown on the 25th of March. That's next week. He's going to be over here doing a few album signings and a couple of album launch gigs. Yeah, he can't get played, though, Dawn, on the radio. They don't know what category to put him into. They really have no idea. Because if you look at the music that they're playing nowadays... You know, you can't all of a sudden go from, you know, hip-hop or whatever it happens to be onto here's Matt Goss. I don't know where you put him. You can't put him on smooth. You can't put him on classic, obviously. And he's too young to be on the Gold station. He can't be on Radio X. Although I don't know, actually, Chris Moyles might do something like that. He might put him on as a novelty. Yeah, to say Matt Goss is here. You know, that'd be very interesting. But thank you for the information. Britt says, I truly hope you have a lovely day. You brighten my mornings. And at least it's a Saturday for your amazing 70th. Oh, God. Actually, I wonder what 70 is going to be like. But it'll be a Sunday. Britt, you got it wrong. Leap year. Anita from Tooting. Apparently, in Japan, it's considered honourable to die at your desk. Don't worry, I'll try not to disappoint. And the last time, this time last year, says Rachel, I was in hospital. I had no phone, went in as an emergency. Glad a year on I can send this text. Yes. You always come out, and I won't hear a word said against the NHS. They've saved me on numerous occasions. I mean, literally saved me on numerous occasions. I mean, at one point, I went in because of the problems I had. I was in a bed within an hour. It was as simple as that. It was, I was connected up to a drip and everything else. It was very. I didn't think I was coming out either. Strangely enough, I really didn't. Green jelly, Steve, says Noy, with tinned pineapple, set in and double cream if you're lucky. Oh, green jelly with tinned pineapple. Pineapple bits. Have you ever had tin of pineapple bits? Whoa, they're nice. I'm going to take a break. No, pineapple bits are even better than pineapple rings. I haven't had gammon and pineapple for ages. Perhaps today will be a celebration. No, I'm going to treat myself to a steak today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
How depressed am I? Somebody just said to me, Steve, who was Prime Minister on the day you were born? Churchill. Churchill. He was coming to the end, though. Because I told you yesterday that when I came home, we were living in Coningsby at the time on the RAF base there. He was in from 51 to 54. And I came home, my mum was crying in the kitchen. And I said, what's the matter? I thought maybe onions, because my mum used to cry cutting onions up. And she said, Churchill's dead. And, of course, I didn't have the faintest idea what she was talking about. I had no idea. Didn't really help, did it? And after that, I think it was Anthony Eden. Was it Anthony Eden? Yeah, which is interesting. Mr. Neil says, shared a photo, Steve. Happy birthday, my sunshine. This is not me, his sunshine. It's his... it is. It's a picture of me and Neil. Oh, how cute. Honestly, I think I've got better looking, actually, Mr. Neil. And he says, thank you for that effort that you put in. Looking forward to seeing you very soon. Love from your mate, Mr. Neil. I'll tell you that if anybody ever says to you, what do you want to be on radio for? That's the reason you're on radio. Because you can share something that you can do, and you can share it with loads and loads of people, and loads of people, seem to like what you do, and they tell you they like what you do, which is amazing. Steve, it's my 65th birthday today, too. Only slightly younger, says Bev E. Mitchell, member of the original Spikers group. I shall be raising a few Bentley Bevies, which I invented for you. Bless your heart. Thank you so much. And Danesh in Wimbledon says you are the greatest. Carry on for another 20 years. There is no chance. No, I can't see me going another 20 years. I'm going to be 88. Even the producer might have gone before that time. And Barry says, thank you for the advice you gave me on air about presenting a talk to university students at Greenwich. I presented it yesterday. It went well, I'm told, and maybe doing it again in a few months. First time I've returned to the University of Greenwich, having left with my degree in 96. The course leader, John, then and now, was the same. Amazing, isn't it? I listen to you every day in Hong Kong, says Annabelle. I haven't seen my parents in the UK for over 2 years, but you keep me connected to home. Good. You should tell us their names. We'll give them a shout out on the programme. Conrad. This is the other Conrad, conscious man, who says, many happy returns. Thank you for those years of entertainment during my many and varied commutes to London, always making me smile on those cold winter mornings. You see, anybody tells you, why would you want to be in radio? Hello? This is why you're in radio. This is why you do it. Everybody does it for different reasons. I mean, I've always been slightly suspect of celebrities doing radio because, they don't have the same loyalty which you build up over years. You do. I mean, I'm not a radio geek in any way, shape or form. It's really bizarre. I mean, I've got friends of mine who know everything about radio. They know, who started it, when it all happened. Me, I'm not. I listen to radio, but I only listen to LBC. I mean, loads of radio people are geeks. And they'll say to me, oh, Steve, I remember when you did this. I can't remember yesterday. What's the point? Mark. Oh, no, Charlie and Jackie from Keston. Say, just driving to the airport, but had to clear a layer of sand off the car before setting off. Yes, well, you would have done. And Ian in Dunstable says, you reminded me of the joys of gammon and pineapple. I'm definitely having that tonight. It was delicious. And you just remember, you have to fry the pineapple as well. You put it in the frying pan after you've cooked and just quickly flip it over on both sides. Sarah says, happy birthday, Steve, from Oman. I'm standing at Princess Diana's Point in Antatara Hotel listening to your birthday show. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. What did you buy your mum? What did you buy your mum? You bought her a 3-course meal? She'll never eat that. You know that. She'll never manage that. A 3-course meal at Fortnum's. How nice. That's a nice present. Did you get... No, that's good. I would approve of it. I got a bottle of Steve Allen champagne from Fortnum's, which was delivered. Yeah. Huh. Well, I wish you'd know where they are, because we can't find them. They've all gone. All my cards have gone. There were loads. There was a whole stack of them. But then this morning I had 2 parcels, because Hillary wrote to me and said, you've got 2 parcels, and there's no cards. We don't know where they've gone to. Which is odd, isn't it? Did you get your mum a card? Okay, good. She's what? France? Is she still doing that trafficking backwards and forwards thing? I knew don't talk about it. Oh, it's like, how old is she? I was going to ask you how old your mum is, but I'm not going to say it on air. Oh, right, okay, so I was right. I am a bit older. Only slightly older, yes. Yes, something like that, yes. Oh, how nice. Well, that's a very nice present. Very, very nice present. I approve of that, definitely. Yeah, well, we've looked. We can't find them at all. I don't know where they've gone to. I bet James O'Brien's taken them home and pretended to his wife they were for him. Mr. Neal says, the Bentley Bevy cocktails. Remember, had several at Joe Allen's for little Julie's birthday celebration. Yes. That was a day, wasn't it? That was a day. Do you know, I've still not paid my Joe Allen's bill. I'm going to be in so much trouble. I'm going to be blacklisted. I'll be barred. I'm going to sneeze, I think. I've just got a feeling. You know, you can always tell that there's a sneeze. Crazy. Steve, don't tell me you're retiring from radio, says Desmond. No, I can't. They're not allowing me to. I'm tied in. I've got a long contract. And Steve, happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. I'm 56 next month, so I'm very young in my mind. Yes. And Steve, I hate weekends because you're not on. Got engaged on St. Patrick's Day, 1963. Married 58 years. Radio. Then was Jack DeManio. Does anyone remember him? Yep, absolutely. Maggie, thank you very much indeed. Yes, of course, remember Jack DeManio. A couple of other stories which we were looking at today. The footballer and his brother, you know, the ones who kicked the cat, they're going to be taken to court. The RSPCA have decided. They've had to. You know why? Too much public pressure. I'm sorry, we will put up with most things. We can put up with, you know, footballers jumping traffic lights and speeding and having flings and cheating on their girlfriends or wives or whatever. Kick a cat and we're gunning for you. It's as simple as that. I mean, really just really sick. Dreadful. Katie Price lying on a beach showing off her new boobs. It's a posed picture. It really is. It's so dreadful. The Beckhams are in mourning. Why? I thought, oh, goodness, perhaps somebody's died or something. No. Middle son's split up with his girlfriend. He's only 17. She's 15. So they split up. Presumably they're bored with each other. What have they got to talk about? They haven't got anything in common at all. And apparently it was a friend of hers. And so they've gone into mourning to help him through it. At 17. I mean, black armbands at dawn, I should imagine. Channel 5, I think it is, are going to pay substantial damages to a mother whose eviction was featured on Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. Because the company that made the programme, she said, I don't want you to film. They filmed a bit and they put it on at the beginning of the programme as like a tease into it, but they didn't film anything else. But that was enough for her to take it to court. So they've got to pay substantial damages. I used to love that programme. I know. I mean, I don't remember that one because they're obviously different, things. But I used to love them going round there and being, polite. Even though they looked as though they were about to wrestle you to the ground. And it was I just thought it was a nice programme because it basically dealt with a lot of people who'd got themselves into debt. They had no intention of paying, until the can't pay bailiffs turned up, and they were very nice about, listen, we're here to either get, £3,000. Sometimes it was huge amounts of money, £3,000, or we are obliged to take goods. And this is from the High Court. Well, I'm disputing it. Well, you can't dispute it. It's gone through that. This isn't local court. This isn't little girly brownies thing. This is big boys' court. These are High Court enforcers. They're here on instructions, and you can say to them, "I'm going to call the police." They go, "Call the police." Doesn't matter to them, because they're authorised by the court, the highest court in the land. It's as simple as that. The Thug PC pair were axed. It's another two policemen story. Well, these are running on a regular basis. And this is a girl who had skipped home or something like that. Anyway, they found her. They pinned her to the ground. She was pepper sprayed, if you please. She was 14. And they were basically abusing her. And I remember thinking, that is absolutely... We had the girl the other day. Remember the black girl, 15, strip searched with no other adult present. Totally illegal, and she was having her period. I mean, I don't know what sort of police officers they were. I mean, really, absolutely terrible. And there's a lovely little story in the paper today. It doesn't mean a lot to anybody except her. Her name's Grace. She's 5 years old, and she's a model. She's modelled for a few big companies. And the reason that I mention her is because she's got Down syndrome. And it reminded me, I got on a bus the other day coming back from Kingston, and there was a girl on there who had Down syndrome, and she said to this woman sitting in front of me, she said, "Do you mind if I sit here?" And the woman said, "No, of course not. Don't be silly." And then she developed this conversation with her. They were chatting away like they'd known each other for ages and ages. So when I read the story of little Grace, amazing Grace, the 5-year-old with Down syndrome modelling, I thought that was lovely. It reminded me of a film, and I can't remember what it was called, but it was about a boy. And he was anti-nuclear weapons. And he became very friendly with a baseball player. It's a film made by somebody. And this man, I think, was called Amazing Grace. This was what the name of this baseball player was. And this little boy stopped talking in the film. He said, I'm not going to talk until they've done away with nuclear weapons. It's quite a touching film. And Amazing Grace supports him. And the whole football team stop talking. They meet the president and everybody else, and they agree to do away with nuclear weapons. It was a very, very touching film, but I'm blowed if I can remember the blasted name of it. But I think it was this Amazing Grace and this little kid in it who'd sort of said, "I'm not going to talk until they do away with nuclear weapons." If only. We live in hope, don't we? We live in hope. Coming up to news at 5 o'clock, it's St Patrick's Day. Very happy St Patrick's Day to each and every one of you. Apparently I share my birthday with Ruth Langsford as well. She's not as old as I am, I don't think. Not as old. She's obviously a little bit richer as well, but who cares? I've got my pension.
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to the 17th of March. Welcome to St Patrick's Day. Welcome to Thursday, which means we're ever nearer the weekend, which is lovely. And a lot of people celebrating their birthdays today, including Ruth Langsford and you know, so many people, including myself, of course, which is quite nice. And so wait a minute, I've now lost it. Wait a minute, I keep finding all these different things, but in fact the one that I like was Tony Pelledri, because his son Orlando is 11 tomorrow, and which is nice. He's just had a hip replacement. I've never had a hip replacement. That'll be the next thing on my still to go. And Henry's lovely mum Pam. And she's in France at the moment, so I hope she's hearing this. But anyway, happy birthday to her as well. And if you're celebrating Many happy returns. Andy says, I've only been listening to LBC for 3 weeks and I'm now hooked on the station. It's easily done, believe you me. Comes as no surprise when people tell me they've listened to it. You know, they listen to it first time round because people say, have you ever heard LBC? And somebody might go, no, and what are they? And they go, it's a national speech station. And been going, first radio station on air in this country. First radio station, first commercial radio station. We were on air first, and then a few days later followed by Capital Radio. It's also Nat King Cole's birthday today. If he'd been alive, he would be how old today? How old would he be today? I like Nat King Cole. 103 if he'd lived. 103! Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. What a lovely voice. What a lovely, lovely voice. Steve, been listening to you, says Stephen, since I was 20. I'm now 40. And you still make me laugh every day. He says, you're a very young old man. I'll take that. I think you can be I don't know, actually. I am an old man. Just can't help it, can you, really? And Steve, it's a craft and an art how you keep on speaking without music or phone-ins. He says, also love it when you talk about Dale, as besides television, I didn't know what he was about. He sounded like a nice man. Oh, I could tell you stories. I could do programmes on Dale. Absolutely. Quite easily. That he says, I started listening to you whilst I was ill for the last 6 months, says Lisa, and you've kept me going. Yeah, I get a lot of that. Somebody says you should be available on the National Health Service. I said, listen, I've been a guest of the National Health Service for many, many years now, very many years. Chris Packham was on Crime Watch telling at the moment his home was firebombed. We like Chris Packham. Sometimes he gets a bit carried away with things. He gets a bit passionate about things, but I think it's all right to be passionate. It's like Matt Goss. You know, had Matt Goss not turned up at the LBC studios years ago, drunk and shouting obscenities, the like of which I've never heard in my entire life, until I saw the documentary, you know, when the screaming stopped, and I suddenly realised that he's got no sense of propriety at all, mainly because I did a gag on the programme about, you know, they said, oh, Bros are going to be reforming and doing a concert in Hyde Park, and I said the meeting of the next Bros fan club will be in a phone box at the end of the M4, and I hope both of the members can turn up. And then they sort of came back and they did all their things, but they didn't do as many shows as they were supposed to because they couldn't sell them out. And then they made this, they were being filmed throughout the whole thing for a documentary without realising this was going to show Matt in a very, very bad light. He was working in Vegas, but basically in a tiny room. Vegas is full of, you know, 4,000 to 6,000 seat venues, and he was in somewhere that seated 150. It was Cleopatra's barge, which they called the Gossy Room, and so he was doing his sort of basically cheap Frank Sinatra impression, you know, coming down the stairs and all the rest of it. But the trouble is, he took himself too seriously. If he hadn't taken himself so seriously and started believing the guff that they were writing about him, because you'll always get those sort of queens in Vegas who write showbiz columns. Oh, I went to see Matt Goss today. He was fabulous. Biggest mistake you can make, believing your own publicity. That's when it starts going wrong. But when you watched him on, and if you haven't seen it, watch it, you know, when the screaming stopped. It's worth watching. It really is, to realise. Sorry, it's funny, but at the same time, you think to yourself, get over yourself. Get over yourself. So he's going to come back here because Dawn knows these things, and he's going to come back and he'll be sort of doing the album. But as I say, it's getting radio plays for things like that nowadays. I don't know what category you fit him into. And he must be in his 50s now, I would think. I mean, to me, they're always exactly the same age, but I mean, I think he's in his 50s. Ellie, my resident baker in Walthamstow, says, wishing you a fantabulous birthday. Have a super day and have a wonderful weekend of celebrating. Keep being you. She says, big hugs, but socially distanced. Thank you very much indeed. Compelling stories in the papers of the lottery winners and people who've basically been stupid with the money. Because if you've never had money and then all of a sudden you have money, you just go berserk. You buy everything. It was like, in fact, actually, Bros wrote a book. I think Luke wrote a book called I Owe You Nothing, because it turned out that they ended up with nothing, with no money. Because they didn't know. They thought the money was going to keep rolling in, but of course it didn't, because these bands, they don't earn that much money. They were doing the money, but everything that they did came out of their earnings. So every time they sent a limo for them, they paid for it. Every time they put them in a helicopter, they paid for it. Every time they bought new clothes, they paid for it. And very shortly, the little pod went to nothing. And Luke turned his attention to films and became very successful that way. Matt did his sort of usual bits in Vegas, but that's finished now. I think he must do a couple of other little bits and pieces, but certainly not what it was. And it's very difficult. But as I say, if you take yourself too seriously, it becomes very difficult. And that's why the book was called I Owe You Nothing, because they didn't know that they were losing all this money. They thought the money was just never ending. It just kept coming in and coming in. And of course, that's why you get Katie Price. Thought she was being big and clever. No. 3.2 million in debt. Still owes people, because she just thought you could keep on spending. Now she's got more issues to sort out, and I think there's more issues on the debt, because people are owed money and people want their money, and they must be really fed up when they see pictures of her lying on a beach having had another boob job, and you think, wait a minute, you owe us money, love. Why don't you cough up? Why don't you pay it? Steve, when Dale was on Supermarket Sweep, the contestants used to say his name Dale after the answer. And yes, that was how they worked it. They worked on the assumption that if they said his name, people would then remember Dale Winton. So they were actually told to say Dale, and so they say so Dale. And that was 58 Dale. That was how it worked. And so it was his name, and the more you heard it, the more you remembered who he was. But I think it was Danny Baker who pushed him forward, because he was doing win, lose or draw or something, and he talked about Dale on the programme. And I always remember then that he'd sort of basically pushed him up the ladder a little bit, and that was his first TV was. Oh, it's dreadful. It was a pets programme. But no, it wasn't Pets Win Prizes. No, this was a programme talking about, and you can buy this dog bed here, and this is £2,300. And it was basically Dale sitting in a very tiny studio flogging these things. Because if you remember, I'd got him some work out in Vienna. Because he said to me, Steve, I need money. Because he was permanently broke. I think he'd racked up £30,000 in debt. Well, when you don't have an income, £30,000 is an awful lot of money. And so he'd said, can you have a word with him in Vienna? I knew this lady called Telia, who ran the radio station out there. And I said, a friend of mine would love to come out. He's a very good DJ. And so she said, yes, fine. And anyway, he came out and he needed the money, but he couldn't resist spending all the money he earned. So he came back with nothing. Anyway, then she offered him another contract, and he cancelled it at short notice. Something happened. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, and so she said, listen, he left us in the lurch because they had to have two presenters running. He cancelled at short notice. Anyway, the story goes, because I was involved with it, that he was booked to go out there again. And she'd said to me, she said, he better turn up. She said, because, there's nobody else available. Anyway, he'd already been for an interview for Supermarket Sweep. And he'd walked into this room with all these producers and everything else and the company who were making Supermarket Sweep. And he had nothing to lose. He said, I didn't have any work. He said, I needed this job. And they were keen on Keith Chegwin doing it. Keith Chegwin was top of their list, and a few other people. They certainly wasn't Dale Winton they'd never heard of. So consequently, he stands in front of them, and he'd studied the programme. He'd seen it before. He'd managed to get tapes of it. So he knew what it was. It was going out in France, I think. Of Supermarket Sweep. And he said to them that they sort of had this usual polite thing. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Okay, thank you. And he stood up and he said, I thought, I'm not going to just walk out. I've got to say something. He said, listen, he said, you need me on this programme. He said, you need me. He said, you'll find Lord Lucan before you find a better presenter for this show. He said, we're sick to death of seeing the same old people on TV shows. Why don't you take a risk? And he berated them. And then he turned around, he said, thank you. And walked out the room, and they looked at each other apparently, and they went, yeah, it was quite brave, but he had nothing to lose. And they looked at each other apparently, they went, book him. And that's how he got the gig. He got the gig. Unfortunately, he was told he got the gig the day before he was due to fly out to Vienna again. And he cancelled. He cancelled because he didn't need the money from Vienna. She went up the wall. She went up the wall. He'd cancelled at short notice. And I said to him, how could you do that? He said, well, I've got this other show to do, Steve. He could be a bit matter-of-fact about things like that. But Don't you ever cancel again. He's cancelled. The day before he was due to say, yeah, I mean, it was okay. We sort of got over it, and it was one of those sort of things. But on the first series, if you watch the very first ones of Supermarket Sweep, he was rubbish. He was absolute rubbish until he said to them, he said, listen, I can't just stand here and go, tin of beans, how much? And so he camped it up. Well, he didn't camp it up. It just became himself. And the programme took off. It was the most requested show to be on television. Most requested, for audience. They all wanted to be on Supermarket Sweep with this bloke, Dale Winton, who was sort of a camp version of himself. It was just, and he loved it. And then it just took off. And he popped up all over the place. But I told you, I had to persuade him. They wanted him for an after-dinner speech. There was this agent who was trying to book him, a very nice guy, and used to be on LBC, actually, and he was desperate to get Dale on this thing, and the company were desperate to get Dale on there. And I've always said to somebody, if you can get on the after-dinner speaking market, you make a fortune. The Jimmy Carrs, people like that. Anyway, they offered him £10,000 to go up to Manchester in a car. They would take him up in a car. He'd rehearse this thing, and then the dinner was in the evening and all the rest of it. And he said no. So they offered him £15,000. Wasn't interested. And so eventually, they then phoned me and said, listen, can you persuade him to do it? And so I said, well, I'll have a word. And I said to him, how much are they up to? And he said, well, they're up to 20,000, Steve. He said, I don't want to do it. He could be very lazy at the same time. And I said, are you mad? It's £20,000. Anyway, they upped it to £25,000. £25,000. And I said, are you doing it? He said, well, I have made sure that the car takes me up there and stays there and then brings me back to London after we finish doing it. So he said, and on that proviso, I did it. And he did it for £25,000. And I remember thinking, I should be so lucky.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Morning. I think I'm getting younger by the minute. I've decided, actually. My friend Paul Fear says, I wanted to wish you a very happy birthday. You beat the rush, Lord Steve Allen. I love it. It's so cool, isn't it? It really is so cool. And I still like, all the other people who sort of write in on a regular basis on the programme, which is very nice. So who is it? Oh, Liz Jones, the columnist? She spent £6,000 on an eyebrow transplant. 6,000. I can't imagine why, but she thought it was worth it. £6,000 it cost her for 6 hours of agony. That's it for an eyebrow transplant. Well, I don't know. I didn't ask. I don't know these things. Trains. I like trains. They're arriving thick and fast at a brand new station on television. You can be transported around the country. Network Rail's new channel, Great British Journeys, hopes to inspire travellers to explore the country after COVID. And they did the train the other day. It's the Canadian Rockies one, which my chemist, Mr. Shah, went on, and it takes you through the Rockies, and they've got a big dome on top of it, and you sit in the dome, and they've got first-class cabins and everything. It's like 52 hours of heaven, by the sound of it. Sounded very nice indeed. Denise Van Houten says, I'm being open about my past to set a good example to my daughter. She has a book out. It's called A Bit of Me from Basildon to Broadway. And so she got a fee from the Sun for this interview, but it's been donated to UNICEF. So that's nice, isn't it? But people are selling books nowadays. I don't know why it was sudden middle of the year. Normally they do books at Christmas or something like that. But this is talking about, what do they call it now? It's this revenge porn. And also she's talking about, the love split and everything else. Because she went out with this bloke called, I think, Eddie for about 7 years, and then it turned out he was texting other people. So not very clever, is it? This is this train, the Rocky Mountaineer. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Mr. Shah did it, and he said it was wonderful. Wonderful. If you do it in the winter, it's most beautiful scenery, isn't it? You always couldn't make it up, could you? You couldn't make this scenery up. You look at it, and you think to yourself, oh, my goodness me. I bet that costs an arm and a leg to go on, but it looks lovely. And they have different carriages, and you can go and sit in them or lie down. The Rocky Mountain train. I don't know how much it costs, but the onboard experience is... Oh, here we go. Onboard experience. You can either have silver leaf service or gold leaf service. No, gold leaf. We're going for the posh bit. What's the point of going for the cheaper one? And you get... look at this woman here. She's got 2 bottles of wine sitting in front of her. Small wonder she's tiddled. 4 bottles of wine. She's going for it. There's not very many chips in that little bowl, are there? I don't know whether you've counted them, and it looks about 6 to me. But I love the sound of it. This is Gold Staff service, and you can stretch your legs. Well, that's me. They've got an outdoor viewing platform. Just beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it really is. There's a thing to do, and you can taste the difference because they've got elegantly plated meals prepared with local ingredients. 4 chips. Producer's very upset about how many chips you get now. But they've got, they've got, hosts attending to your every need. That sounds like my kind of place. They've all got orange. No, there'll be champagne in there as well. No, here we go. This is what you can get for breakfast. Seasonally inspired ingredients: spinach, feta, and egg souffle. Yukon Gold potatoes. Now, what was I telling you the other day? Potatoes are very good for your breakfast. Or you can have a West Coast scramble, which is BC lox, creme fraiche, green onions, Yukon Gold potatoes, and arugula salad. I don't know what any of that is. An avocado on toast. Oh, the producer will go for this one. Sourdough, heirloom tomatoes, cherry bell, radish, and pea shoots. Or you can have almond granola. Where's the blooming sausages and egg and, bacon and stuff like that? Bacon wrapped chicken breast. This is for lunch. Demi-glace, roasted fingerling potatoes, seasonal vegetables, or strip loin steak, AAA grade, beef medium rare, roasted fingerling potatoes, seasonal vegetables, Pacific salmon, or Rocky Mountain Power Bowl, which has got quinoa, fresh herbs, local market vegetables, chickpeas, house-made dressing. Bloody boring. Very boring. Look at that. Is that the bed on the show? I was going to say, the room on the train is enormous. Looks like the hugest train ever. And so they do a short journey, 2 to 3 days on board on any route, 1 to 2 nights. The Rockies highlights, 2 to 3 days on board, one way, begin and end in different locations. Or they do the Circle one as well, 2 to 6 nights in the Rockies, 1 to 2 nights in Vancouver, sightseeing tours and everything else. Looks like, whatever it is, it looks beautiful. Looks beautiful. I would like to imagine how much it costs. But I should imagine you wouldn't be seeing much change out of a few $1,000s on that. But I mean, it's worth paying for something which is a treat. When I said to Henry, what had he bought for his mum for her birthday, and he's bought her lunch. Did he say lunch? I think it's lunch at Fortnum and Mason's. And I said, that's a nice thing to do. It's not something that everybody would do themselves, but to have it done is very nice. It's very nice. How much for 10 nights? A 10-night trip, $12,000, $3,200. See, that's quite inexpensive, isn't it? It's from. Looks lovely though, doesn't it? My God, we live in a wonderful country, and we live in a wonderful world, and all these great places. Lake Louise and Jasper, whatever that is, sounds great. It's sold out. Wow. Good Lord. Oh, I got a discount on my council tax. 150 quid back. I don't know. They sent a thing. If I'm band D, you get 150 quid back. Probably to do with the pension, I should imagine. Steve, enjoyed the sunshine. I wish I'd enjoyed the sunshine yesterday, but there wasn't any. Steve, now 68. Happy ones to you. I'm a new convert. Says Dale, listening to you, Nick and Darren, for the last 8 months or so. I was going to send you a small something for your birthday, but I thought I'd send £20 to a charity of your choice. Send it to DEC, to DEC. Send it to that if you're going to do anything. That would be the one I would want something to go through at the moment. Sidcup Julie says, have a lovely day. By the way, are you on this Saturday? No, it was just a one-off. There was nothing better than blagging a day off school and watching supermarkets sweep. Anyone in their 30s will know where I'm coming from, Steve. Yes. Carolyn Newark, squash tomatoes and stew, bread and butter in the gutter. Happy birthday to you. We drove through the Rockies and they're spectacular, says Jane. We could stop wherever we wanted. Looks lovely, but sold out. Daniel says, 20 years ago, I started a job as cabin crew. It was also the very first time I listened to your show whilst drinking. I think you mean driving to work. I don't think drinking to work's very good. I'm still doing the job I love. So happy anniversary and happy birthday. Thank you, Daniel. So there you go, you see. If you do a job that you like doing, doesn't life become perfect? All it needs to do is come with enough money that you don't need to worry about bills and stuff like that. But every day another bill comes in. There's always something. But no, I got a £150 discount. So today, on my 68th birthday, I get the pension details through, which are going to start paying at the end of this month, which is lovely. And we've also got one of my other pensions. We're going to take some money out of that. And then £150 rebate on the other. My God, I tell you, I can go and buy a whole bag of toffees. How exciting will that be? Pamela says, at what time were you born? I've got no idea. That was never told to me by my mother. She never said. And I never asked, actually, because I didn't think it was important. I just know I was born in Bromley. She says, I bet it was between 4 and 7 in the morning. She wouldn't have thanked me. She would not have thanked me at all. Yeah, came out chatting away, going, so, here we are. What are we going to talk about now? Russia's stalling invasion was dealt another blow. Another general's been killed by Ukrainian forces. This Russian army's in a dreadful mess. But the talks between Russia and Ukraine appear to be going okay. They appear to be going. Let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we? Keep our fingers crossed. Is it not, Steve? Your 45th today. This is from Ullman and Jacqueline. Happy birthday, regardless, all the way from Williamstown, Melbourne. We'll have a glass of the black stuff for you a bit later. Keep up the good chat, fella. Thank you. Another picture of ghastly Katie Price on holiday. You know, where she owes all this money to people, and she's basically sticking 2 fingers up to them. You know, not very good. But she's facing up to 5 years in jail. She's been charged with sending a foul-mouthed text. I don't know why she does these things. I've never quite managed to get my head around it. But it relates to a message allegedly sent to Kieran Hayes' fiancée, which carries a They're not going to put her in prison. She's got children, although she goes on holiday and doesn't seem to worry about them. So, you know, I'm sure she knows best. I personally don't think she does. Alan Johnson, former Home Secretary. Remember him? No, you probably wouldn't. He once wolfed down biscuits the Queen had put out for the corgis at a banquet. Do you think they were dog biscuits or they were proper biscuits? He mistook the posh dog treats for crackers to go with the cheese. Apparently, I'm told you can eat dog food. You know, it is just what it says on the tin. It is just minced steak or something like that. Well, I'd rather not either. But apparently you can eat it. I don't want to, actually. Penny in Northwood says, like you, I find it hard to stay awake in theatres. Yesterday, a listener recommended you see 6. I agree, and it's only 75 minutes long. The only show I've stayed awake for. So you should be okay. To be honest, I think theatres should do a 10 a.m. performance for us early birds. Oh, I agree. I like the idea of doing an early show. And also I like the idea of sort of places. I mean, I went down the motorway to my brother yesterday, called in, and I thought, there's a Burger King at this pull, and so I put, it was closed. They don't open for breakfast. They only open for lunchtime, lazy little so-and-sos. A Burger King on a motorway service station. Everything else was open. Should be 24/7. Nothing open at all. Dreadful. Steve, I arrived late. OK, Leslie, OK. Have you seen Tom Daly's Hell of a Homecoming, his journey from London to Plymouth? I have seen it. He raised a lot of money, so that's very good. That's all. Listen, we do that in this country. We're good at raising money. You're good at raising money. Steph in Malvern says you're a national institutional. I think it means I should be in an institution. Been on the Rocky Mountains. Wonderful. Actually saw a wild moose running around a lake. Do it. Yeah, I mean, it sounds wonderful. And having a look at the pictures of it, really, really nice. Still to come, the dimwits of Nottingham University. And the BAFTAs turned off by one particular columnist, which is interesting. And what was the other one that I had, actually? Oh, it's avocados. You know, are they cheap at the moment? I'm not really big into avocados. Ever since they did this smashed avocado on toast, yeah, an avo, it becomes a little bit pretentious, I think. A little bit of this on there, a little bit of that.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6. I'm assuming there's going to be celebrations in Trafalgar Square. Is that for this weekend? Will they be doing it for the weekend? They don't do them midweek, do they? Unless they start getting things ready. So, avocados and Rod Liddle. writing for The Sun, turned off the BAFTAs. He said, the wokest made me cringe, the woke fest. So I decided to do something more interesting, which was watch my dog lick its private parts for an hour. Aussie bore Rebel Wilson as MC was a catastrophe, boring and about as funny as a dose of... Anyway, and the more I hear from that smug little madam Emma Watson, the less I like her. Oh, dear. I thought she did all right, actually. Yeah, it puts me to shame, honestly. Blimey, I thought I was doing badly. Hero of the week is the Russian TV journalist Marina. You know, she's the lady who interrupted the nightly Russian news, waving a placard saying, stop the war and don't believe the propaganda. She's absolutely right. They've lied to you. You know, if you're listening to this programme, there will be people listening to this programme in Russia. They'll be hearing it. They're secretly under the duvet. The St Patrick's Day parade was on Sunday in London. Oh, we've already had it, have we? Oh, missed it already. Oh, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm sure it'll do very well. Are we not having anything going? Oh God, here we go. What's the matter now? What's the matter? What's he brought you? Is it money? Is it money? Has Ben brought money? Don't. McDonald's have sent me a breakfast. Have they? That's nice. Does it come with money? McDonald's have sent me a breakfast. I like that idea. That's a good idea. Come on, Ben. Come on. And coffee as well. God, there's no... He's just been away again. He went back to Welsh Wales for the week. I thought he was walking off with it, actually. I like a breakfast. Have you had your 6 days away?
Yes.
You have? Was it nice?
It was very nice.
Was the coffee mine?
It didn't rain for once.
It rained yesterday. Dreadful. Yes, I came back down the motorway. Dreadful.
I have to go over and buy my hot chocolate.
Are you having hot chocolate? You're having hot chocolate?
Yeah.
It's very fattening.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
You too.
He'll be recording that bit later. That was Ben from our security downstairs. Happy birthday, Steve. McDonald's, Leicester Square. So excited. So excited. Henry would be furious. Oh, look, 2 bags. Sorry for some napkins, which is nice, isn't it? Listen, you can get away with anything on your birthday. Oh, look. You know what they've sent me? I've got a chicken Big Mac. They've done me a chicken Big Mac at this time. Oh, how exciting. Oh, do we have to take a break? Oh, look. Oh, it's a chicken Big Mac. I've been trying to get hold of one of these for ages. I couldn't get hold of this chicken Big Mac. Oh, it looks delicious. Oh, we've just had a break. Oh, look. Oh, it's got lettuce and the chicken. I bet you're so jealous now, aren't you? Of course, I nearly took a big bite of it, actually, then, and suddenly realised, no, I have to keep talking. Oh, that's delicious. Thank you, McDonald's. Very much indeed. I haven't, as you can tell, I haven't had a chicken Big Mac before. So exciting. Oh, and it's got that sauce that comes with it as well. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel a bit miffed. No fries. Lovely. Michelle, yes, see you very soon for some Prosecco. It's my grandson's birthday today, Denise says. It's little Max's 8. Wishing everybody it's a great day for you. Good. And happy birthday and many returns. And I love it when I hear you talking about your age, Steve, and say plus VAT. Currently listening to you, says Billy on the Isle of Wight, in the bath today as I'm getting ready for a busy day. Don't drop the radio in the bath. Please don't. And Gary says, hope you have a good lunch somewhere. I'm sure we'll think of something. Mary in Morden says, I'm celebrating now with a crisp sandwich and a cup of coffee. Ooh, Caroline, good morning. Everybody's like such a nice... Isn't it funny? Isn't it? Whenever you have a birthday, everybody kind of likes to celebrate with you. People enjoy celebrating your birthday because it's a feeling of warmth. And it's a feeling of sort of... Fancy having a chicken Big Mac at this time of the morning. I'm so excited by that. I think that's going over and above. Over and above. Because they don't do it for breakfast, do they? It's a very long break coming up in a minute, as you can well imagine, as I should be trying. I can't wait to try it. Just out of curiosity. I've got such a shame. There's a really good story in the newspapers. We were going to run it yesterday, and then I looked down, it goes, the trial is set to run forward. Of course, the moment it says that, I can't even allude to it, which is a bit of a pain, really. Bronze says, enjoy the chicken Big Mac. You wait, we can have the longest break in living memory. Steve, best wishes. Did you know your 100th falls on a Tuesday, says James. Looking forward to that broadcast. Yes, me too. Me too. Sue in Worcester Park says, Steve, popped into M&S yesterday for some fruit. Ended up with a bag full. The assistant said I had lots of freebies on my Sparks card. And she went and got them. I got 4 bottles of fruit water, hot cross buns, sweets. candles, olives, feta cheese biscuits. They seem to be giving loads of freebies at the moment. Really? Well, I haven't encountered this one, but I don't have a Sparks card. I don't have a Sparks card. No, I've never had I'm not a fan of all these cards because you have to give away your address and everything else and postcode. And I'm really, as you know, quite a shy, retiring little bunny. So I don't. Steve Allen, LBC Towers. Just send in your chicken Big Macs as quick as possible. I can't believe I got a chicken Big Mac. I think that's amazing. Amazing. Ben, very jealous. Seriously. Well, he doesn't know. All he's got is a hot chocolate, and he had to walk over the road to go and get it. I love this story here. I only love it because it's just one of those silly stories. A thief tried to steal a dad's BMW from a hospital as the owner was sitting in the back feeding his tot. He doesn't notice him. Joseph Rennick had left his key in the ignition while giving his baby daughter a bottle. The criminal saw the key but not Joseph, as the windows were tinted. He said, "I screamed at the scumbag until he left. I was beside myself." A spokesman for the Royal Gwent Hospital in South Wales said the car park security had been upgraded. Well, I fancy leaving your key in the actual ignition. I mean, that seems a bit daft, doesn't it, really? But anyway, so you can't see people through the. I don't like tinted windows. I've got them on my car, but they're not very dark tinted windows at all. I like it when the police stop cars because they've had it done. And they make them peel them off, so they go back to being a really naff car. Wide awake listening to you, says Mr. Neil. I just got a message from my credit card supplier. My card has been used at a supermarket at 1 a.m. Not me. Oh. See, 1 a.m. at a supermarket. What supermarkets are open at 1 a.m.? Well, put it this way, they will have them on CCTV, Mr. Neil. They will be caught. I mean, somebody's in a supermarket at 1 a.m. in the morning, and it's been used. Are you sure it's genuine? You sure it's genuine? I mean, you have to tell the bank straight away. You need to speak to them to cancel the card and to inform them. Although it depends. See, sometimes these things can be a bit of... They're just trying to say, oh, yes, somebody used your card. I've got the last 4 numbers. What were the first numbers? And by process of elimination, they can get sort of, all the information out for you. Super jealous, Steve. Says Sultana, that you get a chicken mac at this time. I know, but, what can I tell you? Because we have a McDonald's literally directly opposite our front door. I've been in it loads of times. Steve, the St Patrick's Day Parade and Festival in Trafalgar Square was last Sunday. We popped along to see the Irish dancing and traditional band, Alton. There's another St Patrick's Day Festival in the new square outside Archway Tavern this coming Sunday, says Julietta. Lovely Julietta, we go back many years. And Tara says, I'm very surprised Pret haven't inundated you with bacon rolls. Could you imagine? That would be a thing. That would be a bit of a challenge there. Jenny says, eat and drink whatever you like and tell us about it tomorrow. Love the show. Well, I'm definitely going to have my chicken Big Mac. Fancy doing a chicken Big Mac for poor little me at this time of the morning. Woo! How exciting. Nearly coming up to the break. I'm stringing it out as long as possible. And all the... Yeah, 2 more minutes. And all the pictures in the papers this morning are of Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe on a plane coming home to the UK. I bet you anything, somebody has signed her up for an interview. So the interview will be running. Mr. Neil said, spoke to the bank, used it at Tesco, 58 quid fuel. Yeah. Well, they'll have them on camera. So how have they got that? You need to get the card stopped though quickly, because what they're doing is testing it. They're testing it. I mean, they might have the pin or they might not have the pin. It depends really. Because might have been doing touch. Might have been contactless. They might have no, it's gone up now, 45. Yes, it's gone up. Yeah. So they might have cloned the card somewhere. He might have used it in a garage. The people in the garage might have cloned it. A lot of cards get cloned in garages or restaurants. But 58 quid. So be warned. Mr. Neil's very, very canny. 84850. Steve at apparently McDonald's, says Steve, have finished the promotion on the chicken Big Mac. He said you can't get them now. I can go now. No, I should go in 1 more minute. I shall try and string it out a little bit longer. But it's the same picture, so I'm assuming they've got an official photographer on the plane with her. 6 years in the Iranian jail. Sometimes solitary confinement. Not very good at all. 8 months solitary confinement. Amazing. Andy Murray says his eldest daughter loves to embarrass him by calling him by his full name. So he's Sir Andy Murray. So she says, and he says, she calls me Andy Murray, which I find incredibly awkward. He said, no, I'm Daddy. I'm Daddy. I'm not Andy Murray. I'm Daddy. He said she does it to wind me up. Always works, doesn't it? Always works. And Spencer Matthews was given a mauling when a rugby fan mistook him for Michael Bublé. Yes, there's a lot of difference. One has talent, one doesn't. That's the way it works nowadays. Let's get the travel, shall we, with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I've eaten it. I managed to eat it in 2.5 minutes. It was delicious. I was now getting indigestion for the rest of the programme. Lovely. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Thank you for that. There's just one little tiny bit left there as well, but I shall save that for during the news at 6 o'clock. So thank you, McDonald's, very much indeed. So rain. Yesterday, terrible. Cheltenham, rain, and yet still people are wearing clothes which are wholly inappropriate for rain. And so, unfortunately, you ended up with Eamon Holmes there and Isabel Webster, whoever she is. I'm assuming she must be his co-host. No Ruth was there. Frankie Dettori was there again, and Eamon was there. I mean, they should let him sit down. His feet are not good. We know that. He's told us about it. And Catherine Tate grabbing Big Brother's Pete Bennett. Unless you've ever seen Big Brother, you won't have the faintest idea who Pete Bennett is. Not a clue. And David Tennant was there as well. And Catherine donned a Ukrainian flag-inspired scarf. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's wearing the ribbons and all sorts of things. Apparently, the push-up bra, made famous by Eva Herzegova's Hello Boys advert, is being replaced by a comfy soft garment. The commercial was last shown in '94, in which the Czech model showed off her cleavage in a black Wonder bra. It sent sales of it, because I was always told that they were called Wonder bras, because when you took them off, you wonder where they went. Because it pushes up a little to make it look like a lot, I believe. Steve, how many years younger are you today? You share the same birthday as my lovely sister, Wendy. Enjoy the McDonald's. It was very nice. Thank you very much indeed. Very nice. I love it. Steve, Mr. Neil must phone the Tesco store immediately and ask them to keep the CCTV. Yes, it's a crime. It's absolutely a crime. And so I'm assuming that will all be... He's not daft. He will have checked with them already, I should imagine, because somebody called him to say, somebody's just used your card. Was it you? Because I get it. If I use my thing, it says on my phone, did you just use your card? This is how much money, and of course not. But been there, I've done that, says Tara. Ended up with a conviction, thanks to Sainsbury's. The culprit, of course, had a warrant out for his arrest on other theft charges. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, all these people have. They're never one-offs, are they? Never one-offs. Phil Vickery says, very happy birthday, Stephen. Merci bien. Merci bien. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know if you're up. No, you're up a bit late this morning, aren't you? Dawn Neeson's been up for hours. Hours and hours and hours. Cameron from Nine Elms. Oh, look at that. That was Gordon. A couple more photos from... wow. Good Lord, who is that? Looks like my godson. In fact, actually, it is my godson, who was very little at the time. These are my godchildren. Look at them. 2007, that is. They'll be thrilled. They'll be through. Gordon, thank you. He says the first picture is the Fairfield Halls, the Bitches Back Tour. The second is the Mermaid Theatre. Wow. I look very orange there. I don't know why I was looking very orange. Perhaps I'd been in a Saharan sandstorm or something like that. How lovely. Yes, happy days. That's Gordon and Caroline in Newdigate. Newdigate. How lovely. I like memories like that because I do remember things. The funny thing, people now show it to me to go, look, see, poor old soul, he's losing his marbles. Show him a few pictures, he'll know what's going on. More than 50 people have been charged over the Insulate Britain protests on the M25. That was last autumn. The Metropolitan Police said they stand accused of causing a public nuisance. Well, they are. Did you see one the other day? Turned up at a football match and wanted to chain himself to the goalposts. Without realising, you just lift goalposts out of the ground and off come, a real idiot. and he looked a bit of an idiot. Crack out the bells. Robbie Williams embarking on a greatest hits tour with an orchestra. That means ticket prices will be expensive. Have you ever tried to book an orchestra? They're very expensive. Very, very expensive. You know, it'd be a few £100 per person. You don't get them for like 50 quid or something like that. And so he'll be doing all his... he says, I've written a house record. I've written a TV show. I'm doing a film. So lockdown has been great for creativity. I always thought he was just very lucky to get the gig, to be honest with you. I really did. Phil says, bit late today. Is it going to be detention later? Handcuffs at the very least. Handcuffs at the very least for Phil Vickery. Did you know that people born 68 years ago this week are possibly the result of the Queen's coronation celebration, says Diane. Ha! Enjoy your day. Enjoy the show. Thank you. Steve, do you go to the seniors cinema on Wednesday or Thursday morning? £3.75 for a film, tea and biscuits. Says Sue in Worcester Park. No. No, I could do that at home, actually. Sharon in Coventry, been sent there. She went there years ago. You deserve that McDonald's treat. You make me laugh. Well, it was cooked specially for me for breakfast. It's still warm, yeah. It's very nice, actually. I could have done with another one. No, it was delicious. Absolutely nice. So, Ruth Langsford. She has a theatre business. I don't know why. I don't know what she's got to do with theatre. It's been valued at 2.3 million. She owns performing arts company Hey Ho Limited. What do they do? Do tell me. Hey Ho Limited. Annual accounts filed last month show that Ruth has taken £1.5 million in loans from the company and paid herself a nominal salary of just £8,788 last year. An odd amount. She also presents Channel 5's Lose a Stone in 4 weeks for summer. She's got newspaper magazine columns, regular spots on Loose Women and Shopping Channel QVC. She's working harder than Eamon is. Eamon's just barely struggling through with his feet. But she's forging ahead. She's a bit like Dawn Neeson. You know, they seem to have boundless energy. I mean, she's on QVC. Yeah, I saw her the other day. She seems to run over the whole day. I've never known anybody be... No. I mean, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Steve, when you use Tesco Pay at Pump, it takes £1 holding charge off the card the moment you use it. Then the next day, sometimes early morning, it takes the rest of the payment. Maybe Mr. Neil's being caught out by this little quirk, says Ewan. Oh, I don't know. He'll be checking it. He will be checking, I promise you. Steve, great advice to read the fraud on the card. Terrible. This is probably going to happen more because of fuel prices. Happy birthday again, Steve Allen, MBE. I don't think so. So Danny Dyer. Chris Packham was told of the terrifying moment arsonist blew up a car outside his home. Do you remember that one? I mean, he was telling people the enormous explosion destroyed the gates. The bang was tremendous. The dogs flew off the bed and started yelping and barking. It's quite frightening. But he said we've had all sorts of things. He's faced harassment due to his campaigning against trail hunting and shooting. He's very anti things like that. He said we've had people posting excrement and animal excrement and other offensive items. They're sick people. These are people very sick. Hampshire police are seeking information about a Mitsubishi Shogun driven to the scene in Marchwood, Southampton, and the stolen Land Rover Discovery, which was blown up. They will find somebody. Eventually they do find. Sometimes it takes them a bit longer, but they do find somebody. And as I say, they'll be a bit cracked in the head, I think. A little bit cracked. Brit's top sex fantasy. Oh, God, we can't do this at this time of the morning. It's ridiculous, honestly. Sexual fantasy. Apparently, a study of our sex bucket list. Who has a bucket list? I don't have a bucket list. Good Lord, no. Apparently, women long to make love on a paradise beach and recreate their favourite naughty scenes. Yeah, I always recreate the scene from Titanic as I'm drowning. It's always a very popular one, that one. Men want to make a sex video and revisit their best bonk with a former lover. That's a cheering thought, isn't it, for breakfast, as you negotiate the whether to eat the sausages and the bacon. Women fantasised about bonking with a handsome stranger they see on their daily routine. Men are keen to join the Mile High Club and have a threesome and romp. Well, the only person up there with you would be the stewardess. I mean, I don't know how likely that is. Jessica Leone, sex and relationship expert, says both sexes desire sex away from the regular relationship. I think not. It's a chicken Big Mac for me, and that keeps me going for the next few years. Yeah, dual fantasy on that one. I'm 7's above. Definitely not. Steve, you're my ray of sunshine, says Catherine, every morning whilst I'm getting ready. Hope your day is as wonderful as you are. Oh, listen, stop it. Stop it. What else do we have, actually? Oh, a stranger. He woke up. Somebody's parked a car down the side of his house. Neighbours says, because he believes the cheeky culprit was a holidaymaker flying out of Manchester Airport. He reckons it's one of those rogue car companies where they go, yes, we'll park your car for you. It'll cost you £100 for 2 weeks or whatever it is. And they literally go and dump them in people's driveways. And he said somebody, without my permission, put the car there and they didn't care. I was very angry. A neighbour said the culprit was spotted wearing a high-vis jacket. So it may have been a rogue parking firm, of which there are many. They operate out of all sorts of places. We've had cars dumped in fields. We've had cars dumped on trading estates. All sorts of things. They're crooks. But to park it on somebody's drive is just about taking it as far as you can go. Cutting the cost of a day out. The National Lottery. By playing the National Lottery, you raise £30 million every week. Shows how much money there is in the National Lottery. And there's somebody new. And apparently Maisie Smith, Rhys Stevenson and Max George will join Strictly's New Style UK tour. Well, they haven't got anything else. They have to take it. That's the only thing on offer. I'm going to finish off the last of my chicken Big Mac, I think, and I should be quite happy. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's St Patrick's Day. I hope we find you well. Somebody's just written in and said, I'm terribly sorry, Steve. I overslept, says Sarah, and on your birthday. How terrible of me. I should expect a letter, you know. A letter of apology, probably with a note in it, you know, like a blue one.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, have a wonderful day. From Elaine, the sea swimmer. We've seen all these people swimming. It's amazing, actually. We saw the pictures. Yoni says, happy birthday, wishing you a lovely day. Leaving for work, walking through the City of London. It's lovely, isn't it? I love walking through the City of London. Or failing that, my favourite. And you can't really do it now because there's no room to do it. But on Waterloo Bridge, they put in all the barriers to stop, you know, any misdemeanours taking place. So consequently, you can't stop in the middle of the bridge in your car because there's only got the one lane in each direction. So you'd hold up the bus or something like that. Steve, my husband also is celebrating a birthday. His name is Alan Johnson, and he's also 68 today. 1954 must have been a very fine year. We're sat in bed with our Prosecco and out for the day roaming on the bus with our bus passes and enjoying a lunch. Have a lovely day, says Sheila, and thank you for all the silly conversations I listen to most mornings. Well, that's the way it should be. As long as you feature in my audience figures, I don't care. Lloyd in Brighton says you must try Fortnum & Mason's tea breakfast blend. It's fantastic. And if you drink coffee, the Queen's blend. Yes, I don't drink as much coffee as I do tea. I got sent a lovely tin of Platinum Jubilee tea, which is the tin itself is a sheer work of art. It's beautiful. It's a proper tin, not a sort of paper box or something like that. But inside it's tea bags. I don't know who it's made by, but I think it's sold in all the Queen's gift shops. I mean, really lovely from my friend Helinka, which is very nice. Lloyd in Brighton, I wonder what your weather's like today. Can't have been worse than yesterday. In between the torrential rain, I mean literally torrential rain, it was absolutely dreadful. And the cars always mist up. There's no easy way to stop cars misting up, is there? And then, of course, we got the sand. So I remember looking at the car going, what the dickens is that? It's almost like somebody's taken handfuls of it and thrown it over your car. But I came back and it was fine, actually. Grant says, your voice in the morning is a beautiful beacon that my night shift is nearing the end. Well, there you go. At least I'm known for something, I suppose. So, torn apart, the theatre in Mariupol, where locals were hiding from attacks. And they knew. Putin knew exactly. But have you noticed the way he tells lies? In fact, his mother needs to come back and smack him on the back of his legs. He tells lies. You know, all these Russians, they've been coerced into saying these bad things about us. You're a liar, mate. You're a liar. You actually get your news, because nobody else is dictating it, because we're all frightened, you know, and it takes somebody who works for the news agency to say you're lying. You're a compulsive liar. You don't know the truth. You really don't know the truth. It's a shame. But the civilians who died after queuing for bread, and they were shelled. Also, the demoralised Russian troops get more brutal. Well, I mean, they're dying by the day, the Russian troops, because they're not up to it. They're children. They're children. They thought they were signing up for something else. Putin's lied to them. And the oligarchs are going to lose everything. They're going to have all their money impounded. They won't be able to move anything around the world. And eventually they're going to turn around and go to Putin, you sort this out now. Because I reckon that they can do it. They're the only ones, actually. Chances are, Stephen, says Trucker Chris, they used false number plates. However, the bank should stop the card and issue a new card number and refund any money. Yeah, so they don't have to. It depends where they think the card was cloned. Mine was cloned years ago, as you know. And it was in a garage when you used to put it onto the thing and they moved the thing backwards and forwards over it. Yeah. And they say, oh, the machine's out, you have to put it through on this thing here. And they actually cloned it because it was an American Express card. And those they wanted because they didn't come through till the end of the month. So if they did it at the beginning of the month, all they wanted was the information on the card. They didn't need anything else. So they had all these blanks and they put the information onto it. So they were able to go out there. They would test the card in the morning in a supermarket that opened early. They'd go and buy a few bottles of booze. If the card worked, off they went on their spending spree. 9,500 quid. 9,500 quid. And of course, in those days, I don't think we were particularly good with fraud on cards because American Express were totally useless. Totally useless. I can remember I went to use the card again. They'd already phoned me to say somebody's using this card, and they sent me a list of all of the transactions, including a sports shop, like it's going to happen. And I remember speaking to them. They're based down in Brighton, I think, in the same place that Barclaycard were based. And I said, no, definitely not mine. They said, right, we'll put that in with the fraud department. I then assumed, rather naively, I could carry on using my card. No. They had to go through every single transaction, and until they'd written it off, you couldn't use the card. Yeah, do you recognise this one? No. They had to go through all of them. And I went to use the card. Of course, it was blocked. And so I phoned them up. And I said, I have a good mind to sort of cancel the card. And all I got from the person on the other end was, well, that's your prerogative. And I thought, shoddy service. So anyway, I told them where to stick the card. And I never used American Express ever again. I mean, it's ridiculous, as if, you know, we're responsible for somebody cloning the card before we even knew anything about these sort of things. And of course, where does most of the fraud occur from? The shop itself. In this case of the sports shop, obviously the person behind the counter was in with the gang who were using the card. Because otherwise you wouldn't be putting through these huge amounts of money. At one point, over £1,000. Well, every shop has a floor limit, and it's quite low. And if you go over it, American Express will be on the phone, or all the other companies, you know. And, I mean, luckily now it's easier to check your account on the phone. Before, you'd wait for a statement in the post at the end of the month. That's why they used American Express cards. They got a whole month of using it. They wanted to buy a car. They tried to buy a car at one point. It got declined, thank God. But they went to the supermarket. They lived in Camden. And they would buy like £500 worth of booze on the American Express card because there was no limit. No limit on a gold American Express card. I mean, you had to pay for the privilege, you know. But, it was terrible. And their attitude, I thought, no, I'm not playing that game anymore, I'm afraid. Especially when I eventually, at one point, don't ask why, perhaps it was an ego thing, they offered me a platinum American Express card. Platinum, I ask you. There's a black American Express card, which will do wonderful things for you. But this was platinum. I went to America, took it with me. They'd never seen one before. They had to keep... Whereas I thought they'd go in there and they'd be practically sort of bowing and scraping at my feet. Sadly, the truth was way left of centre on that one. They'd never seen the thing. They had to phone up and get it verified. Which, of course, defeated the whole object of having the blooming thing. Steve, enjoy your chicken McDonald. Had it. Very nice. I expect Pret will send you a double bacon roll for the journey home, says Laura. I wish. Waft through the carriage with it. Yes. Trolley Dolly. That's Laura. Narnia. Go do the Rockies. It's breathtaking. I took my dad. He loved it. Oh, it looks beautiful. The scenery is stunning. And with snow everywhere, that's even better. Even better. Katie Price here, trying out a moped. You're not allowed to drive, dear. Even if you're on holiday, you can't drive because you'd be expected to produce a driving licence, and your licence is suspended. So, she shouldn't be anywhere allowed, and she drinks 6 times drunk driving. 6 times. Not like once or twice, where you think you'd learn your lesson. That's why she's so ignorant. All these posed pictures on the beach. She's obviously gone on holiday, and she's taken a photographer there to take pictures. And then they feed them back to the papers. 84850 shared a photo, says Dan Gilbert. Funny you mentioned chatting to your driver this morning about the buses. And me. He says, watch this space. There's all a little hush-hush at the moment. Ooh. Don't tell me you're owning the bus company. I couldn't cope with something like that. But he says, oh, that's nice, isn't it? He's starting next week. Oh, which is very interesting. He says, I shall be at Global's headquarters this summer. Oh, I can't say. He says, it's been years since I was last at 30 Leicester Square. It's for the Global Academy prom. Wow! Gets better and better, this place, doesn't it? It really does. In 2 weeks I'll be sitting downstairs, thoroughly miserable, and then we shall come back up, and the studio should be done. I don't know what they're doing to it. I think I'm having my equipment replaced. You get to an age and they sort of go, poor old soul. I think actually he needs to have it. It's all on your side. They're not doing anything in here at all. Not even a bunch of flowers. Nothing like that. Oh. In theory, I could, I suppose, still sit here, couldn't I? And do the programme, and you could drive it from downstairs. Can you not do that? Well, you better. Oh, the microphone's connected to here. Oh, right, okay. Lenny Henry, like Lenny Henry, he's another Sir. They're all Sirs. Everybody's Sirs nowadays. And because they've got their Red Nose Day coming up, so they're going to raise money for charity. And the idea is, of all these sort of things, you get daft people on the BBC to do dafter things in the sort of mode of making as much money as possible for charity, which is good. I do roughly the same thing. I think I sang on one of mine one year. Tony and the team in Substation. Happy birthday. So nice. Waz in Derby says, what are your thoughts on eating oysters and prawns? No, I can't. I have had an oyster before. I didn't like it at all. Definitely. And prawns, no. Little prawns I can do. Little prawns. But not with a tail where you pull them apart. Oh, no. Nothing like that, I'm afraid. Did you notice, says Brian in Dulwich, the prolonged dirty rain yesterday along with the Southern Sands deposit? I've got enough for a sandpit. Seriously. It's amazing. If we're talking Fortnum & Mason tea, the best one is Royal Blend Loose Leaf Tea, Steve, says Julia. Always get my colleagues at work to pop in and get me some when they visit that wonderful capital city of ours. And Julia is in beautiful Lincolnshire. It's very cheap property in Lincolnshire, I discovered. Very cheap property compared to down here. I mean, if I was looking at a flat in a good part of town or a house, £4.5 million wouldn't be getting you a lot. There was a flat in Knightsbridge the other day I looked at, £9.5 million. 9.5. When I say looked at it, I mean I just glanced. There was no point in trying to pretend I could afford it because the odds of winning the Euro Millions is 145 million to 1. So in other words, all the people you know, and then more than double this country, and you still wouldn't win the blooming thing. So that's how bad it is. So in fact, perhaps it's great that they're going, and we get somebody different. Donna is in Israel. Says, loyal listener from day one. Merci bien. Thank you very much indeed. And a quick break, because we have to get the news headlines, with Simon Conway.
After 6 years of detention in Iran, Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe is back with her family in the UK. Russia's defence ministry has denied bombing a theatre in Ukraine where hundreds of people had been sheltering. US President Joe Biden has called Vladimir Putin a war criminal, comments the Kremlin say are unacceptable. LBC weather, sunny spells for many, showers in the north and west, a high of 14 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. Wandsworth Bridge is closed in both directions, and that's following an accident. Also, the problems continue in Forest Gate. Upton Lane is partially blocked in both directions, and that's following an accident. Already it's very busy northbound to the Blackhall Tunnel. There's a queue from Blackhall Lane. Do expect delays again this morning on the M1 southbound to Junction 5 at Watford because of those roadworks just off the motorway on the roundabout with the A41. On the Underground, there are minor delays on the Piccadilly line. Now, this is eastbound between Uxbridge and Acton Town. And on the trains, TfL rail services still can't stop eastbound at West Ealing Station, and that's for safety reasons.
This is LBC.
Costa Coffee is not just serving any food, we're now serving M&S food. It's like your two best friends just got married in a ceremony called lunch. A joyous union of oak-smoked BLT and smooth cappuccino. A tryst of rich Americano and feta pasta salad sealed with a ring of delicious yum nut. Costa Coffee is now serving M&S food, and you, my friend, are invited. Products in selected Costa stores subject to availability.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
I'm back, leading Britain's conversation this morning from 7 on LBC.
This is the new way to sell your car from home. This is the motorway. Motorway's trusted dealers compete to give you the best price, meaning you could get more than you expected for your old car. And once you've found the perfect price, you can sit back and relax. We'll pick your car up from home for free. It really is that simple. Get your quote and get started at motorway.co.uk. This is the way. This is the motorway.
Never without your bag for life? Locally grown veggies on the dinner table? Or always recycle your plastic waste? You already go the extra mile for the environment. Now your savings can make a difference too. With NS&I Green Savings Bonds, you can save from £100 and help to make the environment greener, cleaner and more sustainable. Save today at nsni.com.
If you've lost your car key or need a spare, search Car Keys Solutions. Our auto locksmiths are here 7 days a week, reaching you same day, anywhere in London and the home counties, getting you back on the road or securing your vehicle. For replacement car keys, vehicle security and protection, search Car Keys Solutions, the team with thousands of 5-star ratings. Car Keys Solutions. Fast, affordable, trusted.
This is the sound of mechanic Terry making tax digital with Sage. Receipts snapped. Invoices sent. VAT sorted. Be ready for the Making Tax Digital deadline in April. Get 3 months free at sage.com. Renews from £12 a month. Terms and conditions apply.
Sam, put down that spoon. It's time to go to the movies.
It's 7 a.m.
Popcorn o'clock with a Samsung Galaxy S22 series.
But I've got work.
Does work have a dynamic AMOLED 2X display?
No. What's on?
Entertainment. That's what, with 12 months Disney Plus on us.
Bingy.
Get back out there with the epic Samsung Galaxy S22 series. Buy yours at Samsung.com. Disney Plus auto renews at £7.99 a month. 18 plus only. Terms apply.
1977. Sweaty clubs, screaming singers, volume turned to full. I loved it. But maybe I went too often, because recently my hearing's not been so good. But now I'm back. Got sorted out at Specsavers with their advanced hearing aids. Was like music to my ears.
To find out more or book a free hearing test, search Specsavers Hearing.
Rex.
Even when your pet is being a pickle, it's good to know their healthcare is covered with petsinnapickle.co.uk.
eToro is a social network.
No, eToro is an investment platform.
Fly me to the moon.
It's both. That's social investing. In other words, it's where millions of people invest in stocks, share ideas and strategies. eToro, the power of social investing.
In other words,
download eToro today from the App Store or Google Play. Your capital is at risk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 6:20 is the time. It's Thursday morning in London town. Hopefully today the weather should be a little bit better. I mean, after yesterday, couldn't have got... It looks all right, though, doesn't it? It was cold this morning when I came out. It was a bit nippy. An elite Roman Catholic boarding school has been branded inadequate by Ofsted after dozens of teens held a wild 2 a.m. party. This is Ampleforth College. Isn't this where James O'Brien went? Didn't he go to Amplethorpe? I'm pretty certain. But anyway, the 17 and 18-year-olds disabled alarms and CCTV and sneaked into the countryside for the do last year. Ofsted's report claimed one drunk pupil was taken to hospital, another was found unconscious, which the school denied. The college in North Yorkshire was accused of serious failings with pupils left not protected. They've had a bit of bad publicity, Ampleforth, recently, I seem to remember. But I'm pretty certain it was a James O'Brien. It was. I thought so. Because when the last bit of bad news came out about Ampleworth, it's one of those sort of strange... Ampleforth is the college. Amplethorpe is the college. It's very confusing, honestly. But I knew that because James O'Brien had talked about it and talked about some of the goings-on there as well. That was in North Yorkshire. I think, actually, there was also Russell Harty, a very famous chat show host in this country, who was basically set up by the News of the World. He was set up by the News of the World in the days when the News of the World was setting up people left, right and centre, with the fake shake and all that kind of stuff. And in Russell Harty's case, he was gay, and they got some person who apparently had relations with him to go up and talk to him at his house, but they had him mic'd up. He was mic'd up. It was one of those devious, underhand things. And I think he was a friend of Alan Bennett. Yeah, I think so. What else we got in the paper? Oh, look, a picture of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un going hell for... He does wear the most peculiar outfits, honestly. Obviously, the latest thing in North Korea is leather coats, leather trench coats. It's very fashionable. And he looks like he was taking style tips from the Nazi architect Albert Speer, who was a bit of a fan of the leather look. A slight peculiarity in Albert Speer's makeup, I suspect. But Kim Jong-un, who goes out wearing these... really, look in the mirror, or buy from a better shop. It's not looking very good at all. Eva Simpson, writing in the Mirror today, says heads must roll over the strip search of that black teenager. Absolutely. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. This includes Metropolitan Police officers who carried out this inappropriate act and the staff at the school who called them in the first place and allowed it to happen. None of them should be in a position of authority. Well, let's expect something very quickly, because you can't have that. This girl is traumatised. None of them, she said, should be allowed in any position of authority ever again, let alone near children. This child was suspected of carrying cannabis. Let's be clear, she wasn't seen smoking or in possession of it. Her crime, as far as the school and the police were concerned, was to allegedly smell it. And that was enough for the full force of the law. Instead of calling her parents or other appropriate adults, the staff rang the police. The child was taken to the medical room of the school in Hackney and strip searched by 2 female officers while the teachers waited outside. I see a court case coming up here. So you can't do things like that. The police have apologised. What does that mean? Nothing. Nothing. Doesn't mean anything at all. Standard procedure. And the incident's being investigated by the Independent Office for Police Conduct. And Eva says what we want to see here is action, heads rolling and compensation for the girl and her family. She was having her period. And the teachers didn't contact her parents. They contacted the police. What a bunch of idiots. Kick them out. These people shouldn't be allowed anywhere near children. Far too dangerous. Steve, happy birthday from a big fan in Sale in Victoria, Australia. You're my drive time home entertainment. It's quite nice. That's from Dr. John. They have 29 degrees and a tad humid at 5 p.m, Jonathan, thank you. Mary Beth says, I'm sending you a very happy birthday wish. May you have a wonderful day and a great 68th year. Thank you for all the entertainment all year long from me and the other Spikers. By the way, I think it should be the name of the Make Some Noise fundraiser this coming year. Spiker the Teddy Bear. Spiker the Teddy Bear. Well, what you've got, or what we've got in London today is 14 degrees, sunny and a gentle breeze. In fact, actually, Friday doesn't look too bad. Saturday is down to 14, so same as today. Sunday is cloudy but sunshine with 13, and Monday 15 degrees. So it's sort of hovering about, isn't it? So double it, so 14, 28, and Add 30, 58. Oh, it's not very high, is it really? Hardly summer. Hardly summer. Lloyd in Brighton again. He says, my dad has a black American Express card. No limit. Got a call one morning from American Express asking him if he was in Buenos Aires. There'd been £30,000 spent on the card. Yeah, as long as you can prove you weren't in Buenos Aires. But of course, there was no there's no limit on the gold card either. On the American Express, you know, whatever you spend in the month, you pay at the end of the month. Not like a Visa card, where you spend 10,000 and your bill is, you know, £400 or something. People think, oh, I'll pay it off that way. It takes you for years, never paid off. That's why I did away with the card. But in American Express, if you spend 6,000 quid in a month, then you've got to pay back 6,000 quid at the end of the month. So that's it. But nice to have a black card. I've seen quite a few, actually. I've been listening to you, Steve, since 2017, as you've kept me company through many nights on this side of the point. After moving from Colombia to Canada, I keep listening to you and recommending your show. Well, that's why the figures are the way they are. I'm very grateful. Brian in Luton says, last Saturday, popped into Fortnum Mason, bought a lovely jar of champagne butter, polished it off by Sunday. Champagne butter? Never even heard of it. It sounds delightful. Lola and Elizabeth in Barnes says, my Elizabeth 7 says happy birthday to the legend who is Steve Allen. You rock. Look at that. Fortnum Mason's butter. Champagne butter comes in a jar. How much is it? Champagne. It's only $5.95. Is it just? I mean, what do you do with it? It's the perfect partner to a post-feet. What do? You just take a spoonful out and eat it, do you, or something? Or do you put it on a dollop on your pudding? Oh, not sure about that. Champagne butter. I've never heard of it before. But if they sell it in Fortnum Masons, it's deliciously tipsy touch to everything from lemon curd sponge to sticky toffee. Well, looky here. Looky here, there's something. Steve, I've just had a Greggs bacon roll packed with bacon and HP brown sauce, worth getting. Not as good as a chicken Big Mac, though. No. You're quite right, Ad. You're no longer available. Only available to the Steve Allen Show and cooked specifically for me this morning. How lovely, you see. They go that one little bit extra. Winnie says, enjoy your day. Betty's Tea Room blend tea bags are the best. I knew you'd say that. Joe in Bexley says, Steve, keep on doing what you're doing. I've been listening to you for years and years, and you continue to make my start to the day. And Michael in Stoke-on-Trent says, I'm going on a 30-mile mountain bike ride today with 4 friends to celebrate being cancer-free. Well, that's worth it. Got my all clear from bowel cancer after horrendous 12 months. Fantastic. Good for you. Good for you. That's well worth it. So a 30-mile mountain bike trek. Goodness, I couldn't even do a mile. I really couldn't. But well done to you, and for being bowel cancer free is excellent. Charlie Girling says happy birthday to you. How much Prosecco later? Oh, just a small glass, Charlie. You know me, I never overindulge on it. But you missed out because I did get sent a McDonald's chicken Big Mac. They sent me over one. They made one for me this morning, specially. Because they don't do it for breakfast, and I got it, and it was hand delivered here from the other side of Leicester. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Yeah, by Ronald McDonald himself, otherwise known as Ben, who delivered it. Poor old Ben. I like the idea of this train online, where you're sitting up with the driver. Well, it looks like you are, and then you could sort of be taken around, and the routes covered range from the Scottish Highlands to Norfolk. The footage is set on a 9-hour continuous loop with music. They plan to release new footage every week for 6 weeks. That's a nice idea, isn't it? If you like trains, you will definitely like it. Top Gear presenter Paddy McGuinness has revealed he preferred driving an electric Tesla to a one-off supercar. Expect to see Paddy McGuinness driving a one-off Tesla anytime soon. And controversial comedy Little Britain is back on the BBC iPlayer with Cuts. The duo, David Walliams and Matt Lucas, used blackface in the sketch show, which was removed from the streaming service in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020. So they've just taken them out.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, 25 minutes to 7. Oh, look, there's another picture in the diary today in the Mirror. And it's Brooklyn Beckham and his little girlfriend. They've teamed up for a jeans advert. I don't know why. He doesn't do anything. He can't make a sandwich, he can't take photographs, and he can't make a cup of coffee. What's the purpose? What is it? Oh, he did an omelette, didn't he? But apparently they are the joint face of a brand, and the Florida wedding will feature in Vogue magazine. Yeah, whoopee-doo. Whoopee-doo. As I say, how the Beckhams get through days, I've got no idea. But Brooklyn going on television to make a sandwich. And then the other day, I'm going to be doing, what was he making? Was it salmon and rice? Yeah, a poke bowl. And he, the funny thing was, he actually put the rice into a rice oven. You know, you think to yourself, nobody does that. Nobody does that. You know, only Brooklyn, because he can't do anything, poor soul. Eddie says, you've been inspiring me for years for getting up for work at 4 a.m. Not easy, is it? Not easy. Mind you, the trouble is, I think after about the first 10 years, you don't really bother. You know, you just it's all the people who sort of keep changing time shifts and everything else that find it very difficult. Me, I'm into a routine, and I don't have any problem whatsoever. I always start my day with you, says Justin, before I head out on my daily walk. The dogs jump up when they hear your voice on the radio, as they know we're off on a walk. Well, it's lovely. Was there any shift I hated doing, says the producer? No shifts at all. No. It's funny, I was always one, you know, you do get presenters over the years. I've seen quite a number who've gone, I don't want to work overnights. You know, well, why would you want to work overnight? And you go, well, because it's the best time to work. It's the best time to work. Very loyal audience. They'll always be there for you. And you can just get on with it because it's fairly quiet. So Bella and Bunny, happy birthday from Bella and Bunny to me. Justin, thank you very much indeed. Richard and Helen in Sheffield say have a great day. Thank you. And the Amex black card is called Centurion. Not that I have one, I must say, says Brett. Because of the picture on there, isn't it? Shepperton Fan Club have said, thank you for all the giggles. Hope you enjoy your special day with plenty of yummy treats. Monty Bojangles truffles recommended, and at least a glass of something decadent. You deserve an honour from Her Majesty. My brother said that the other day, and I think he was just hoping it came with money. Very happy, but my brother's wife went off. She got an invitation the other day. She's a member of the WI and a member of different places, and they sent her a little text message while we were having lunch going, do you want to come to Les Miserables tonight? It's playing at the Mayflower Theatre in Southampton. It's a touring version. And free. So she went, yep. So, and then she apologised to me. She said, I'm sorry I took the call while we were eating lunch. I said, listen, you've got to go to Les Miserables. I mean, she's already seen it a few times, but it's well worth seeing. Well worth seeing. And my son, Ibrahim, Steve, who is 10 today, shares the same birthday as you. He had a wish for you to mention him today. We're avid listeners of yours on the way to school. So, Ibrahim, there you go, 10 years old. What's it like? What's it like being 10? Probably about as good as being 68, I should imagine, which must seem like a lifetime ahead of you. A lifetime. Steve, you got me through 2 divorces, then some depression, then a hip replacement, and then a critical illness with COVID, then kidney stones, and now 3 broken ribs. Can't wait for next year. Hoping my luck will change. But at least I know weekday mornings there's the early breakfast show with you, says Phil. It's the way it goes, isn't it? It's the early breakfast show. It's the best way to go forward. And my lovely Sharon, it says, have a lovely day. Poor she's had an operation as well as Sharon, so she's not very mobile. And she said, could we make your visit next Saturday? Because her old man is off at Cheltenham, enjoying three days of racing. But it's lovely. But she can't really walk at the moment. So I was going to go down there this Saturday, but I think probably best not. And one here, morning, Captain. Happy birthday from all of us here and the rest of Radio Land. You're the man. I love that. You're the man. And he says, you always will be the man. We love you. We respect you. And today is on every St. Patrick's Day. We honour you with a happy birthday. Yes, that's from my boss. Which I love it. But always morning, Captain. Always morning, Captain. Thank you very much indeed, which is very nice. And so it's nice when you get all these happy birthday things. It kind of makes the programme go a bit quicker, to be honest with you. Somebody said to me, you know, we've done these things where sort of somebody said, oh, you know, have you ever lost for words? I go, no, not really. And in fact, on your birthday or Christmas, it's the easiest time to do it. All we've got to do is find the birthday cards now, which we think are somewhere in the building. We just haven't worked out where they are. But never mind. Anyway, Sharon's apologised for the birthday card. Very rare somebody apologises. She said there wasn't much choice from the hospital shop. She was in hospital, so she sent the card. She's very good. You see, my mother was very good at people's birthdays. She had what they call a birthday book, which I've inherited, and in it had all the family and all their birthdays. So, and I do keep spare cards. I've got about 30 or 40 cards in. Though I bought them cheaply, 10 for £1, and literally just they've got happy birthday on there, some in blue, some in pink, so you can get boys or girls, because that's all they want to find. They just want to open up a card that says happy birthday. They see lots of love from Steve and there's some money in it. That's all people care about. It doesn't make any difference at all. Steve, just out of bed, going downstairs for your last 20 minutes on the spin bike, says Chantal, listening to you to get through. I didn't know what a spin bike, when people said, because Chris Lowry and Steve over in España, they do spinning, and I didn't know what it was. And it's a bike. It's a bike. I had no idea. No idea at all, but, you know, I live and learn. Alex in Newham says, I'm a relatively new listener who enjoyed seeing you at the Leicester Square Theatre immensely. Thank you. Well, we raised a lot of money on that night for charity, and that was all down to people like you, which was absolutely amazing. Emma and Bertie. Bertie's a Cocker Spaniel. I love Cocker Spaniels. And says, absolutely love the show. Thank you very much. That's all we seem to get, isn't it? People loving the show. Yeah, I'm putting that one in, definitely. What have we got? Penman investigates in the Mirror today. I always love it. Always love it. And companies who've been fined for targeting the elderly with cold calls. Home Shore Solutions from Hove. They got fined £100,000 for how many unwanted marketing calls? 230,000. That's what they do. UK Appliance Cover Limited. These are companies who are persuading you to take out insurance policies with them. They were fined £100,000 for 39,000 unwanted calls. UK Platinum Home Care Services, £110,000 fine for 412,000 marketing calls. Domestic Support Limited from Littlehampton, £80,000 for 69,000. And Seaview Brokers of Chichester, £15,000 for 4,500 cold calls. They target the elderly specifically to get you to change, but there's no guarantee that these companies are honourable or anything else, and they've all been fined. They're callous. And, you know, sometimes the companies open up, take all your money in, and then they go bust. And my advice was yesterday, and it's exactly the same today. If you don't recognise a number that's calling you, don't answer the phone. Don't answer it. It's as simple as that. Listen, if they're honourable, they could either leave a message, in which case it's up to you if you choose to ring them back. You know, if you understand what they're selling to you. And I can remember going into a high street electrical retailer years ago, and I bought, I forget what it was. It was nothing particularly special. Could have been a video recorder. And he said, would you like to take out the insurance on it? And I said, no. I said, I said, no. Why would I? And he said, well, if anything goes wrong with it. I said, if anything goes wrong with it, I said, you get it back. It's got a year's warranty automatically. I said, and also the manufacturers have got their own warranties. I said, why would I want to take out your over-expensive? And so I didn't. In fact, I actually said, and I'm now not going to buy it, because that's how they make all their commission in some of these electrical high street shops. But the best place to go is John Lewis, because they give you long warranties without charging you the earth. Because it's just, like 5-year warranties on things. But, you know, if it's something that you've just spent... I mean, I bought a DVD player a while ago, and what did I pay for it? 20 quid or something. Do you want to take out insurance? Don't be so stupid. For 20 quid, if it goes broke, I'm going to throw it through your window. But I bought it on Amazon, so it didn't actually make any difference. Steve says, Peter, it's mine and your birthday today. I'm spending in hospital, waiting for my open heart surgery on Monday. Oh, good. That'll be good. You'll be fine. They do that all the time. So you're in hospital now, so they're just preparing you over the weekend. It's terribly clever, isn't it? I mean, that's about the only thing I've not had. I've got my stents. But yours is my favourite show, says Jean, because you've got me through gruelling surgeries and chemotherapy for 3 different types of cancer. The nights were the worst time, but you've raised my spirits enormously. Yours is my favourite show. I could tell the producer's vetting all these this morning. Yours is my favourite show. I always say to somebody, listen, as long as you feature in my audience figures, that's all that I worry about. Morning, Colonel. Happy birthday. Hugh and Julia in Battersea. Will we see you in Joe Allen's later? No, you won't today. No. I'm going out on my birthday. Sorry, not on my birthday. I'm going out on the 25th. But it's not to Joe Allen's. I'm being taken by some people. By people. That's all we call. We just call them people, which is great. It's 6:45. Let's get those LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe is back with her family after arriving in the UK following 6 years of detention in Iran. Ukrainian officials have accused Russia of deliberately bombing a theatre where hundreds of people had been sheltering. Interest rates are expected to go up again later for the third consecutive month. LBC weather, sunny spells for many, showers in the north and west, a high of 14 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb in Wandsworth. Wandsworth Bridge is closed in both directions, and that's because of the ongoing investigations after the accident that happened late last night. In Forest Gate, there are restrictions on the Upton Lane. That's after an accident. Do expect delays again this morning on the M1 southbound to Junction 5 at Watford because of the roadworks just off the motorway on the roundabout with the A41. Now, yesterday that caused delays all the way back to the M25, so do expect lengthy delays again this morning. On the Underground, the Central Line can't run westbound between Leytonstone and White City. Minor delays on the Piccadilly Line eastbound between Uxbridge and Acton Town because of a shortage of trains.
This is LBC.
The big mobile networks are raising your bills again. What a load of scallops. Like you haven't got enough on your plate with tax rises, gas rises and everything else rises. At Tesco Mobile, we think this is utter horseradish. So, like last year, we won't be raising our prices during your contract. Join us for prices that stay fixed.
This is Supermarket Mobile. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. To verify, please visit tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
I'm back, leading Britain's conversation in 15 minutes on LBC.
Mini eggs, bunch of flour, thing of milk, 5 butter, lots of sugar, some baking powder, a bit of zest, then cherries, jam, cream, splash here, dash there, whip it, oven it, ta-da! Not a cake. Amounts matter, like how much, how long, and when. Getting business right means getting just the right amount of everything, including insurance. Superscript, monthly business insurance shaped around you.
Auto Lease Compare. Say hello to leasing. Say hello to Auto Lease Compare, the car leasing comparison site that lets you compare the best leasing deals on the market from the UK's most trusted leasing providers. Auto Lease Compare will get you into a brand new car for less. You pick the car, we find the deal, inclusive of warranty, road tax and free delivery. Say hello to leasing. Say hello to Auto Lease Compare. Auto Lease Compare.
Oh, socks. Even when your pet is being a pickle, it's good to know their healthcare is covered with petsinnapickle.co.uk.
So, you offer rewards, you have extra time to pay suppliers, and you even have retail discounts. Yes, it's a rather impressive CV, Mr.
Card. It's Mr. Card.
Ah, yes, you are a card, aren't you?
An Amex Business Gold Card, to be specific, Mum.
The job's yours.
Thanks.
The American Express Business Gold Card. The card that works harder for your business. Search Amex Business Gold.
Terms apply. 18 plus subject to approval. No annual fee in first year. £175 thereafter. Basic card also available with no annual fee or benefits.
Hey, business types. Meet Ed. Ed's head is always in the clouds. Can you hear us up there, Ed? He knows it's time to update his business phones to something smarter and simpler. Like Circoloop, the new app-based phone system that connects everyone, everywhere. It's easy to set up and easy to use, with no clunky hardware, no contracts, and no overblown costs. Hey, Ed, come down and get your free 7-day trial at Circoloop.com. Circoloop, now you're talking.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
Imagine you in a nice comfy seat, with your hands behind your head, taking in the views, instead of taking on the road, maybe even taking a nap. That's the bliss of getting where you need to go without worrying about driving. Book your train journey via avantiwestcoast.co.uk and we'll take you there. Avanti West Coast. Feel good travel.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 7 whiz through the programme this morning. Even Clive's wished me a happy birthday. What did we have an issue with the other day with Clive? What was it we were talking about? I can't remember what we were talking about with him. It could have been anything, honestly. He sort of sets up downstairs. Very shortly, actually, I'll be seeing him downstairs because I'm going to be downstairs as well whilst they revamp the other side of my studio. So, Nick Abbott. I mean, not that I complain about it, but they're having to change the lighting for me and everything else. I refuse to work under halogen. I'm just one of those sort of people. I'm not a difficult presenter by any stretch of the imagination. The Daily Mail this morning. This is Liz Jones's £6,000 eyebrow transplant. Hurt like hell, but it was worth it. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm looking at the picture. I can't quite see where £6,000 is, but I'm assuming that's how it works. Also, a retired civil engineer was released alongside Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe. This is Anousheh Ashuri, was arrested in Iran in 2017 and jailed for 12 years on charges of spying. They're obsessed with spying. Obsessed with it. Beavers are back in the capital. There you go. There's a bit of good news for you. Clive would be thrilled at that one. They're making a comeback to help rewild the capital. 2 of the rodents will be introduced in a specially designed enclosure on a river in a country park. Wow. Could be out, we think, at Enfield. And hardly central London, is it, really? And what was the other one? Denise Van Outen. She has an autobiography out at the moment, and she's talking about her life and reveals her ex filmed her when she was just 15. This is revenge porn, which you've been hearing about in the papers recently. They're making it a criminal offence. Hundreds feared dead as a safe haven theatre is blitzed. This is in Mariupol. And 10 people killed. I think it's more now, actually. I think it's gone up a little bit as they queued for bread at a shop. You know, Putin still lying through his teeth. He can't tell the truth, can he? It's very embarrassing. But the good news is we've started seeing people who've managed to get across from Europe. And there's one girl of 10, Sofia Slovenko, and her mother, 39-year-old Oksana, fled from their home near Kyiv. They're among the first refugees to benefit from the government's fast-track scheme. Took them a long time. It took a lot of press berating to actually get them to start fast-tracking. Russia loses its 4th top general. They're all a bit ancient and past it, actually. Most of Russia's people are dug up from old people's homes. And they go, oh, you can look after that army, and they really don't know. Boris says the Saudis can help us at the pumps as they execute 3 more people while they're having discussions. They're executing people. They'd only executed 81 the other day. Just 81 people. Ridiculous. Is there anywhere else that we can go to get petrol? There must be somewhere else, surely. Also, the highlight of the racing calendar, the worst dressed people I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, seriously, I don't know where they get these people from, or these outfits. They really are dreadful. They said racegoers refuse to let the weather dampen their spirits. I mean, these people are the worst dressed people I've ever seen. How embarrassing to actually be seen out at Cheltenham. You know, is it Cheltenham? It is there, yeah, Cheltenham. This is Ladies' Day. Well, I've never seen anything so bad in my entire life. I mean, it must be catalogue shopping. And, as we told you the other day, the over 50s are underrepresented on screen. And one joyously forthright critic says, why does television treat us oldies with such disdain? I mean, I never noticed this, actually. I really didn't. They had they've got a picture of Larry Grayson and Isla Sinclair. Now it's all young people, isn't it? And people, because you've got trolls everywhere. Trolls write to, you know, television presenters, oh, you weren't very good at that, or you weren't very good at this. And you think to yourself, haven't these people got anything better to do? And the answer is no, they don't. They actually don't have anything. There's a lady here. This is Anne Hathaway. She Hathaway about her. She's wearing an outfit which has been inspired by Twister. Did you ever play Twister? And, yeah, with the hands all over the place, you know, Red 3 or something, or whatever it came up, I can't remember. We did New Twister. It wasn't very popular where we were. And I was the only one who wanted to play it. Nobody else wanted to play at all. Apparently when it comes to our ancestors' greatest inventions, the wheel has long dominated the top spot. But there may be a new contender, the handle. The handle, they say, was invented 500,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago. And they say it was sort of nearly as big as the wheel. I mean, to be honest with you, I think when they did the first wheel, it was square, wasn't it? It didn't work as well. I remember it vividly. I remember coming out of the cave that morning and thinking to myself, I think I better go and drag my woman back in, and got to get to work in time. One of the compelling human stories, the lottery ticket, the cost of marriage, talking about people who, as the curtain falls on Camelot's 3 decades of making millionaires, they've got somebody who's got his swimming pool with his name and the ticket numbers, and when he won the money, it's at the bottom. So you're stuck with it forever and a day if ever he comes to sell the house. You've got poor old Callie Rogers, who was 16 when she won, and basically she wasted her life. She gave money away, she lost it. She only won 1.8 million, I think, so it wasn't really exactly a fortune. But it doesn't last long in this day and age, and people don't realise. They go, oh, it's going to last me for the rest of my life. Well, it's not. It's not. You absolutely. But the time you bought especially in London, by the time you bought a house, and you bought the car, and you bought clothes, and you told your boss to go and stick the job because you don't, and then you suddenly realise you're down to your last £200,000, and you suddenly realise that the house you bought needs doing up. You've got all the bills to pay on it because they're not equipped for it. Even though Camelot offered backup, the moment you win, they have people who come round and will help you invest the money. There's the complete system in place, but of course the majority of people don't want to know. They only want to give us the money. Give us the money. That's all they want. Jonathan Ross broke down in his Jaguar. Has this man got no sense of fashion? He's an old man now. I mean, he's getting on a bit. I mean, he's 16. He still dresses as if he's like 18. Every time you see him on television, he's using a wardrobe up that went out of fashion about 20 years ago. But anyway, his car break. He lives up at Hampstead. He's another one. He has his little parties up there. I don't know if he had it this year. I can't remember. None. Whose birthday's today? Nobody particularly interesting. But March the 17th, 1978, America's greatest sex symbol since Elvis Presley flew into Britain. Who was that? Well, it wasn't me. I have to tell you it wasn't me. John Travolta. John Travolta flew in. The Bee Gees, in 1979, when I started at LBC, secured their only #1 album, which was called Spirits Having Flown. That was their only #1 album. Although I thought they actually did very well with Saturday Night Fever. I thought Saturday Night Fever must have, made them an absolute fortune. Yeah, I don't know whether it was their only #1 album, Spirits Having Flown. I thought Saturday Night Fever would have been on the list as well. Ant and Dec have lost some money, £1 million in a year. Very unlike them. They're very canny. That's a way for being careful. Canny sounds so much better. But there's pages and pages of Liz Jones having her eyebrows tattooed. I'm assuming there must be a discount on it for her because they managed to name the clinic where she got it done. £6,000 though seems an awful lot of money. I've got to go. Thank you very much indeed for spending your day with my day and my birthday and St. Patrick's Day and everybody else who is celebrating. So enjoy your day. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday the 18th of March. The birthday's been and gone, honestly. Yesterday, all excitement, all whoopee-doo, and, they were in talks, between the Ukraine and Russia, which I think, personally, I'm probably going along the same party line everybody else is. These talks are going to go for years. I don't think that, I think it'll be like the ongoing war. That's what it'll be. Putin won't be daft enough to push any stupid button. They'll just keep it going until eventually they wear each other out. Although there won't be much left of Ukraine. But nice to see that we're bringing people over. We've got those kids over who've got cancer. So that's being sorted out. And the amounts of money you're raising are phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And the amount of people who've offered sanctuary to people fleeing a war-torn country. They don't want to fill in forms. There should be some sort of vetting system to find out that we've got, the right people. But apart from that, come one, come all. That's what this country is made up of. Refugees. Mutiny on the P&O ferries. Now, I have to ask you a question here because when I first heard it, I thought the same as everybody else. Well, that's a bit of a bugger, isn't it? 1 minute you're working for P&O ferries, and the next minute you're out. 800 of you. And they had people escorting them off. I mean, one ferry, there was a sit-in. Well, there's a limit how long they can do that for. And then I thought about it. And I thought, that would be absolutely awful. But is there any such thing now as a job for life? The coal miners discovered that years and years ago. They thought they had a job for life. And I remember the pickets out there, Scargill doing his ranting and raving with that shredded wheat on his head, and all the other bits and pieces that went on. I remember the printers in Fleet Street, where the Sun moved to Fortress Wapping. Printers had no idea. No idea. They literally were setting it all up whilst the printers were still operating in Fleet Street. I know because we were in Fleet Street at the time, and the big lorries would turn up with the big rolls of paper, and then it became a paperless newsroom, Fortress Wapping, and it just literally went over, and the printers went, what? What's going on? And then, of course, you had the pickets out for the lorries. And I wonder, really, does it honestly make any difference to any of you? I've only been on P&O ferries on a couple of times, and I remember coming back, and because you've been listening to people speaking French for weeks on end, to actually get back on a ship and everybody speaking English was quite a relief as far as I was concerned, because I didn't speak French. And I begin to wonder, does it make any difference who is serving you on a P&O ferry? Does it ask yourself honestly, if you actually get on the boat and somebody's standing there and you know that all the coffee shops, you don't find many English people in the coffee shops. It's mainly Polish girls who are smiley, happy, grateful to do the job. I mean, I remember, I think, in our Starbucks in Twickenham, one bloke joined and he'd been working in Woolworths. He lasted less than a month. Because they were looking for people who were willing to work cheaper, weren't going to cause any trouble, and they were looking to earn some decent money. And that's what P&O ferries have done. They've gone, wait a minute, we can, even though they've had loads of handouts, what they're thinking is we can bring in loads of people and they'll work much cheaper. The unions are going, wait a minute. But lots of companies don't recognise the unions. You know, I mean, so is it fire and rehire? I mean, it's a hugely controversial method used by some companies usually, but not always when in financial straits. What it does, it involves sacking the staff and then telling them they can apply for their old jobs on less favourable terms. But it doesn't always work. Companies that have deployed the tactic include Weetabix, Tesco, British Airways, Heathrow and British Gas. Trade unions and the public support a ban on the practice. But ministers last year blocked a bill that aimed to do just that. The government would be dismayed if P&O were doing it, a Number 10 spokesman said. But what P&O are trying to do looks slightly different. Rather than rehiring staff, they're replacing them. I think they've all come from agencies, and they said the SAC staff could, if they want, join the agencies. You're basically working for less. And it's a case of, you know, either do it or bugger off. They're not interested. They're not interested. People can go out there for ages and stand there on picket lines outside P&O, and they can complain about it and do all the interviews on the radio and the television. But at the end of the day, P&O will hire a completely new gang of people. I mean, staff have staged sit-ins, you know, with the backing of the trade unions. I mean, it could cost P&O hundreds of thousands in unfair dismissal payouts and penalties for legal breaches. You know, but if they are, because generally speaking, this happens, as I said, when a company is going into financial straits. And it could be a case of, you know, listen, either we do this or we close down P&O. I mean, I'm being over dramatic here because it might not have got to that stage. But it's a case of do not hold us to ransom. We'll actually sell P&O to another company. There'll be loads of foreign companies would like to buy that shipping line. And then you can all go whistle. It's a bit difficult. It's a very difficult thing to, you know, if you worked for them, you'd be feeling sick as a parrot, I should imagine, and you haven't got any other option. But they've given you the out by saying, well, you can go to the agencies because that's where we're getting staff from in future. 800 of them. I mean, that's quite a lot. I mean, I don't know whether that's the entire workforce or whether or not it's a small. We think it's the entire workforce. Somebody says, Steve, you have a job for life. Well, I mean, it would appear so. It would appear so. But, you know, never say never. Never say never. I mean, I remember years ago somebody saying, oh, do you think you've got a job for life? And I go, I don't know. I don't know if I've got a job for life. Yes. You know, and all sorts of things can happen in this business. You never, you know, I mean, you know, I'm not saying you take every day as it comes because it doesn't work like that. But, you know, I mean, put it this way, I'm quite sure that if all of a sudden things came to a sad end or something like that, I could find something else. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and he works for a company, and they're relocating to Wales. He doesn't live in Wales, he lives down here. And the person's going to have the same business but operating out of Wales because it's cheaper to work out of Wales. It's a bit of a trek, but, you know. And so I said, are you going to go? And he goes, probably not. He's got a girlfriend down here and his life is here. He said, I might do something different. like, deliver parcels for Amazon or, Uber or something. It could be any one of a number of things, Unfortunately, in this day and age, as most of you are probably well aware, you have to be adaptable. You have to be very, very adaptable. Do you remember the story yesterday? I'm going to tell this story. I'm not sure whether or not he wants me to tell this story, but I'm going to do it anyway, because I'm just like that. And it was a story that we had yesterday. Wait a minute. And it came in from Mr. Neil. Do you remember he had this problem with with a supermarket at 1 a.m. in the morning, and it was some money, and he said, "It's not me. I've been cloned." He said, but anyway, he said, "Wide awake listening to you. I've just got the message from my credit card supplier. The card's been used at a supermarket." He said, "I spoke to my bank. It was used at Tesco, £58. He said, "Fuel." And then he writes to me later. He said, "Oh my God, Steve." He said, "You're not going to believe this. My credit card fraud and me calling the bank at 5 this morning, cancelling the card. It seems that his wife, Lorraine, forgot to book the click and collect slot. So she woke up at 1 a.m, logged on and used the card to buy some shopping." He said she was snoring when the phone pinged at 5, so not to wake her, I quietly went into another room to call the bank. Now 4 days now, waiting for a new card. All's well that ends well. Isn't that the best ever? Isn't that the best ever? Running at the next race at Cheltenham, I noticed yesterday, Eldorado Alan. Thank you very much indeed. Have you seen some of the outfits these people are wearing? Leslie in South Croydon says, "I can't believe you didn't get the card with the Fortnum champagne." I did, and I mentioned it yesterday, Leslie. I did it on the programme. I got a box of sweeties and I got the champagne from Fortnum and Masons with the card inside saying Steve Allen 68 and counting. I never mistake things. Good Lord above. Karen from Clifton says, very sorry to hear about Peter Bowles. Yes, he was 85. He had cancer. I loved To the Manor Born. He was also in a show called Only When I Laugh with Victor Meldrew and Richard Wilson and the other guy from When the Boat Comes In. And it was just set in a hospital ward. And Peter Bowles was in that, but famous really for the Penny Keith thing. I thought he was great, actually. He passed away from cancer, and so our commiserations to his wife of over 60 years, Sue, and their 3 children, Guy, Adam and Sasha. He actually did nude on stage as well. He did a Bill Kenwright production, and he was stark naked in it. I don't know what that's got to do with anything at all, but I thought he was lovely. He was lovely. They brought him back into the Manor Born when they did a remake of it, and they'd all aged a little bit. I thought he was great. I thought he was great, lovely, and I know it's no help to Sue or to the family, but he had a good innings. It's vile cancer, isn't it? It really is. It's sort of the kind of thing that, just sort of upsets your life. Regularly got TV audiences of 20 million, and it became really what he was known for. I mean, I bought the box sets no end of times, so I keep losing the blooming things. Carol from Eurostar says, "I thought I'd be fashionably late and send your birthday wishes the day after the big event." Oh, don't worry. My friend Jackie Gill did exactly the same. She said, "I'm so sorry I forgot your birthday." And she says, "Your inbox must have been overflowing with all those happy returns." There were a few. There were a few that came in. So Tanya and I, she says, hope to see you again down at St Pancras. Take care, and sending a big, still socially distanced hug. Thank you, Carol. And happy day to you as well. I wonder if your business is picking up down there. I wonder if it's, people are still using Eurostar and going over there. We went down. They treated us really well. They were lovely to us. Really lovely, and it was very nice. Gareth, Jen, Emma and Ryan. So I hope you had a fantastic day. I did, actually. I did. I mean, I was a bit late in doing anything. I mean, I didn't... people kept writing to me going, "Oh, so how are you celebrating?" And you go, well, basically, I've got my feet up with a glass of Prosecco. At my age, honestly. And wait a minute, I've just listened to Leicester Show on Catch Up, says Jilly from the lovely Basingstoke, and say you went down the M3 on Wednesday. How very dare you pass by Basingstoke and not give me a toot. I would have served a cup of Earl Grey on my Steve Allen 68 tray. Thank you. It was Bill who said you have a job for life, which is nice. And Ed says with P&O it's about treating people decently. Oh, that went out years ago. Seriously, firms now, they don't... I was talking to a member of my family, and they work at a particular outlet, family run, and they're really nice. But they used to work before that for one of these big warehouse-type places, and they said, had I been working there, they would have treated me really badly. They don't care about people. I don't care what cobblers they give people, you know, and go, oh, we really care and all the rest of it. Very rare does it happen. And this company is phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal. I can't, if I sat down here and chatted to you for the next few hours telling you exactly what they've done for me, you know, I mean, if you're looked after by the company, you're more loyal. That's what builds up loyalty. You know, and that's the way it works. You know, people, you know, you just feel duty bound to be nice to them because they're very nice to you. And I couldn't say anything differently. Steve, Hermes, second largest delivery company. I think they're changing names, aren't they? I'm pretty certain, actually. I'm delivering 7 days a week. Told Tuesday the round no longer exists from today. Reallocating happening in all depots nationwide. That's the trouble with 0 hours contracts. I think they're changing their name. It's going to be called Every. And the only reason I knew that is because I saw the advert in the papers this morning. It's the only reason I knew it. I tell you, get the news first on this programme. It's unbelievable, isn't it? But, you know, treating people, Ed, you know, really well nowadays, it really doesn't work like that. I wish it did. I really wish it did, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem to. Steve, will the fat cats at the top of B&O be taking a pay cut or being kicked out, says Niall? I have no idea. I don't even know who P&O is owned by. I mean, you might find it's owned by an overseas company. I've got no idea. Whatever it is, companies nowadays, because they all suffered after the pandemic, you know, I know from around here in Leicester Square, the amount of businesses that closed. Literally, they've gone. They've gone completely, including MOD Pizza, which we liked a lot. Thank God McDonald's never went after yesterday. Whew, blimey. My chicken McMuffin, thank you very much indeed. Chicken Big Mac, sorry, chicken McMuffin. I wonder what that would be like. That sounds quite exciting. OK, we take a short break. 16 minutes past 4.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Certainly is. Denise Van Outen drones on about her life. Far too young to have a biography out. Far too young. And unfortunately, as Jan Moyers says in one of the papers today, enough already with your sex life. We don't care. All right? Go and get some therapy if that's what you need. But, you know, writing a book, dear, you know, about your sex life, more than enough information, says Jan Moyer. We don't want any more. How about you start? Because if you remember when Denise Van Outen's relationship went up in the air because he'd been texting other girls, and she went, oh, I've cleared it out now, I've done that. Of course, it was all good publicity for the book. And she basically said she was pictured walking along a beach, you know. It's, I mean, OK, where should we film? We're not going to film you in the Chinese takeaway, are we? Let's film you walking along a beach looking all sad and wistful because your 7-year relationship's gone up the Swanee. And she said, you know, can you respect my privacy? Now she can't shut up about her bloody sex life. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but dear God in heaven, I mean, who cares? Really? The other day they were doing dinner dates. There's a dreary programme on the television. That's where two people who quite clearly always hate each other sit down and have to eat posh food where you can tell they've never used a knife and fork in their lives. And then they were showing it yesterday, and there was a girl on there and a boy, and they were both about as dreary as each other. She had way too much eye makeup on, and he'd sort of had a car accident years ago, and he was very lucky because he was in a coma. And then it cut to the next couple. Who do you think it was? Anthea Boring Turner. She was on dinner dates. How desperate must your life be? You know, she has to go on a dinner date programme, but it's on the television. You know, that's Anthea Turner's little sort of nemesis, isn't it? I was on the television once, and so she's doing this Dirty Dancing programme. She had to dance with Arge. I mean, seriously, that's scraping the barrel, isn't it? You think her agent could have got her something better. But anyway, so she's on dinner dates with this bloke, but basically she just managed to talk about herself all the time. It was so boring, so boring. Javid hints at another COVID booster, but I think it's for the over 75s. So, unfortunately, I'm not over 75. Yes, I'll have to wait a little bit. Katie Price, I think there's another court case coming. It's all gone pear-shaped. After yesterday's picture of her on the beach admiring her new breasts, 14th breast enlargement, 14th, I would have thought, you know, I mean, call me old-fashioned, as they say, but if you owe money to people, would you not be doing everything within your power to get out there, get some jobs, and start paying people back? Because she owes a fortune. She owes millions. And she shows no sign of paying these people back anytime soon. She's supposed to. She's on a thing where, you know, last time it was $12,000 a month. Well, she was just going on holiday. And then she goes, oh, I'm having more cosmetic surgery. I'm thinking, wait a minute, shouldn't you be paying back these people, dear? Who do you think you are? Pay them back. You know, they might be in dire straits because you and your selfish attitude going on holiday all the time with that drippy little boyfriend of yours. Let's wait and see where that one goes to. But I believe there's another court case imminent. I don't know. Steve, I'm very glad that you had a nice birthday yesterday, says Shane. The Sydney Harbour Bridge turns 90 years old tomorrow. Wow. They had good fireworks, didn't they, I think, at the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Yeah, I do like that, actually. Another one that says, have you seen the film What About Bob? Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Murray. No, the only film I liked of Richard Dreyfuss, and don't say Jaws, because I didn't like Jaws at all. I thought it was rubbish. Don't think it looked like a giant shark at all. I think it just looked rubbish, looked like a plastic thing. But I liked him in Mr. Holland's Opus. I thought it was really good, and it's another film that made me cry. I'm crap at crying. It doesn't take much to get me crying, and he's a music teacher at a school in America, and he writes an opus, but nobody's ever performed it, and they decide to disband the music department to save money. It was a cost-cutting measure, and he's taking all the stuff out of his office and leaving, and as he goes back through the corridors, he hears this noise, and he goes, what is it? He's with his wife and son. His son's deaf, and he goes, what's that noise? Seems to be coming from the main hall. And he goes to the main hall and he opens the doors and there's the entire school and they're honouring him, but he doesn't know. And so they all clap and cheer and whoop and everything else. And the acting head teacher goes on stage and says, Mr. Holland, you know, you've done more for this school than anybody else with the music. And we know that you wrote your opus. And so today we're going to have it played for you. And the curtains open, and there's all the school orchestra. I'd gone by that time. Terrible. I mean, it's a film from, you know, ages ago. And they play Mr. Holland's Opus. So it's the first time he's ever heard it performed. He wrote the blooming thing. It was fab. And again, I watched yesterday. My friend Ian doesn't watch it. We're not talking. Love Actually. Again, just to see at what point I cry. It's the same point every time. It's like E.T. Yeah, E.T., you know, the boys are on the bicycles. They're trying to get away, and the police are all there. Of course, they've all got guns, but in the imaging of it, they've taken out the guns. They've been taken out, so they didn't have it. So they're all standing there with guns as the boys take off on their bikes over the police cars. Now, there's no guns at all. It's very cleverly done, edited out. And I remember being in the cinema and we all cheered. God, we were rubbish. We cheered. It was so exciting. We'd never seen anything like E.T. before. The only film, as I say, that I saw it in Kingston in a cinema there, which I think turned into Pine World or something. But anyway, or not Pine World. And people clapped at the end of the film. People clapped at the end of the film, and then they banged all the lights up. There's all these men with handkerchiefs up to their eyes because everybody cried. Stay, go. Well, go then, for goodness sake. Stop messing about. Take off in your crappy little spacecraft. 40 years old this year. 40 years old. But I mean, I don't see there's anything the matter with crying at films. I'm really good at it. I cry at everything. I can cry watching YouTube out there. Seriously, I watch a bit of music, because, yeah, often he'll find me in tears out there. He said, you're a teary moment. You know, it can be music, or it can be all sorts of things. All sorts of things. I love it. Helen says, my understanding of redundancy is that the job no longer exists. In the P&O case, the jobs do exist. Yeah, unfortunately, your understanding of redundancy is not necessarily right. It can be a cost-cutting measure. You know, the job has been taken away for various reasons, or they're disbanding it, as you've heard with Hermes. They've axed various routes, and companies can find ways around it. You know, so in this particular case, it's a case of the company need to do it for cost cutting. I mean, how much money they save, I've got no idea. You know, we will be privy to this information over the forthcoming weeks and months, I should imagine. But they're doing it as a cost cutting measure. They can't afford to hire the British staff, or wherever they come from, mainly down where they're based, I should imagine, in Dover. That's where a lot of people would come from. And so there's 800 people who could, if they wanted to, go and join the agencies, which is where P&O will be going to. But they're going to be looking for East Europeans and people who come in for whom a job like this is an absolute godsend. You know, I often used to think, you know, if you're Polish, You know, do you not have coffee shops in Poland? The answer is yes. But over here, the money's far better. So it's worth it. It's worth it. And also, they're very cheerful with doing it. You know, it's the British mentality. I'm not saying all the P&O people are miserable, but they're looking on this as a cost-saving exercise, and they obviously need to save a lot. And generally speaking, when this is done by a company, they're doing it to either raise dividends, you know, for the shareholders, or failing that, it's a company that could go under if they don't do this and they don't do it quickly. So there'll be money set aside for redundancies or for sort of cases, but it's a case of if they've decided to get rid of 800 people.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
How many are going to be joining the agency to come back again? I've got no idea. But it was so instant. It was so instant. The end of business yesterday, finished, out. There's your redundancy notice. You know, it happened to LBC years and years and years ago. We were taken over by another company, long time ago. And it was at Christmas. It was really bizarre because the company Christmas card was photographs of all the presenters on the front of it. It was, you know, I mean, we haven't done Christmas cards for ages, but that's what it was. It was a nice Christmas card, you know, with love from all of us at LBC, etc. I used to have Christmas cards for my programme. For the diabetes, and it was a nice one. It was a Father all printed, you know, love from the Steve Allen Show. And anyway, on this particular company who'd taken us over, we had the LBC Christmas card with all the pictures, and every time a presenter went in, if they came out with a brown envelope, they'd be given redundancy. But if they came out with a blue envelope, they had a job. And as they came out one by one, we were going brown envelope, and we were putting crosses. It was like playing noughts and crosses on the Christmas card to find out. And I was one of those as well. It was they were having a change. They thought you could reinvent the wheel, but unfortunately, of course, LBC's audience is built on loyalty. And it's built on loyalty and love of the presenters. I mean, obviously you get a few trolls, but I mean, they can't help it anyway. They haven't got any life at all or jobs anymore. Sainsbury's changed everybody's contract a couple of years back. They branded it The Change, which made it sound less commercial and more like it was simply a way of dealing with a midlife crisis, says Hugh. Big companies have to do it. They have to do it. It's, you know, they aren't charities. Well, some of them are. Paul says, listening to you by the pool in Thailand. Hope it rains. 35 degrees. P&O Ferries is owned by DP World, a logistics company based in Dubai and owned by the prominent Emirati businessman Sultan Ahmed bin Sulam, says Mo. Oh, well, there you go. Live and learn. Live and learn. Wow. So there you go. Bangkok today, by the way, 33 degrees, sunny intervals and light winds. Tomorrow, 35 degrees. About 30 is average, isn't it? Must be dreadful. Oh, good. By the time you get to Wednesday, the 23rd, 34 degrees, but you've got rain, lightning on the Thursday of that week, 32 degrees. So it's hot and humid, or as we used to call it in Hong Kong, sticky. Sticky. It's where your shirt sticks to you, you're dripping down your back and everything. Oh, ghastly. Tara says, our little girl Sophie has taken to listening to your podcast. I'm very much in favour as I think she gleans and learns in invaluable ways here, from daily news to history, geography, worldviews, empathy, kindness, and how properly to speak. The list is endless. She listens whilst running her evening bath. How lovely. How lovely. Oh, they're thinking of bringing back the talent show, Pop Idol. Somebody still owns the franchise, and they say it could be revitalised. It was the one that brought you Gareth Gates and Will Young as well. And we all remember it, don't we, when Gareth was on there with his stammer. My name, what's your name? Of course, he has to think about it, but he wasn't getting the good therapy. I can't remember who won the second series. It was Michelle McManus, wasn't it? Yeah, Michelle McManus. Second series. Where did she go to? I don't know. Is she still working? Is she still singing? Who was that one? Was it Peter Kay who dressed up as somebody? Geraldine. I thought that was quite good, actually. I thought that was quite funny. But, you know, other people didn't think it was funny, but I thought it was funny. And had a Christmas #1, I believe, with it. And it was just great, as Geraldine. Turned up on Loose Women and everything. So funny. Let's get the news headline, shall we? At 4:30 with Lottie Morley.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen, a little bit older than than he was yesterday. Not much. Defibrillators could be in every school. There's been a big campaign to get them because of people, could be teachers or it could be children or anything like that, who sort of suffer heart problems. And so a defibrillator should be in every school. Mind you, the amount of schools that I've heard of recently, you know, they're suffering with a lack of money. People have to sort of have fundraisers to get books and all, and you think it's disgraceful. It really is. Pete Doherty says, I'm back and I'm sober. Goodbye. What a boring person. Who cares? Back and sober. Well, there you go. Also, the tourist sites in crisis we'll come round to later, and a pollen bomb, set to bring hay fever hell to millions. Millions of people will be suffering with a pollen bomb. I don't know what a pollen bomb is, but whatever it is, if you suffer from hay fever, you'll be out with your Piriton, won't you? And it's going to be dreadful. It's a warning to millions. And first of all, we get sand. Now we've got the pollen bomb. And the Daily Mirror were telling us about it, and the Met Office have issued an urgent hay fever warning. It will affect about 25% of people, which is not very good, is it? But, I mean, if you suffer from hay fever, you know how you get round it. You really do. Actually, my friend Anthony Davis over in America, he said the amount of people who are walking out now, he said, without their masks on, he said, do they realise that the cases of COVID are rising around the world? He said, keep your mask on. Keep your mask on. Don't be stupid. You don't want to get COVID. You really don't want to get COVID. And Mo says, Peter Kay's the best comedian around. I wet myself laughing when I hear him. Oh, it's you, is it? Who was talking to me about... perhaps I heard it on something. And I think it was somebody talking about a Danny LaRue show. And he used to do all these gags and all the rest of it, you know, like Watcher Mates and all this kind of stuff to just let you know he was a man, but dressed up in these beautiful clothes, which was sort of quite stunning. And somebody said that after a lot of the performances, they had to go around and dry the seats with a hairdryer. People would literally wet themselves laughing. Literally. I mean, I'd never heard of it before, but people apparently wet themselves laughing. Yes, your seat's probably exactly the same, I should imagine, Joe. Joe's birthday tomorrow. He's not telling us how old he is. Probably very wise, I should imagine. He was going to have a cake dripping in candles, but not 68, no. In which case you could light the candles and get nowhere near the cake. You'd have to wait till they burnt out. Remember they used to do those funny candles? You blow them out, then they relight themselves again. That was a hilarious joke that lasted. I tell you, the last person who tried that went home in a wheelchair. I think, it was just so annoying trying to blow candles. Nobody has candles on cakes. Certainly not for the amount that you would have for your birthday. You know, because if you're 75, you can't get 75 candles on a cake. But I remember going out and buying little birthday candles. They were so cute. Now people have, sparklers on cakes. You can get all sorts of things. I've got a lovely thing, and why not? It's like a little lotus flower, and you light it, and it plays Happy Birthday, and then the lotus flower opens, and at the end of each little petal there's a little tiny candle. Seriously, it's really pretty. Really pretty. I bought it online. In fact, I bought a few of them online. And I quite liked it. You know, it's one of those sort of things. There's a cyclist in the paper today cycling down a street in a town. I can't remember which town it was, but he's stark naked. I don't know why. You know, we have the naked bike ride in London. It's been a bit cold recently, so we haven't had it. But I remember sitting up at Park Lane. I was coming into work, I think. And I'm sort of, I'd mentally switched off. And I looked to my left, and I wasn't really looking at anything in particular. And I sort of looked, and I said, "Oh my Lord above!" And I looked left again, and I had 4 people next to me on their bicycles. Part of the, of this group of people. There were thousands of them, and I just was lucky enough to get 4. I don't know how you cope with a saddle and a bar. I mean, really. So I just choked on my tea then, which is not very good. Joanna Lumley is 75, and she said she still loves smoking and drinking. She reckons, she can drink most people under the table. Yeah, no, I don't want water. I'm all right with the tea. I don't know why I'm coughing, actually. It sort of went down the wrong place. And there was a garden sculpture, which is in all the papers today. It's lovely. I mean, it's got to be a fairly big garden because it's a fairly big sculpture. And it's somebody reclining. And they paid, because obviously it's size, £5,000 for it. And somebody, because a lot of garden stuff gets nicked. There's people who come round in their flatbed trucks and they nick things, you know, thieves. I don't know why. I was watching them the other day trying to drag a machine, a cash point machine, out of a shop in the middle of a sleepy little village. They reverse in, bit thick they are. Yeah, on TV. They reverse in to try and smash down because the cash point is obviously just inside. Eventually, on the second attempt, they get inside there and they put bands round the cash point machine and they drag it back out again because there's quite a lot of money in some of these cash points. There could be like £5,000. Easily £5,000, I would have thought. But they only do it on the freestanding ones. Anyway, they get the thing out and they drag it out and then they want to put it on their flatbed truck. They couldn't lift it. It was too heavy. So they abandoned it. Because by this time, I should imagine the police had been alerted. And so they gave up. But then they went and had an accident in their flatbed truck. They ran away. The person who they smashed into on the road died as a result. They did catch them eventually. But it's the cash points. We had them round our way where they were blowing them up. Blowing up cash points, the freestanding ones where you can go and put your card in and get your money out 24 hours a day. And they would put gas into it or something like that. Whatever it was, it blew it up. But the majority of cash machines hold about 10,000, I think. Yeah. So it's worth it, as you can see. But, you know, well, I mean, it's worth it for some people who don't. That's what they do for a living, isn't it? They don't really have anything else. They're a bit thick, you know. The trouble is, I mean, the good news is when they actually get to an elderly sort of state of life, they've got nothing to look forward to. Absolutely nothing. Do you know that Jacob Rees-Mogg does not own any jeans or T-shirts? Jeans? Of course I own jeans. I'm wearing jeans. What are you on about? I don't wear chinos, they're jeans, but they're skinny jeans. Well, up to the waist, and then they kind of expand a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, he says he doesn't own any... Why would I, he says? Is he in the real world? I mean, I'm not sure what world he's in, actually. But and Domino's have sparked fury. They're now going to put a £2 delivery fee onto their Domino's pizza. Well, just go somewhere else where they don't put a £2 fee on. It's as simple as that. You can get all these pizzas. They're so expensive now, pizzas, but they're so cheap to make. A friend of mine reckoned he could turn out an 18-inch for £1. He said that's how much profit there is on... That's why they go $12.99, have any size you want, and we'll chuck in another pizza. They're making, 100% profit. So much money. That's why there's so many of these pizza shops around there. It's not even proper cheese. It's not, it's not like grated cheese that you would know of. There you go. Customers may be unaware that while they're being charged £12.49 for a large cheese and tomato margherita pizza, it's been made with ingredients costing £1.25. There you go. When I was quoting the pound, that was a friend of mine who had a restaurant. And he said you can do it for £1. You know, if you have... I mean, the markup is 900%. And so Domino's are going to charge £2 to have it delivered. Go somewhere else. No, I never understand why they put stories in the papers and they're putting it up and people are going, oh, that's going to make it too expensive. You go somewhere else. There's no shortage of pizza places. Really. There's loads of them. When you actually look... OK, here's the markup. Let's actually do a 13.5-inch deluxe pizza. OK? On it, and the toppings are 39... This is all worked out. They don't just chuck loads of stuff on. It's worked out. The onions... This is all 39-gram portions. Onions, green peppers, pepperoni, pork sausage, mushrooms. OK? And the topping total for all of those, 68p. The cost price is £1.93 and they sell it for £17.99. The profit is 832%. The markup on the cheese and tomato, 13.5-inch. The base costs them 55p. The sauce, 1 ladle, 14p, and the cheese, 56p. Total cost, £1.25. You pay £12.49. The profit is £11.23, which gives them a 900% markup. Why are you eating pizzas? They're really bad for you, they're really fattening, and it's not even proper cheese. It's this rubbery stuff. It's fake cheese. Fake cheese. And that's how much profit they're making on them. As I say, so when I say you can make a pizza with everything on it for about £1 nowadays, and they sell it for, they go, $18.99 for a large pizza, the profit is huge. Huge. Talk about milking you. Honestly, and people go, oh, it's so lovely, I think we'll have a pizza. You feel like going in there and saying, I tell you what, I brought my own. Yeah, it is nice, but I mean, it's 900% profit. Do you know anything else? Oh, petrol. Petrol's very expensive, isn't it? And that should be coming down. The government have said that garages who do not lower the price of their petrol when a barrel of crude has gone down in price will be fined. They're going to make sure, because they're ripping you off. So at the moment, a barrel of crude has gone down in price. Have the garages reduced their prices? The hell they have. The hell they have. They're ripping you off. Ripping you off. Steve, Michelle McManus does a radio programme on BBC Radio Scotland, says Brian. Oh, right. Oh, that's it. We don't... Sadly, I've never heard BBC Radio Scotland. In fact, I didn't even know they had a BBC station up there, but they do have a lot of stations. Somebody says, how was your day? A few glasses of fizz, says Eddie. Yes, it was very nice indeed, thank you. And then I treated myself to fillet steak and mashed potato. And all I did it all in the one saucepan. I cut the fillet steak up with a pair of... because I cut everything with a pair of... I don't use knives. I do have knives and forks, but I use a pair of scissors in the kitchen for cutting things up, vegetable, whatever it is. And I fried that off. And then when that was all fried off, it was just sort of simmering away quite nicely. And then I got some ready-made Maris Piper mashed potato, and I spooned it into the saucepan, put the lid on. 10 minutes later, it was delicious. Delicious. I didn't do veg with that, actually. I might do it again today because I liked it so much. And so I thought I might actually go there and do it again, treat myself. It's nice to treat yourself occasionally. I don't treat myself all the time. It's lovely, So I'm going to do a favour for a friend of mine called Camilla. A little bit later on, actually, probably about 6:15, which is... No, not that. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it? That'd be quite nice. And what else? Hotel Chocolat. I obviously ordered something from them years ago, and they keep writing me saying, can we tempt you, Steve? And, of course, I'm not a great chocolate eater. I'm really not. The only chocolates that I like, because a friend of mine's got a chocolate shop in Richmond. He actually makes his own chocolates. I only like soft centres. Not even truffles. I'm not really big into truffles. I like... we had those Charbonnel and Walker ones, which was rose and violet. Those I quite liked. But I also like... He does chocolates with banana filling, apricot, strawberry. Of course, I like all of those sort of things. Anything that's not good for me, I like. Short break. It's 13 to 5.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So Michelle McManus is doing... See, everybody wants to be on radio. Everybody wants to be on radio. You know why? Because it's comfy, it's warm, not necessarily in my studio. Somebody wrote to me the other day, I think it was Anne, who said that Nick Abbott was complaining about the smell on the carpet. And she said, he's in your studio, isn't he? I went, no, he's not in my studio. That's the whole trick with it. Everybody thinks he's in my studio, but he's not. He's the other side. He's in the control room. Same complex, but he's in the control room. I'm in the studio because he drives his own programme because he's clever and I'm not. Somebody says, I like Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's an eccentric. Yes. And Steve, I'm sometimes ordering pizza from local chains that come with pitiful small sauce bases. The cheek of some of these places. Well, as I say, £1 to make a giant pizza. Not a tiddly little pizza. So when they're charging £3 for a 7-inch pizza, it's probably cost them about 50 pence to make. There's huge profits. The bigger the pizza, the bigger the profit, which is amazing. Steve, I used to fill up the ATM machines. They hold 140,000. Oh, not the ones we've checked. And 90% of machines get replenished twice a week, with the maximum amount we carry is 40k a box. The casinos in and around you, we deliver 50,000 a box. Yeah, it's only £50 notes you can get in the casinos. I know that because I love going into the Hippodrome, my favourite place anyway. And it's great because if you put your card into the machine to get money out, it only gives you £50. And of course, I've got a thing about £50 notes. I'm down on my £50 notes stock at the moment. In fact, because what I do every Christmas, coming up to Christmas, I take out so much money in 50s so that I've got the money put to one side for Christmas, so I don't have to. There's no big surprises. No big surprises. So that's quite nice. My daughter Steve is a second-year student at Rambert, where she gets coffee and pastries and St Margaret's. There are huge pink blankets on the seats outside for the coffee cafe customers. So nice, says Andrea in Denmark Hill. Wow. Yes, I know exactly where that place is as well. I know St Margaret's very well. Also, Steve, I still remember the protest back in 2000 when there was anger that the price of petrol was going up by 2 pence a litre from 78 to 80. Look at it now. Look at it now. And somebody says, look at the subjects Michelle Manners talks about with her guests. Are you jealous? Jealous of nobody. Jealous of nobody. Yes, I mean, she's doing at the moment the breast milk donor, the royal hand washer, and the great, we don't know because that doesn't go. And she has done hula hooping, the Great Highland bagpipes, the young reporter, the stateside student, and the racing champ, plus Selkirk General Store. Selkirk General Store. So is this a programme? Small wonder the BBC's on the way out. Got to get rid of it. It's got to go. I mean, what a way. The Clown Doctor, a Master of Surprises and a Ghostbuster. Michelle Meets. So what time's she on air? Don't want to miss out on these things. We don't know, but that's marvellous. I mean, she's putting BBC Radio Shropshire to shame. I mean, they should have been closed down weeks ago. Honestly, I don't know what they're bothering... Well, years, really. I don't know what they're bothering about for. It's ridiculous. You know, years ago, you could understand it because, you know, BBC local radio served the community. Basically, if you were a farmer or lambing or doing piggery or something like that, the BBC local radio was absolutely ideal for you. Somebody wrote to me and said, of course, you're just jealous, aren't you? That the BBC have never approached you. Why would they want to? They can't afford me. I love it when people write to you and they sort of go, oh, yes, only really talented people are on the BBC. You think, yeah, that's why they're all coming here. They're certainly not going back the other way. Definitely. Gary says, my wife's not happy after I put all our dinner plates on the wall after your advice. Do they still have the food on there? I like that. Very stylish plates, I tell you, it's the latest thing. I know you might sort of poo-poo Steve Allen, but I promise... Look at me talking about myself in the third person, or second. And I quite like the idea of putting plates on the wall. As I say, I've got them in the kitchen. I looked at them yesterday. I thought, I'm glad I've got those plates up there. I really was. Well, there's a Christmas scene from Kitzbühel, it's a lovely blue plate, and it's kids trudging through the snow. And I've had all sorts of things over the years. Some plates that they bought in Egypt and stuff like that. And it was really nice, actually. Very nice. But Gary in Canterbury, I don't think I've been to Canterbury. I must go. It sounds nice. I want to go to the cathedral to see where he was murdered. Thomas à Becket. Thomas à Becket murdered in the cathedral by the guard, I think. I can't remember exactly. Whatever it was, it's become a shrine, as indeed it would do. Rebel Wilson, slated by Ali Ross. And believe it or not, a boy of 12 is appearing in court at the moment, charged with burglary from hotels. Of 12! 12! I had to read it twice. They've not obviously given you details of it, but he targets posh hotels. That's what he does. And the judge said to him, well, allegedly, but the judge said to him, he said, now you're not allowed to get into trouble again before you come back before me. And he went, okay, he nodded his head. Can't believe it. I mean, how easy is it to break into hotels? Is it very easy? I don't know. The drunken mother... She ordered an Uber car. She wanted to go to the Ukraine. The bill was £4,500. She didn't get very far because she didn't have any money on her. Emma Willis celebrates her birthday today, and the 3 Degrees singer, who says Prince Charles ruined her love life. This is Sheila Ferguson, because Charles had a bit of a thing for the 3 Degrees, and especially Sheila. What else we got? Plastic-free bid for takeaways. They're thinking about metal tins, because the plastic, you get all the takeaways from the Chinese or the Indian restaurants. And he's actually done, it looks like a tin, and in each layer there's different things. They use them in India. If you go to India, all of your curries come in these things. So you get your rice in the bottom one, and then you get your meat or whatever it happens to be in different things, and the vegetables and everything else. And then it's, you could sort of keep it hotter, I suppose. I don't know. Seems quite good. Did Martin Bashir's lies mean Diana died thinking her best friend betrayed her? The BBC have had to pay substantial damages because Martin Bashir was a nasty little piece of work. Nasty little piece of work. But, of course, the BBC don't do anything. They don't do anything about these kind of things. They just said, maybe, Jimmy Savile working there for years. Not a clue. Everybody knew about it. Don't tell lies to us. M&S have been attacked by MPs. They're staying open in Russia, where apparently M&S is a franchise. I had no idea. And so I don't think they have the same rules about franchises as they do, if you actually work for a shop, then it can be closed down. But if it's a franchise, they can't do anything about it. Because I think some of the KFCs were not franchises. Most of them are franchises. It's apparently one of the most expensive franchises. I often wonder with a franchise, do they then sort of take you somewhere and show you how to make KFC and keep up to date with all the bits? I mean, I don't know. Of course there'll be rules. I don't think they'll just sort of chuck it in the air and hope for the best. Because you obviously have to get the chicken which arrives in, and then you put it into the herbs and spices, obviously dipping it in an egg wash or something like that. Then you put it into these deep fat fryer things, which are sealed. They've got big handles on the top of it, so it's oil. You put the chicken in a basket, and then you seal down the lid, and it stays there till it goes bing bing or whatever it does, and then you take it out, and then it drains, and then you put it into the hot ovens to keep it. I don't know why I know this. I've got no idea. I've obviously got a franchise or a misguided youth where I've sat there watching people doing it. There's a Chinese takeaway very near us where you can watch them cooking. And I quite like watching people cooking. There used to be a restaurant in Paris, very famous, set in a theatre. And you would eat in the restaurant, and then at the end of, they had regular sittings, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 12, whatever it happened to be. And at the end of it, the curtains would rise, and there were all the chefs on the stage. They were all cooking on the set, so you could sort of give them a round of applause. Or as I say, give them the clap they so richly deserve. It was quite nice, actually, because I like watching people cook. That's why we're fascinated with these cooking programs. I can't cook. I really can't cook for Toffee. There's no point in trying to learn how to cook. Why? There's Marks and Spencer's and Waitrose. And other places, apparently. I mean, Brooklyn can't cook for Toffee, and yet he's managed to sort of get... I mean, he made a sandwich, poor soul, honestly. It really is. I mean, you can imagine what you must have been like at school, can't you? My mum and dad's posh. Oh, right. I always remember, actually, Dave seen out on the boat the other day. The little tugboat that he's bought for $5 million. As I say, they've impounded... Somebody's impounded a Russian oligarch ship. I forget where it is. But he pulled into port, or the captain did, to fill up. They're not giving him any fuel. So he's sitting there bobbing around on the beautiful briny with no fuel. How funny is that? It's going to get worse for them, definitely. Steve, will you do a wall plate with your face on it for Christmas? No, oh God, no, definitely not. Oh, no, I don't like that. The teddy bear we're liking. I'm liking the teddy bear idea. We think that could be, the Steve Allen teddy bear. Not a very big one. Something about 6-7 inches tall. I don't want some... What? Yeah, that's not too big, is it? I've got Bentley Bear in my car. He's a teddy bear dressed up as...
Jimmy was chuffed with his new Italian scooter. However, he was even more chuffed that he bought it on his Barclaycard. Because when things didn't quite go to plan... he had protection and could claim back on his purchase. You'll be up and running in no time, Jimmy. What you buy is your business. Giving you purchase protection is ours. Search Barclaycard Protection to find out more about how we protect your purchases. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
The Bentley mechanic.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Somebody said, how about making a Steve Allen Toby jug? What are you inferring? Toby jugs were sort of jugs of fat people, weren't they? I mean, what are you saying? Goodness sake. Actually, no, I think a Toby jug's quite complicated. Oh, Sunil says the food thing in India is called tiffin. A tiffin. And I was watching a programme about them delivering... I told you they deliver these meals all over India. And they go and make all this food in these big vats. I mean, like huge vats for curries, lamb curries or whatever else. And then they put it all in the things. And then they go on the trains with like 50 or 60 of these. They've got baskets and bags and everything else. And they deliver them to all these homes who've ordered all this food every day. I thought I could do with that. But apparently there's a bit in the paper today about curries. Don't have a curry before you go to bed. Apparently it's not the best thing to go to... I can't do curries. I haven't had a curry for ages. I used to love... There used to be a Chinese takeaway near me, and their sort of pork curry was delicious. Could taste the sauce now. It was absolutely wonderful. But then I was in an Indian restaurant with some friends of mine after the Magic Circle one day, and I went most peculiar. More peculiar than normal, and it's because I'd had curry. I just fancied a curry, and I had it, and it turned me completely inside out. And they all thought I was going to, disappear and go on. I just went sort of a bit woozy. A bit. I mean, I go a bit woozy most days, But I mean, this was different woozy. This was sort of woozy where you're struggling to keep your eyes open, and they all kept saying, "Steve, Steve." And I was because I did that once in the dentist, because they gave me gas, I think, and to put me out, because I hate dental practices. Anybody poking around inside your mouth with it and all that kind of rubbish drives me mad. And it was years ago, and I think I was having fillings changed from the amalgam filling to the white fillings. You can have them all changed. And so I got this sort of, it was either gas or an injection. I can't remember. Whatever it was, it put me out, which is a lot easier. But you've got to have something in your mouth to keep your mouth open, because otherwise, once your mouth closes, you can't open it again. It's very difficult. And then they brought me round. You had to have a nurse there. So it must have been an injection, I think. But they had to have a nurse there, and she was going, "Stephen, wake up." And for some reason, I decided to be a bit difficult. So I deliberately kept my eyes closed. I thought, I'm not going to open my eyes for you. I don't know why. And she's going, Stephen, and she's sort of pushing me a little bit. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to open my eyes. I'm going to make you panic. I kept you going for 10 minutes. She thought I'd disappeared and gone under completely, which I had, but I just didn't want to come back. I was quite happy sleeping. Quite happy. It was like when I had an operation a short while ago, and they put me out. I think general anaesthetic is fab. I absolutely love it. I tell you get the best sleep you've ever had. And it happened so quick. I must be very, very receptive to general anaesthetics, because I had to have a general anaesthetic for this thing. And am I allowed them? Well, who's going to stop them? What do you mean as you get older? What are you saying? Of course you can have them. How do you think they do operations on elder? I'm not an elderly people. Local. No, you can't do local. No, not for the operation I was having. Definitely not. Good God, I wouldn't want to be awake for that. Thank you very much indeed. I have been awake for other things. When I had my stents in my heart, I was awake for that. I was awake for that one. Because they can't put you out, because if you have a heart attack, they can't bring you back. So you're awake for it. They just give you a bit of happy juice, as I call it, and you sort of go, I'll have some more of that, mate. That's very nice. Thank you very much indeed. I took the surgeon on that one, a bottle of champagne, because he was so good. So good. But it's keeping your arm stretched out on this sort of table bit on the operating. Because when you have to climb onto the operating table yourself. Honestly. You think people would lift you up, but no. And I had it done twice, two different hospitals. And each time they wheeled me into the operating theatre, and then you have to get off the trolley and climb onto the table yourself. I mean, honestly, but it was very good. Tiny, miniaturised little things that go up your veins while you're awake. Yeah, but you don't feel it, because they've already given you an anaesthetic, local anaesthetic, and you can watch it on the screens. It's like sort of watching Peppa Pig. If Peppa Pig was being operated on. It's a bit like that. If Peppa Pig goes to surgery, or Pingu goes to surgery, or something like that, you could have the wooden tops and everybody else, goes to surgery. I like the idea of Peppa Pig goes to the abattoir. That's a fairly popular one, isn't it? But but you don't feel anything. You really didn't. It's like the cataracts. Didn't feel anything. My God, I've just realised I'm a miracle of spare part surgery. I've basically had everything interfered with. Everything. There's no original bits left. It's unbelievable. I mean, I can't complain. I'll tell you what I'm going to chase up today, my watch. You remember I took my watch in Feb the 25th, and I'm going to go today and go, excuse me, do you still have my watch? Is that... No updates at all. Well, they said if it's going to cost a lot, they'd phone. The quote is £235. Better get it while I'm getting my pension. Much better. The chicken for KFC arrives at the shop already seasoned. They don't do in-store. Also, you can get the lotus flower candles in the pound shop. Be warned, though, as once you light, they don't shut up unless you cut the wire. No, it's got little tiny candles on it. I've got boxes, Andy. Little tiny candles, and they burn down really quickly, actually. And it says belated happy birthday for yesterday. And how about selling 2 LBC collector's plates, one with your happy face, the other with your angry face? Says Bill. Depending on your mood each morning, we'll know which one to put our toast on. I don't have bad moods. Do I have bad moods? Do I have... No, I don't think I have. I'm not a bad mood person. Not really. I go quiet, if anything. I don't do anything else. I'll go quiet, and they'll know they're in trouble. Yeah, it's the silent treatment. The silent treatment. You know, but I don't I don't shout and scream or anything like that. And that's not my sort of thing at all. The plot to oust the Prime Minister's over. Oh, good. Well, that'll change our life, won't it? Oh, I didn't tell you about the garden sculpture. £5,000. And somebody saw it and they went, "Do you know what that is?" And they went, "Yeah, it's a garden sculpture. It's somebody reclining." And they've said, no, it's very famous. Is it? Yes, it's done by this sculptor in Italy or something like that. What do you think it's worth? They paid £5,000 for it, which I think is an enormous amount of money to pay for a garden sculpture. What do you think it's worth? 8 million. 8 million. It's been identified. It's a 200-year-old missing piece by Antonio Canova. It's called Recumbent Magdalena, commissioned in 1819. So it's missing. So wait, does that mean it was stolen? Whatever it is, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't want it in my garden. It's far too big. But so it was on show at Christie's before being offered for sale by the auction house on Thursday. I mean, I think it's horrible as well. I mean, I'm glad you said that, because I didn't... It was in their garden. They bought it for $5,170 40 years ago. The new owners thought there was more to the grubby garden sculpture than met their appreciative eyes. It's marble, 6 foot long, sold by Lord Liverpool's family more than 20 years after his death, then kept at a stately home until a disastrous fire, and ended up in the garden of an eccentric female entrepreneur in Kensington, West London. An eccentric female entrepreneur. Lovely, isn't it? But £8 million. Blimey. So it's all been cleaned up now, and it's £8 million. God. That's a nice little thing, isn't it? Mind you, if you're an eccentric, entrepreneur or something like that, £8 million. They had a guy the other day on the television. It was another Sky Arts production. And this was a guy who had kept very quiet the fact that over the years he'd built up the most amazing art collection, and which he loaned out to different galleries. And it was quite... What a nice man. And he's got all these pictures which he's bought over the years, and they're absolutely stunning. I mean, he's got everything, absolutely everything, from well-known artists to not well-known artists. He bought because he liked things, and they're worth a small fortune. I mean, I've got some stuff. Just funnily enough, I was looking on the top of one of my wardrobes the other day, because I've got all these stiff bears and animals and things like that. Plus, I've also got Furbies, all still in the boxes. I haven't taken that, the boxes, or played with them. Daleks. I've got Daleks. What else have I got? Oh, I've got ETs. I've got about 3 of those with a light-up finger. How cool is that? Light-up finger, Elliot. And that's very good. I collect all sorts of things. I've got some Chipperfield Circus stuff. My brother collects dinky cars and then sells them. He was telling me the other day about selling some of these dinky cars. I think he sold a Batmobile and I think the James Bond car. £300 each for these dinky cars. He said there's a huge collector's market. He sells on eBay. And it's still in the box. Oh, yes. So he buys them, and then he sells them on. But there are people who can put them all together again, respray them. He said, but you can spot the respraying. If somebody's had a respray. And the boxes are remade again. He said, but you can always tell. But the collectible ones, the James Bond cars, the one with it fires missiles out the front, and it's very rare to find them with the missiles still in, because people lose them, little tiny red plastic things. And also you get the screen that comes up against the back window. I've got that as well on my car. Not bulletproof, but you push a button and a screen, like a folding roller blind, comes up on my back window. I sometimes do it to annoy people behind me. Don't know why. A bit like the dentist again, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Too much napping could cause dementia. I do like a little bit of a nap, not a big nap. So when I go in, although I've not done it for the last 2 days actually, I would normally put my feet up and have a little nap on the settee for about an hour, because I always go to bed late on a Friday. It's my night late. I mean, sometimes I've been known to go to bed as late as 8 o'clock. I know, bit of a dirty stop out, I know, but that's the way it goes, isn't it? Because I'm generally tired by that time. But if I have a little nap, it kind of eases it. But during the week, I mean, I do have a little nap, maybe just half an hour. Then I need to go outside and get air and everything else. I might go this weekend and go and get earth. I might go to the garden centre and buy my earth to start filling up the pots. I'll tell you, I'm living the rock and roll dream. I know you think it's a bit naff and all the rest, but I promise you, it's not. And also, they did tell us a short while ago, if you get to a certain age, and I think I'm at it, do gardening, because apparently it's very therapeutic and you get a bit of exercise. And oh, that's Moscow. I wonder how long that'll last. And anyway, so you do all these things. I think a bit of gardening over the weekend. If the weather's going to be nice, I'll get out there and do a bit of tidying up. But I'm still awash with daffodils at the moment, which is quite nice. I like things like that. And I'm expecting a couple of nice parcels of things which I've ordered. So today's 16 degrees, tomorrow 14, Sunday, it drops down on... Actually, funnily enough, Sunday goes to 11 degrees in London. Tuesday, 19. Might undo 2 extra buttons on the shirt. It's a heat wave, isn't it? We're having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. What else we got? Peter Bowles. We'll talk about Peter Bowles, actually, in a minute. And Arnie, who's exposed Putin's war lies. And he's got 5 million followers. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger. And it's a special message which he's recorded for the Russian people. 5:15. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. I am surprised, Steve. I had for some reason assumed you'd be a cooking enthusiast, says Mark. Absolutely not. Good God, no. That's why Waitrose and Marks and Spencer's were invented, specifically for me. Back in the 80s, while I was working in Reading for a certain well-known broadcaster, I spent half my spare time, over about 18 months, working unpaid in a succession of restaurants and takeaways in the town, purely to pick up knowledge of Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Thai, Vietnamese and Middle Eastern cooking. I've always been a particularly hungry person. It must be down to all the gardening. Yeah, no, I've never been remotely interested in cooking. Phil Vickery has offered to, I can help you with this and help you with that. But, I mean, it's just not me. It's not me. I mean, I don't mind somebody else cooking for me, and I don't mind buying ready meals. But, my idea of cooking is one pot. A saucepan on the stove and literally just bung it all in there, stick the lid on and steam it. And, it's too long for a 5-minute meal, isn't it? I mean, also, the preparation you've got to go to, then you've got to switch this and clean that. Oh, no, not for me at all. Definitely not. Steve, how about an exclusive Steve Allen LBC travel mask, says Rob the Courier, or a mug? Steve, says Beatrix, if you're a big Richard Dreyfuss fan, please watch this Krippendorf's Tribe. Never heard of it. Believe you me, you'd be laughing even after... you watched the film. I love Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yes, most people wanted it to be real, didn't they? They wanted it this huge, we want to see something like on Independence Day. Krippendorf's Tribe is a 1998 film, and it's the story, for those people who don't know it, of an anthropologist who fails to find the lost tribe of New Guinea. To hide his failure, he makes the family dress up like a fictitious tribe he created and videotapes them for proof of his discovery. This is actually based on a true story. Somebody went out, there was a tribe that they met somewhere, and they pretended that they didn't speak any English. Somebody went out there and basically sold it to National Geographic magazine, who thought they'd found a lost tribe, whereas in fact they weren't a lost tribe at all. Somebody just tried to milk the publicity. So that's what I think it was probably based on, of this tribe. And there were pictures, and they were sort of making grunting noises. It was all very much set up. It was just bizarre. Very bizarre, but nice. Thank you, Beatrix, very much indeed for that. So the story that we started the programme with, mutiny on the P&O ferries, a load of people sitting down, refusing to get off the ferries. They were all fired yesterday, all of them, 800 people. So it wasn't a case of, but I've heard of companies doing this where the other thing that they do is, they will sort of say, right, we're going to fire you, but you can reapply for your own job. What they're doing is they're weeding out people they don't want, people who are too old and things like that. And I should imagine P&O have got some fairly old stewards and people who work the bars and things like that. And it's a way of getting rid of everybody. It's supposed to be discriminatory. It's blanket. It's across everybody. So they don't need to worry about somebody going, wait a minute, you've only picked on the elderly people. I know a well-known building society who did that. And they didn't want anybody over the age of 60. They wanted cheap young people to go and work there. And that's what it comes down to. Thank the Lord it doesn't work in radio. Can you imagine if it worked in radio? My lot would be out the door straight away. But, because I'd be pushing them there. But no, I mean, that's what they did. And I'm assuming that's what P&O have done. So you can go and join the agency that we're going to be using for hiring all our staff from. But unfortunately, the rates of pay have changed. It will be less. Steve says, Carl, did I hear you getting another car? Yes, it's the same make again, different colour. Well, I hope so anyway. It depends what I get for mine. I've got to go and find out. I've got to do that soon. I can't get round to these things immediately. And then once I get the sort of the verdict on how much mine's worth as trade-in, then I shall buy the other one. I've got a set amount of cash to do trade up, which is nice. So I think I've had this one for about 3 years. I think so. Which is normally I do 2 years on a car. 3 years is fine, but I mean, it's a lovely drive. I mean, somebody'd be proud to drive it. Very proud. Just after Sophia Loren opened the Chipperfields West Midlands Safari Park in 73, a lot of the monkeys escaped, says Mo. Oh, I used to love it when people used to go down to, was it Longleat, and they had monkeys there, and they'd rip your car to pieces. They would literally they'd take the rubber round the windscreens and the side. They would take anything. If it glistened, the monkeys had it. And didn't want to miss anything like that. I think we only ever went to Longleat once. They've got lions that roam for... They're big. Lions, and breaking news, lions are big, but they sleep for most of the day. The only time they show any interest is when there's food. And they go round a bit like me, actually. I'm a bit like that. I'm a bit like a lion. I sleep, then I wake up for food, somebody feeds me, and I go back to sleep again. We used to have a cat like that. You could pick our cat up while it was asleep, and it would remain in the same position. And seriously, and you could take it to the food, and it would sort of look at the food and go, not eating that. You know, cats are very fussy. They, I mean, you never find... I bought a little thing for my brother and his wife's cat called Izzy. She was a rescue cat. And so she was a bit nervous to start with, but she's fine. And I bought her a ball, and it's a mouse. I found it on JML, and it's a mouse that you clip onto a table, and coming out of his tail there's a string with a ball at the end of it. And it's to keep cats entertained. But the ball just doesn't go up and down. It'll be quiet. It won't do anything for a minute. All of a sudden, it jumps and things like that. The cat loves it. The cat loves it. I tell you, for $12.99, you've got entertainment all night. Because cats are sometimes very fussy. You put the food out and they look at it. I'm not eating that. Put me out something decent. And you go, I'm going to put it out. And then what you do the next morning is you fork it up, don't you? So that you've got sort of, it looks as though the food's fresh. And the cats, they're not stupid. They're not stupid. They don't, I'm not eating that still. It's the same food from yesterday. It really is. So Emma Willis celebrates her birthday. I think she's about 46. I think it might have done her a disservice, actually. She might not be 46. But she's certainly 40-something. 46. Could she be 46? I don't know. We shall find out. And because she's married to Matt Willis, as you know. I liked her. I think she was very good on Big Brother and all the rest of it. 46. Amazing, isn't it? The Sun this morning, the ferry chiefs are slammed. What a bunch of anchors. Furious P&O Acts 800 staff. And crews mutinied by staying on the ferries and passengers. They were marched off. And that's where we are at the moment. 50 MPs tell Rishi to cut the fuel duty. They make a fortune, the government, out of this on fuel duty. They really do. And here's a cyclist causing a stir. He cycled down a city street naked. He was doing it. He appeared to be in his 30s. How they know that, I do not know. But he was doing it in Gray's Inn Road near King's Cross. That's where we used to be. I could have stood outside the building and watched a naked cyclist. Somebody said he had a helmet on, so at least he was being safe. Which is quite good, isn't it, really? But maybe he's a bit of a naturist. Well, I should imagine if he's cycling naked, yeah, I think that would be a clue. I don't think he's doing it as a bet. Streaking was in some years ago. People streaked. Where you took I did it once, yes. You take all your clothes off, and then you run down the road stark naked. Then you put your clothes on again. I did it in a road in Harlesden called Harvest Road. Somebody dared me. Dared me to run down the road naked. It was a long time ago. Week last Tuesday. Anyway, so the P&O story. Passengers and lorries are now stranded. But it's amazing, whenever they get these disputes, within a matter of hours, they seem to have ready printed posters and placards which they're holding up. And so here they are, stunned workers on board the ferry, and the captain is telling them they do look fairly elderly. So I don't know if this is an elderly thing. The P&O boss said they would lose their job with immediate effect. He just did a video call, which lasted 3 minutes. He said, your final day of employment is today, and their contracts were being terminated. Sent to all staff at 11 a.m. So basically, because they've got contracts, I'm assuming they will have to get paid. And Mr. Nee, this is head of internal relations, always been put down to somebody, isn't it? So he's now the villain, but he's taking his orders from somebody else. He said the company has made the decision that its vessels going forward, will be primarily crewed by a third-party crew provider. Therefore, I'm sorry to inform you that your employment is terminated with immediate effect on grounds of redundancy. Your final day of employment is today. One stunned worker, a dad of 2 from Dover, had to switch the call off when he heard the devastating news. He said crew were told they were being sacked about a minute and a half in, adding, I can't even remember exactly what he said. It's all a bit of a blur. I just turned it off there and then. He said rumours had been swirling beforehand, as there were photos of other crews waiting to join ships. I told you, I think the government have known about this for ages. But there's all the lorries backed up at the port, and the ships are just waiting to put people on there. It'd just be with different crews. So in other words, basically, they've been training crews to do particular jobs. I mean, I don't know what job they do. There'll be some people who'll be putting cars in, some people work in the bars, some people showing passengers. There you go. The government was made aware of P&O's mass sacking on Wednesday, but they didn't tell anybody. Why? Because they knew there'd be an absolute riot, I should imagine. But they knew about it. Become ever less trustworthy, don't they? The BBC faces further disgrace after paying compensation to Princess Diana's former private secretary over its discredited Panorama interview. This is the shamed journalist Martin Bashir, who conned her into the scoop after he showed fake bank statements claiming that Chief Aide Patrick Jeffson was paid by spooks to report her movements. So the BBC has apologised, it was just lies. But then Martin Bashir spent most of his time telling lies. And Prince William previously said the BBC lies played on her fears and contributed to the marriage breakup. And I'm not at all surprised. In fact, that's why I think he's had a falling out with the BBC anyway. He's told them before, don't do this, and they just basically do what they want to do. Bunch of idiots. Close them down. I don't want to pay for the licence. I've had enough of it. Steve, a major airline did the same thing as P&O, made people apply for their own jobs, weed out the people they didn't like, says Jason. Yeah, that's how it works. But if they do it as a blanket ban, it means that it's not discrimination, because then nobody can turn around and say, oh, you're just picking on people who are sort of, over 40 or over 50. They go, no, it's across the board. So they'd rather get rid of everybody and then wait and see who actually comes back, and presumably there's no chance of this changing. They've already employed the new people. They're already on the ships, I should imagine. And Britt says, I was driving behind a 4x4 Bentley yesterday. It was a beast, beautiful. Would you ever get that? No, I don't like it. I don't like the 4x4 version at all. It really doesn't do anything. This is the Bentley Bentayga, and it just looks like a 4x4. Doesn't look at all like a Bentley. It just looks like a... It looks... Can you see me in that? No, absolutely not. I wouldn't buy a 4x4 if you paid me. It just... Oh, even more ghastly. There's all sorts of different shape sizes, but what you can do with all these cars, same as any car, you can have it sprayed, change the seat colours, you can change the dashboard, you can change everything. Change everything. But, no, I didn't want to partake. They did phone me and ask me a couple of years ago. They said, we got one in, come and have a look at it. And I looked at it, this looks like a 4x4, What do they call it? The Chelsea Tractor, isn't it? Or something like that. Let's take a short break for the news, shall we? The latest news headlines on LBC at 5:30.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
With Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Apparently, it reached 13 degrees yesterday. Beautiful lighter jacket on me and lighter jackets on the boys, says Kim. Went out for a bit of a walk anyway. Very beautiful. I can't remember if it was warm or not yesterday. I can't remember what it was, actually. This morning was cold again. I walked out and I remember thinking, oh, it's a bit chilly. A little bit chilly bomb. But if provided we get some decent weather, I think I shall probably just about be able to cope with it. Jonathan Shallett, professor of this planet, says, good morning, Steve. He says, Marks and Spencers are everywhere in January. Oh, I remember. I was in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia with British Council and saw Marks, Zara, Starbucks and H&M and, doing, tremendously well. Tremendously well. He says this year, Intertalent, this is Jonathan's company, celebrate our 30th anniversary and are having a big party, apparently. Wait a minute. Having a big party to which your invitation is being posted today. Ooh! 30 years heritage, he said, is wonderful. However, today is only about tomorrow. And for that, Intertalent was yesterday nominated as Best Talent Agency for Young Talent by the Edinburgh TV Festival. How nice. Well done. Well done, you. Margie, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Here's another one, Professor Jonathan Showlett. I mean, he's got... we always have this joke on the programme that if there's somebody in the newspapers, the chances are Jonathan looks after them as their agent. He has all these other people who look after people. They always seem to be working. I mean, he has what I call an eclectic list of people. He knows exactly what I mean by that. Sometimes we differ on people that he thinks are really good, and I think they're not particularly good. But that's just, everybody's entitled to an opinion. But he works hard at it. He does work hard at it. He's sort of, am I going to get a cup of tea? Cup of tea? Oh, that's nice. I look forward to that. We like a cup of tea. Do you know, somebody suggested to me the other day, they said, have you tried drinking coffee? And I said, yes, I've had coffee in the past. But, given the choice, a cup of tea, for me, is the way forward, which is nice. Did I tell you, Jonathan, I get my pension now? I can't believe it. I mean, I've felt it's hilarious. You sort of talk about it. It's sort of free money, I think. That's the way although how anybody lives on this thing, I've got no idea. But because I'm working, you get charged tax on it, and you pay a lot of tax on your pension. So the day I stop working, apparently it'll sort of go up. And we're also trying to sort out Thames Water. Here's a good one. On Thames Water. I've been paying for years, because I didn't know, because I'm a bit naive when it comes to things like that they do a single-person supplement. And I'm a single person, and I should be paying half of what I pay at the moment. So when we spoke to them the other day at Thames Water, and God knows it takes forever, it's the single occupier tariff. And so at the moment, I'm paying about $570 a year for water, and it should be about 200. So anyway, so we spoke to this woman, and she said, you should... Have you got a water meter? She went, no, we can't have water meters. And so she said, why not? And so he said, well, Thames Water, I mean, they're so backwards at coming forward. They don't... We said somebody came round. We've had the people round. And unfortunately, you would share the water meter with 2 other flats. So there's 3 of you on each... Well, how's that going to work? And so Thames Water told us some years ago, you can't have a water meter. That's why nobody has got water meters. All she's got to do is check all the other addresses and go, sorry, which one's got a... Nobody's got a water meter. But no, they don't believe you. They have to come round and check that you can't have a water meter. But they've already been round to check. It was like a friend of mine, Graham, and he got a bill in from British Gas, or whatever they were called, I can't remember, it was gas company, and so he phoned them up and he said, I don't have gas. And so she said, well, there's an outstanding bill of here, and it was something, I can't remember what it was. Graham will have to probably correct me on this one. I'm elaborating. Say it was £600, and we're going to have to put it in the hands of a debt collecting agency because you've not paid it. He said, I've not got gas. So anyway, she said, well, this is a warning that somebody will be round to disconnect you. So he said, OK. So I think within 2 days, or whatever it was, somebody had turned up, an engineer turned up to disconnect the gas. So he said, I've come to disconnect the gas. We've got a disconnection notice here and all the rest of it. He said, all right. So the bloke came in and he looked round the kitchen. He went, you haven't got gas? He said, no, I haven't. He said, I told the people at the other end, I've never had gas. Yes, wasted trip for you. They're so dim, these companies. And this woman is going to have to go back, really, and say to them they can't have water meters. It's not physically possible to put them in. And we told them that. But, that's the way it goes. Thank you. Very exciting. Lovely. Never says a word, honestly. You sometimes think I'm talking to myself, don't you? You do a radio programme and you suddenly realise you are talking to yourself. So I'm waiting for the Thames Water to phone back again to say we've arranged the man to come round, just so I can tell you for the umpteenth time that we can't have water meters. It's not physically possible. But they can do it all from outside because they ain't coming in. It's as simple as that. Sharon Osbourne is reuniting with Piers Morgan on Talk TV. Now, she used to be on a Talk TV show, didn't she? In America, Sharon Osbourne. And then she was dropped. Wasn't she dropped through comments she'd made? Was it on The View? I've never seen The View. It's like Loose Women. OK. But anyway, she's 69 now. 60. I mean, she looks better than Ozzy, who looked as though he was dead years ago. But she's going to host The Talk, a nightly panel show promising honest... Oh, here we go. They always promise everything. They always promise everything. They go, it's going to be different. And you think, no, it's not. It's going to be exactly the same as everything else. She said, I'm very excited to be working with my good friend Piers Morgan. I like Piers. He's had all these adverts done on the buses. It's a case of he says what you think. And you think, these lines are trotted out, aren't they? Really very good. But it's interesting. The show starts weeknights this spring. It's owned by the Sun's parent company. And the chief executive is Rebecca Brooks, of all people. Rebecca Brooks. And she says Sharon combines strong views and opinions with a lot of warmth and fun. She's 69, love. She's in the home straight. But Piers will be okay. He's still... Somebody wrote to her the other day, which was very funny, because he always tells people what people write. And they said, you've got a fixation with Meghan Markle. And he goes, yeah, why not? You know, you're allowed fixations with people. It's something to talk about, isn't it? And, here we go, Denise Van Outen talking about her sex life again. I mean, really, love, we've had enough of it, OK? It's boring enough seeing you on television every day on that Steph's programme, where they seem to put... She's on every day, every single day. So today, to sell her book... I flashed Prince Charles, slept with Sophie Dahl, rowed with Naomi and Kate, but the rest of the 90s is a blur. End of book. End of book. A Bit of Me from Basildon to Broadway and Back is out now. Well, but you've read it in the... Why would you want to go and buy it? You've read it in the papers. That's what it is. She talks about her sex life, but didn't see that the fact the bloke she was going out with was sort of tweeting and texting other people. You know, for quite a while, which was not very clever. I like the unexpected morons in the bagging area on Ali Ross's column. The Chase, Bradley Walsh, used for ice patrol. What type of vehicle is the Royal Navy's HMS Protector? Sally. Assault gritter. Seriously. Lightning Zoe Lyons. The official English name for the country of Switzerland is the Swiss Mo. Cottage. I don't know where they get them from. There must be an agency. Again, the Chase Celebrity Special. Which of these groups of people lives closest to the North Pole? Guarani, Inuit or Zulu? Charlie Webb. Zulu? I mean, who's Charlie Webb? Who's Charlie? That's a celebrity version, another non-entity. Celebrity Mastermind, Clive Myrie. You'll like this one as well. The UN Climate Change Conference, COP26, was held in which UK city? Keith Brymer-Jones. Paris. I mean, who's he? No idea. Charlie Webb is apparently in Emmerdale. Well, whatever. She plays Debbie Dingle. Whatever. How can they seriously call them celebrity specials? Seriously, I mean, it does get a little bit embarrassing, doesn't it? Very embarrassing. Steve, have you ever used your rechargeable Henry yet? No. It's still in the box. See, I'm an impulse buyer. I saw this Henry, and I've already got a Henry, but I bought another one because I've got a slight obsession with vacuum cleaners, I'm afraid. Don't ask me why, but I've got quite a number of them. And I saw this one. It said a rechargeable Henry, and I thought, got to have that. Got to have that. And so I bought it, and I've never taken it out of the box. Never taken it out of the box. And but anyway, this one here, Ashley, says, I've used mine and I'm very impressed. Remember, every battery needs to be charged if it's been left in the box. Mine doesn't hold charge, but Pneumatic has always replaced the battery. Hands up to a great company. We used to have a shop in Kingston that sold lots of different Henrys and Henriettas and all the other ones, all in different colours and various sizes. You could either get the big, all-powerful, which basically you could suck your grandmother up with, or you get the little tiny tiddly ones, which, you know, you could basically do a doll's house with. And there's George, Henry, Charles, James, Pneumatic Henry, the floor scrubber, Harry, and also, there's Henry Red Bagged, Pneumatic Henry plus vacuum cleaner. That's £129. I think they're it's quite a good idea. I saw them being made in a factory because there's nothing in them. Have you ever had possessed a Henry? No, there's nothing in it. You take off the lid, and there's sort of a sieve type affair, and then you clip your bag onto the end of the hose which goes into and that's it. It's the easiest vacuum cleaner they've ever made, and it's so cheap. They're very good. I like it a lot. You can even buy a T-shirt, $15.99, if you want to go out looking like Henry. And they do a spare parts accessory as well. I like them. I used to have one that sucked up dirt. It washed the carpet. It wasn't a Henry. It was another one. And the first time I used it, I did it by the front door and all the rest of it. And the silt that came out of the carpet was almost unbelievable. It was a Vax, but you had to connect it up and do pipes and all. It was just, in the end, I gave up. I just gave up. Too much for me. 6:15. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we, with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. So, mummy, is that my mummy? And the answer is yes. This is Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe's daughter, who cried out mummy as she spotted her for the first time. 7-year-old Gabriella. I mean, he was only a year old when her mother went into prison. Only a year old. But anyway, they're all back together and it's all wonderful, and it's... We paid back the £400 million that we owed them. I don't know why. It's almost like, hanging... It's like Katie Price, isn't it? No, I'm not going to pay back anybody. You just have to wait. I'm having another boob job and I'm on holiday. So there you go. Here's all the people at Cheltenham Festival celebrating St Patrick's Day wearing green, which is lovely. Obviously, people were handing out free scarves from different betting places because you can see them wearing them. So that's all they'll be achieving that. Then they've got 2 people who came dressed as leprechauns. Lots of people in Guinness hats. Oh, well, they hand out the Guinness hats like they're free. It costs them nothing, does it? Because it's all publicity. I've never tried Guinness. It's not my sort of drink at all. It doesn't interest me. They opened a bar in Vienna, an Irish bar, and we went there for the opening. And a friend of mine drinks Guinness, but the old thing was you could write your initials on the top of the foam, and then when it gets to the bottom of the glass, your initials are still there. I hate it. It's not my sort of thing at all. Not my sort of thing. I was watching them making something the other day. What the dickens was it? Worcestershire sauce, Lee and Perrin. Do you know, still made in the same factory that they made it originally? It was originally given to somebody as sort of something to spice up food, but it tasted vile. So they left it, went back a few years later, and it tasted brilliant. So now it's got all sorts of... It's in Worcester, yes, in Worcestershire. But because it's not Worcester sauce, it's Worcestershire sauce. And people have it in Bloody Marys and stuff like that. And they make it, but it's got to mature for years. And then they sieve it and... yeah, I mean, quite clever. I've never bought it. I bought soy sauce. Soy sauce is quite nice, which you can sort of add to things. I put it on, when I'm cooking. I put it on the side, and just leave it there because I don't know what to do with it at all. Swab actor Peter Bowles was Britain's favourite toff, despite being the son of servants and growing up in modest circumstances. He died of cancer the other day at the age of 85. He was Richard de Vere into The Manor Born, and if ever there was a person born for a part, he would be it. He was great. I mean, an astonishing 27 million watched a one-off special in 2007 when Richard and Audrey celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary. I thought it was great. It was filmed on the actual house exists. It is a proper house, and I think it's part of a wildlife park. The interior is obviously all done at the studio, and the interiors for her little cottage were all studio based, but still great. To the Manor Born was just really good. Audrey was years ago. Audrey was so posh. Wasn't she, really? And yet she was just an actress, but she played posh, and she did it very well. I liked all the characters in it. And then when they brought it back, of course, some of them had died, including the vicar, who I used to like the vicar. He was very good. But Audrey still maintained everything. Penelope, I don't know. I only saw Penelope Keith once, and that was backstage at a theatre. We were seeing somebody, I think it might have been Michael Crawford, and I think she was there. And that was the only time. She married a policeman, I seem to remember. But, no, she was always very good. But she was always... Because, in fact, she was in that very posh show, wasn't it, with Richard Bryars, The Good Life. But for the first few episodes, you didn't see her. She was only a voice. And the public wrote in and said, we want to see her. Who is she? She was the next door neighbour, but they never saw her. And so then she started featuring on the programme. And, of course, her character took off. A bit like John Inman. John Inman in Are You Being Served? The BBC hierarchy didn't want somebody who was, a bit puffy, as they said. But, in fact, the writers said, no, he's a mummy's boy. That was how they justified it, even though it was... That was a quote. Yeah, they said he's a mummy's boy, and also if you don't have him in it, we're not giving you the show. And so John Inman remained one of the main characters. In fact, if not the main character. In America he was huge, absolutely huge. People sort of having John Inman fan club meetings. They went over there to see Mr. Humphreys. I mean, it was just he was beyond camp, but he was a mummy's boy. In fact, if you remember, his mummy used to phone him quite a lot. And it was a good character. Never interviewed him, but very, very clever actor, very clever. So Adele's going to stay in America. Thank God for that. I mean, does it matter where these people are, whether she's in America or not? Because I've got a story which I think I might run on my Little Bit Extra podcast, which is her 2 houses in London. She's got 2 £11 million houses. She's got planning permission, but it runs out very shortly. To convert them into one house. But they put boards up round everything, and it's not gone any further. So I'm assuming she's obviously not going to be living in it and might as well just sell them off. There's no point in keeping, anything. I mean, they say it's £9 million, 3-bed London bolt hole flat. And it's got its own energy centre, climate-controlled wine store, as opposed to what? A swimming pool and sauna and staff. I mean, I'm not sure if the Beckhams have got a swimming pool at their little place which is falling apart in Notting Hill, we were told. Apparently, it's also got basement parking. Oh, right. So she's there. Oh, that's good. Is that the flat? That's the reception area in the block where she's bought up. My God, I bet her service charges are through the roof. Every time you see anything where you've got a reception where it looks like the interior of somebody's flat, those reception charges will be... Oh, it's got a spa treatment... Oh, I hate spas. Spas and treatment rooms. Oh, not good. But bedrooms in the block have floor-to-ceiling windows, as opposed to what? But look at the view. You look out the bedroom into somebody else's sitting room. What's the point of that? Wouldn't want to live there, thank you very much indeed. But, so a reception room a reception room. What do you mean? The sitting room? The lounge? Actually, to be honest with you, it looks a bit naff, really. Very pokey little television they put in that one. Obviously can't afford something better. But she went to GAY the other day. And she left with her group. She's also bought a house from Sylvester Stallone, I think for $42 million. Because that's what they do in America. They go, oh, do you want to buy my house? I'm selling it. It's about $40 million. And they go, yeah, I'll buy it. Because she's worth quite a lot of money, isn't she? I seem to remember. We did that ages and ages ago. I noticed recently you haven't round out any missives, says Tara, from people claiming they've seen aliens or the Loch Ness Monster or that crop circles are made by aliens or any of this other nonsense stuff. Interesting to know, have you finally drummed sense into these odd elements of your listenership or just banned them? No, they've been abducted, all of them, by spaceships. It's fantastic. We couldn't be like... I did ask the driver of the spaceship... And I did say, is it possible you can abduct these people? And they've done it. So we haven't heard from them for ages, which is good. Because you can't argue with somebody who thinks they know. There you go. Jane says, Steve, we've got 6 different vacuum cleaners between our 3-storey house and the garage. I mean, to be honest with you, a bit of an amateur. But, I mean, at least you're on the way. Steve, you can defer your pension, which will increase in value and reduce. It's been deferred for 3 years, David. Been deferred for 3 years. So now I'm taking it. And very good they've been too. They're very, very efficient. Beyond efficiency. We only put in for it the other day. And so I've got... They give you a year's money as a lump sum, taxed, of course, because I'm working. And they tell you exactly how much that is. And then you get a weekly sum, which is paid every month, into my designated bank account. And they've already paid the year's money. And at the end of this month, I'll get the month's money. So very, very efficient. I mean, really efficient. Oh, it's a ridiculous amount of money. £87. That's after tax. So it would be quite possible to be paying 45% tax. But also, because I've got a job, it'd be different. Because Lynn, I think hers is worth, I think she said to me, I think it was about £600 a month, which is about right, 600 and something. It seems to vary for different sort of people. So if I stop working, then I'll get all of it. But it also means you have to find out whether or not your national insurance payments were up to date. Now, I had a bit of a disappointing experience with an accountant, and I have a sneaking feeling that probably for a few years we didn't pay any national insurance payments. But the other 2 years' money is divided between your monthly money that comes in. But they've been really efficient. I mean, seriously efficient. You know, I know people moan about things like that. But, no, I thought they were brilliant. Daniel in Welwyn Garden City said, I like the Nick Abbott sound effects you played on the podcast yesterday. Can all presenters use them? Well, I don't know whether he holds copyright to them. But it's only because we actually found them here. I mean, I didn't know we were going to play them. Somebody will report back to it and say, Steve Allen was playing your sound effects the other day. Yeah, there'll be a grass out there somewhere. You know, it'll be going, Steve Allen did this, you know, and it's a snitch. A snitch. You know, snitches get stitches. If they're not very, very careful. So why are Domino's charging £2 delivery? Because the charge previously free applies to orders under 35 quid. How much do people spend on pizza? Obviously a lot of money, don't they? The last time I used Domino's, somebody said £2 is normally the tip I give. You give them a £2 tip. That means for every if everybody did that on Domino's, they make it, because they get about 2 or 3 quid per delivery, don't they? That's how much profit there is on these pizzas. But I noticed that Domino's revealed a rise in profits. The 109.7 million pre-tax profits are up from 98.9 million the previous year. Amazing, isn't it, really? Operational director said Domino's is facing increased labour, fuel and food costs. Well, that's why I think taxis will have to put their prices up because of the price of fuel. Because a lot of garages are being a little bit sneaky and cheating you because they're not putting the price down at the pump when the price of a barrel of oil drops, which it has done recently. Have they passed it on to you? No, they haven't. The government, we're told, are going to clamp down on these people, rogue operators. We'll take a short break. It's coming up to the news at 6 o'clock on LBC. We'll have the latest news with Simon Conway.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes. No, it's not. It's 3.5 minutes past 6. It's Friday morning, the 18th of March. And very nice it is to be with you this morning and to have your company. You can celebrate the Jubilee with hand sanitizer. It's one of many items which has been licensed to put on the logos and all the rest of it. I mean, I ask you, hand sanitizer. Sounds a bit strange, doesn't it, really? But you never know. So, or a £3.95 tub of hand sanitizer or a £16 pair of socks. £16? What? Not for one pair? Surely not. That sounds ridiculous. A £16 pair... I wouldn't spend £16 on a pair of socks. Not for... Absolutely. And a bone china coffee mug, which can be purchased for £15. That seems an awful lot, doesn't it? Apparently the purple is the same colour as the robe. Oh, and there's an umbrella and a shopping bag. The shopping bag is made of recycled plastic bottles and will cost you £8.95. The umbrella is £12.95, and that one's going to blow inside out in a second. That's the trouble with these things. If you're going to make an umbrella, make it so it doesn't blow inside out. If it's got vents at the top, it should be good. But I'm not sure about hand sanitizer. Or a pair... The socks are so expensive for a pair of socks. I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother with that. Definitely not. Steve, when my ex left, says Kevin the Milkman, she emptied the house of all electrical goods, even the Henry Hoover. Me and my girls are happy now without her, and with our James Hoover I bought as a replacement. Yes, I've only ever had the Henry. I've never had any of the other ones, but I quite like the idea. Finn says, I'm sitting at Edinburgh Airport with my dad, waiting for a flight to Malaga. We've both got an earphone in, and it's great to be locked into the spike at this early hours because we're big fans of the show. Oh, how sweet. That's nice. It's a nice thing to do. Did you ever see, says Catherine Edwards, the live show of The Good Life? The Queen was in the audience at the BBC. Yes, I did know about that. They and one of them, I don't know where I've seen it. I must have seen it. Perhaps it's popped up on a DVD or something. The Queen was in the audience. She watched The Good Life. Apparently, it was one of her favourite programmes. Mike on the Narrow Boat says, have you ever tried Henderson's Relish? It's very similar to Lee & Perrins, made in Sheffield and slightly more fiery. See, I don't do sauces. Apart from, you know, I mean, I think this one, you can put it on pies, stews, over chips. Tell it's northern. Cheese on toast and more. It's approved by lots of people. It does not contain anchovies. So it's approved by the Vegetarian Society and it's not fermented. Whereas the Worcestershire Lee & Perrins is fermented for ever and a day. And have you ever seen the fish, the anchovies they put in there? Ugh, disgusting. But they pour them in, but what they're not looking for the actual fish, they're looking for the liquid that comes out of them, and that forms part of it. There's lots of them. But if you see them, that's right, they end up looking like that. That sort of picture on the right-hand side. Look very, very strange. I don't eat anything like that. It's not. Oh, would you like stuff like that? Oh, that's disgusting. No, only big in Maidenhead, I'm told. We wouldn't be eating it anywhere else. It's not for us, I'm afraid. I can't even eat pilchards. I wouldn't eat pilchards either. And I told you once I went to a restaurant. I thought I was being really clever. And it was a lovely restaurant at Heston, very old. It was about the oldest building I'd ever seen in my life. And it was a restaurant. And they had on the menu, and I'd never had it before, they had deep-fried whitebait. And I thought, well, that sounds quite nice. So I ordered deep-fried whitebait. I've got my book there, because if you're sitting in a restaurant by yourself, take a book or a newspaper, because otherwise you look like Billy No Mates. Yeah, we've got phones now, so you can sit there doing that. And this thing arrived, and it was deep-fried whitebait. Little tiny things with eyes. With eyes and tails and little fish. They were tiny, and you ate everything. Everything. I couldn't eat them. I left them. I didn't even have one. I looked at it and I thought, you are joking. I can't eat things with eyes in. But so I didn't eat it. She came over and said, was it not all right? I said, lost my appetite. Couldn't wait to get onto the main course. Funny though, isn't it, really? You know, the things that people eat and people can't. I don't like bones in fish. If I get bones in fish, it makes me sort of gag a little bit. I think everything should be edible. I did have Dover sole once, and they did debone it at the table. But I was slightly disturbed that they might. Yeah, they do it as a specialty. I think it's, you know, you order Dover sole. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I quite like fish fingers and stuff like that, and scampi. Had scampi the other day when I went out with my brother, and he really got a big plate of scampi. I was quite surprised, actually. Very surprised. So Jacob Rees-Mogg has revealed he does not own a pair of jeans or a T-shirt. He's always seen in a suit and a tie. Was told in an interview his dress sense is not much like modern Britain. This is Andrew Marr. Andrew Marr's doing this one. He asked him on LBC, you've never thought to kick back, put on a pair of jeans and an old T-shirt and put your feet on a piece of furniture? You can imagine Jacob must have really passed out at the very idea. And but he was backed by TV host Kirsty Allsop, who called jeans uncomfortable and unflattering. They're certainly not uncomfortable. I wear jeans. We're all wearing jeans today. In fact, it must be the most universal item of clothing that we all wear. Nothing the matter with jeans at all. I love them. And when did jeans... Oh, jeans have been around for ages and ages. But way back in the Wild West days, I think that's where jeans first came from. And I think it was Levi's who made the first ones. Because you can buy used Levi's. There used to be sounds horrible, doesn't it? There used to be a shop in Covent Garden called Flip, I think. And they used to sell used and worn jeans, because when you buy a pair of jeans, the first thing you do is what? Sit in the bath with them on, because then they shrink to your size, because they're always made a little bit bigger. It just means you've got to wash your legs because they go blue through the dye in there. And you'd find stone-washed jeans. They had stones in the pockets and things like that. But you could buy, I should imagine the first pair of jeans would have been, certainly early 1800s. Certainly early 1800s. 1873. 1873. Oh, it's close to early. Close to early. But that was the day that Levi Strauss and Jacob Davis obtained a patent on the process of putting rivets in men's work pants for the first time. But they were hard wearing. And now everybody does jeans. Everybody does jeans. I mean, you can pay a fortune for them. I mean, you really can, but I don't like to pay any more than £22. I get them in Marks and Spencer's, and they sort of come pre-washed and all the rest of it. And they're more than enough comfortable for me. Oh, good Lord. And they became very popular in films. In the 50s, people, every time you saw people, John Wayne or people like that, or James Dean, they were always seen wearing jeans. And jeans have now become terribly, terribly fashionable. You can wear them with a nice smart jacket and a white shirt, and it's acceptable for turning up to a wedding. Because I don't like dressing up to weddings. Hate dressing up to weddings. But a pair of jeans, a nice black jacket, good quality one, and a nice crisp white shirt, and you've got the Simon Cowell look. And it works for loads and loads of people. So, good. Very good. The drunk mother in the paper today ordered a £4,500 Uber to Ukraine and only got out of it as she'd insufficient funds to pay. Her name is Leonie Fieldes, was getting sloshed to celebrate a pal's birthday when talk turned to the Russian invasion, so she drunkenly decided to go there in a taxi to help the cause. Fat lot of use she'd have been, of course. But the valiant efforts failed at the first hurdle when Uber was unable to claim the £4,578 cost despite trying 9 times. Mum of 2, Leonie, said, "I'm 34. I should have known better." Well, you were drunk, dear, weren't you? She comes from Greater Manchester and said, was only alerted to her japes when the bank called the next day, thinking the card had been fraudulently used. Wow. She said, "I'd had quite a few double pink gins and quite a lot of shots of Sambuca and a bottle of Prosecco." Not surprised you were drunk. Not surprised you were drunk, my dear. Goodness sake. As the founder of Britain's biggest car festival, Chris Evans is one of the country's leading petrol heads. He is. I mean, his sort of car fest is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. He's also given up on telephones, but he did that some time ago. I think he does have a telephone, but he doesn't have it. And his son, Noah, I think, does not have. He's the only kid in his year without a phone. And Chris says he's a better conversationalist for it. If you're not on the phone, you're more present. So it's funny, isn't it, how we've all become addicted to it. And kids now, you see them. And also, the other ones I see all the time, people walking down the platform at Waterloo Station towards you on their phone. On their phone. And they bump into you, and I trip them up. Go on, fall down, for goodness sake. It's amazing, actually, how we've become to rely on them. So perhaps he's hit on something. Perhaps he's hit on something. Pete Doherty says, "I'm back and I'm sober." Couldn't care less. Really couldn't care less. I was never remotely... What was the group he had? Was it the Libertines or something like that? Yeah, never to. Crowds turning festival grid. It's amazing how much coverage the Cheltenham Festival gets. It is absolutely amazing. And so they've got ladies glamming up. Some people wear the most atrocious outfits. I mean, really, somebody should stand at the gate and go, "You're not coming in that. You look ridiculous." I mean, there were 2 people in one of the other papers. They're wearing what I would describe as dresses that you wear to a wedding, or an evening dress if you're going out somewhere posh, to a very posh party. Not to Cheltenham races. I mean, that's tacky in the extreme. It really is. But the biggest crowd turned out yesterday, just under 74,000 people. You wait till COVID hits. You wait. And also ministers taking fake calls. Ben Wallace and I think Priti Patel, who was targeted by a fake caller pretending to be from the Ukraine presidential office of Mr. Zelensky. And it turned out it wasn't. It was a hoax. Well, they got through. I've got no idea. But didn't they do that ages ago? Didn't John Culshaw manage to get through to Downing Street and to speak to Tony Blair, pretending to be... It was done on Capital, wasn't it? I remember. Always made his career on that one, did John Culshaw. Very good. Mark the Beast Labette is gutted. He's been replaced on The Chase in America. They didn't give him any reason, but I don't think they needed to. And fans took to social media to voice their anger, but they're not going to change it. Listen, they own the programme. And then somebody said, this is the hilarious thing. So, all right, they've changed Mark Labette. Doesn't make any difference. But somebody said, "I'm not sure if I will continue watching." And you think, yes, you will, because you like the programme. That's the whole idea about it. Honestly, you can't win, can you, with some people? But it doesn't matter, we get there. And the jab of the new antibodies drug, the treatment by AstraZeneca, UK's first to include protective antibodies developed in a laboratory. Could be for the over 75s coming up. 6:15. Let's get those headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 6:20 is the time. We've checked the weather for the weekend. It's okay. It's okay, as long as there's no more sand. I'm not too sure about that. I have to do a shout out, actually. My friend Camilla says, I have a pair of friends who listen to you religiously on Catch Up, which is great. They're in Los Angeles, in California, and she said, is it possible you can do this? Well, I can, actually, because I know that tomorrow it's Robin's birthday. And the message is, happy birthday to Robin from Loretta, who says you only get one true love in your life. Ooh. So, cosy couple. So it's Robin's birthday tomorrow, which is the 19th, which is ironic because it's also my producer Joe's birthday tomorrow. But I suspect that Robin's birthday will be a big bash, whereas I should imagine Joe's will be slumped over a bar somewhere celebrating his birthday. So happy birthday, Robin from Loretta. Who says you only get the one true love in your life. They always say you should always have one, shouldn't you? One true love in your life. And that's the one. You always go, I mean, I've done it in the past, you know, where you go, oh, I wish it was like so-and-so. And then when you think back, it probably wasn't as good as you thought it was. But I'm sure you'll have a lovely time. And I'm glad that you listen on Catch Up, which is very nice indeed. So I had my birthday yesterday. Slightly older than you two, I should imagine. But at least I got there. Paula in Bournemouth says, laughing at your whitebait story, I love them. Love the show as well. I couldn't have eaten whitebait if you'd paid me. Seriously, if they'd offered me £1 million, I'd have sat there going, I can't eat them. I really can't eat them. And I mean, you'd be horrified. They would, but they came with the eyes. And you're supposed to just eat. I mean, who eats stuff like that? And the fins and everything's got all the bits on. Steve, the thing about deep-fried whitebait is much the same as soft-shell crab. You can eat the whole thing and not worry about the parts. I do love whitebait. There we are, I found everybody now. Especially when I visit Brighton. Plenty of salt and vinegar, nice and crispy, says Dee. I appreciate the fact that people, eat all of this sort of stuff. John Culshaw pretended to be William Hague. He did. But I thought that the presenter of the programme was the one who was taking all the glory. But in fact, it was John Culshaw. We used him on Five Company all the time because he's so good. Great news, Steve. McDonald's porridge is back, says Dimitri. Is it? Well, I go to the Waterloo branch and they're packed every day. I mean, seriously, it's a small outlets, but my goodness me, are they doing a lot. This is organic British semi-skimmed milk and whole grain jumbo oats. It's supposed to be very good for you, porridge, isn't it? Do you think is that really... I'm not sure about jumbo oats. Can't they just be little oats? I used to buy those other porridges where you just poured hot water into it and stirred it up, and then somebody said, but it's got loads of sugar. So I had to stop having those. I used to buy loads of them, bring them in here and then pop them in the microwave. And they were particularly delicious. But you're supposed to have porridge made with milk, isn't it? Made semi-skim milk, because we're all obsessed with semi-skim milk now. And it's good for you, but not the ones that are full of sugars or they've got bits added to them. I've had ones with, bits of strawberry or bits of this or bits of that. I don't think that's good. I'm not sure about dehydrated fruit and things. You add the water and all of a sudden this thing explodes and all of a sudden you've got a giant strawberry, then you've got a whole field and you want a little pot of porridge. But it's supposed to be good for you, and I tried to get into it, but I didn't really work for me at all. But if everybody says, listen, great news, McDonald's is bringing it back, that's fine. Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, thank you for keeping me company this week. You've been all over Edinburgh as I've been retracing childhood memories. I've covered miles and listened to your podcast each step. I toasted your birthday with a St. Patrick's cocktail last night. I've always wanted to do that, but something inside me tells me I shouldn't. When you go and revisit places where you lived as a child or things like that, and I've often wanted to go back up to Yorkshire to go to the little village that we lived in. We did actually look up my place in Hong Kong. We found that. We've looked at I think it's on Google Maps, we found the place in Yorkshire. But I quite fancy driving up there to go. But then my uncle, who lived in Canada, came back here having moved over there donkeys years ago, family and all the rest of it, came back, family all got together, went back to Canada, dropped dead. So it's almost like people do things as sort of to retrace their childhood, and they want to go back to places and see what it looked like. And so that's why I'm slightly sceptical about doing anything. But I've never done. In fact, no, we started doing a family tree, but then various members of the family who started doing it died, so it didn't really go any further actually. But you can do a lot with church records. Church records are very good, and then there's so much you can do online now to actually find out, exactly where your family came from. They do it with celebrities, don't they? Where they go and find out whether half your family were. Yeah, who do you think you are? Where it turns out most of the family were murderers or something, And they go. In fact, some of them were so bad they didn't even put them on the television. When it discovered, that people were going, oh, no, not sure about that. The guards targeting the sacked ferry staff, that's all over the place at the moment. And my friend Pordy, we like Pordy, he says, happy belated birthday, listening to you over breakfast in Manchester, up here for work, and it's Red Nose Day. He said, see you soon, the bubbles, he says, are on me. So there you go. Yes, the other brother, Mihall's doing very well. Very, very well indeed. He's working on Loose Women at the moment with Matty and having a lovely time. He loves it. Everybody's very happy with it, which is good news. And as I say, it's always nice to celebrate. But of course, the boys being Irish, they would be celebrating Valentine's Day. But of course, trying to remember anything else, I should imagine, St. Patrick's Day, would be absolutely out of kilter completely. Oh, look, here's a picture of Kanye West wearing, I don't know what he's wearing. He was wearing black rubber boots and I don't know what he's wearing. He's very odd, actually. He's called, is it Ye? Ye. See, why is it spelled Y-E? That's Ye, as far as I know. Ye would be Y-A-Y. Would it not be? I'm not Stevie. Well, of course I'm not Stevie. Oh, I see, right. But anyway, Ye was suspended from social media for 24 hours for using a racial slur against a US comedian called Trevor Noah. But every time you see a picture of Kanye West, he looks as miserable as sin. The world's most miserable person. Not very good, is it, really? Also, here's a lovely picture of a little girl called Gaia Money. Got more than she bargained for. She tried on a bearskin hat. Shows how tiny she is. It literally engulfs her body, this bearskin hat. She was doing it the other day because her father is Lieutenant Colonel Rob Money, a member of the 1st Battalion Irish Guards, covered the 20-month-old whole head. So cute. The Guards were visited by Prince William and Princess Kate at Aldershot in Hampshire for St. Patrick's Day. And Kate says, that's so sweet, do you fit inside it? And she shows how tiny she is compared to these bearskins. Because I think they are bearskin, aren't they? They are... I think they are. I remember reading something, strangely enough, a while ago about them, and I think that they tried something else, but I don't think it works the same way. I like the ceremony that we do in this country. They are bearskins, yes, I thought so. I think the army's going to keep them after the MOD rejected the fake version proposed by PETA, which is the animal rights group, amid calls for a total ban on real fur sales. I don't know. Have you seen that thing on the television? It was an advert with a bear that starts having a fisticuffs fight with that bloke, and of course it took me ages to realise it's a bloke in a costume. It's the bear's there and it's sort of feeding by the water, and this bloke comes up and the bear stands up and starts doing all this kind of business. I don't do that very well, actually. So lots of tributes to wonderful Peter Bowles, because he died the other day at the age of 85, and a girl who was too scared to drink water was told her organs were shutting down at the age of 16. Nina White was 13 when she developed anorexia as a result of her father trying to take his own life. She spent the next 5 years in and out of hospital, including a year-long stint in a facility in Glasgow. But after years of being fed through the tube, Nina, who is now 21, I'm delighted to tell you, is on the mend. She said, I had an incident where I choked quite badly. I then developed a fear that every time I ate or drank, I was going to die. You can imagine, can't you? You can imagine, but she's on the mend. So that's very good news. But I've got a story about the shampoo turning one fella's hair ginger. Imagine. 6:30. Let's get the latest news headline.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
With Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So here is this shampoo. It's what it is. It's called Just for Men. Now, I've heard of Just for Men, I'm pretty certain. And regular users say it started to make them look a bit like Donald Trump, which I can't work out at all. Furious men have complained they also resemble a certain publicity-shy former royal. Trustpilot poster Dean Ollie wrote, used to be a great product, but now it turns your hair a weird ginger colour. Because this is the problem, isn't it? That if you are because some people start going grey, and so they put you comb it through, or you rinse it, or you put a colour through, or something like that. I think it always looks a bit odd. Philip Schofield, when he dyed his hair for ages and ages on the television, it used to come out as purple under the studio lights. Yes, it was like a blue rinse. I mean, Just for Men is a hair dye for men who are going grey. So if you don't leave it in long enough, your hair can look yellowy. And I remember somebody, because you've got to be very careful, people who bleach their hair, they sometimes get it the wrong. You're supposed to do a test to make sure you can use it, and it ends up looking a bit awful. You see some people's hair and you think, you need to get it done professionally. Go to it's so expensive. But you look at poor old Donald Trump, worst comb over in the business. Worst comb, I mean, he's the worst person anyway. I mean, it's this peculiar comb over. You just can't quite work out what it is. It really is. They've actually done an illustrated history of Donald Trump's hair, because it's so funny. But men get this fixation, don't they, that they don't like going bald, or they don't like going grey. But of course, you're not likely to go grey if you're blonde. You'll just go a bit silvery. I mean, no, if you've got black hair, you'll go grey, because, all white. And the day it starts going white, you start panicking. Gingers go white as well, yeah. But you see, I mean, people talk about ginger. I mean, I think ginger's quite nice. But if you're basically trying to take grey out of your hair, and it goes ginger, you're not used to having ginger hair, that's even more bizarre, isn't it? But it's a big market now. They keep, combing it through, and you see all these people. But I think under certain lights, it looks different colours. And that's why Philip Schofield stopped dyeing it and then became a silver fox. What colour's mine? My hair? I don't know. What hair? When I was born, it was platinum. I know. I swear to God, my mother had a rinse going. I'm sure there was something going on when I popped out. No, it was sort of platinum, and I went sort of blondie. So I was always mousy sort of colour. I don't think I ever... I never thought about it. I used to have it highlighted, and then we just sort of thought, let's put a complete colour through it. And then I just sort of gave up, actually. There was no point. No point. They always used to say blondes have more fun, and they proved it in a social experiment on the television. They did it at Stringfellows. They took a girl, and they sat her on a bar stool, and they gave her a blonde wig. And they photographed how many times people talked to her. Then the next night, did a girl who was auburn hair, and not as many people spoke to her as they did to the blonde girl. The blonde girl, because Rod Stewart had that album out, didn't it? Blondes Have More Fun. And it was proven that blonde was... Because people look at blondes and they think they're vibrant and everything. They're no more vibrant than anybody else. No more vibrant than, whether you're ginger or black or... It doesn't matter what colour at all. And I wonder if the Romans worried about that, because there's a plumber in the paper today, he says, another slick link, and he's found a Roman grave. Which is very unusual, but very close to where Emperor Claudius invaded Britain in 43 AD. Dave Pratt was digging up his garden to put in a water main pipe when he uncovered a red terracotta pot with bones inside it. Experts revealed it was a Roman cremation burial dated 1st to 2nd century AD, and most likely the remains of a woman between 20 and 35. He said, it's amazing that it's knocking on to 2,000 years old and was in my front garden. Well, they had to bury people, didn't they, and bury pots and things like that. I don't know anything about the Romans and their burials, so presumably they did have cremations, and then you got the... Well, if they had a cremation, why would they have bones in a pot? I don't quite understand that little bit. They think you're bringing back the dodo bird. Thank you for bringing it back. The Romans practiced two forms of burial: cremation, burning the body, and inhumation, which is burying the body intact. And in cremation, the ashes of the deceased were placed in urns. Right. So it's interesting, isn't it? Haven't they found loads of bones when they've dug up roads in London and stuff like that? And they found sort of old Roman cemeteries. And lots went digging Crossrail, absolutely. Because they had, and also from the Great Fire, and also from the plague, and things like that. People were buried in plague pits. Also, they found the mosaic, didn't they? Which I'm very pleased with, actually. Steve, have you noticed in soaps now the lighting looks really fake? Back in the day, soaps looked like real pubs and real houses. Now they're so obviously a set, particularly EastEnders. Really? Oh, I don't know. Tara says, I don't personally think we do only have one true love in life, but I'm not telling the bloke that. I'll let him think he's found it. Of course, you might be right, actually. You might be right. We never know. But as we say, now Robin and Loretta, Robin's celebrating his birthday tomorrow. We don't know which birthday it is. We haven't been told. We're not privy to that. But all we have to know is they listen back to the programme on catch-up, which is good news. And dead easy to do. Dead easy. Just, what about the dodo bird? They're thinking of bringing it back. Back from extinction by a Jurassic Park-style scientist. They have tried before. I know, it seems you might as well bring back pterodactyls. You know, we could watch them carrying off a bus or something like that. But Professor Beth Shapiro from University of California says the dodo is entirely sequenced because we sequenced it. It's not been published yet, but it does exist and we're working on it right now. So they could bring... I mean, what was the... They didn't fly, did it? I don't think the dodo bird flew. I don't think so. Professor Shapiro, 46. Why do they tell you their age? What's that got to do with it? Says, the way we do this is to clone it. The same approach that was used to create Dolly the sheep. There you go, it's a flightless bird. 3 foot tall... wiped out in the 17th century, about 180 years after it was discovered on the island of Mauritius. It was hunted and eaten by cats, dogs and pigs that had been taken to the island by sailors exploring. But because it couldn't fly, it was a really particularly unattractive bird, wasn't it? I mean, in sort of best-looking steaks, this was not a good-looking bird at all, and they could bring it back. But, of course, because it could only waddle along the ground, it became prey, but it was quite big. If it's about 3 foot tall, that's quite a size, isn't it? And that beak, I don't know, I'm not sure about. I mean, I don't mind them bringing back things like T-Rexes. I think that would provide endless amusement at Piccadilly Circus, of a rush hour or something like that, But Jurassic Park, I suppose, could actually happen, or could it not? Who knows? We'll never know. Steve, I'm taking my daughter to Joe Allen's for a pre-theatre meal. Can you recommend a dish? Well, you know by now, it's watermelon and duck. Watermelon and duck, that's just for a starter. But apart from that, anything. It's all for... I don't know for Maine. I mean, I like liver and bacon, but not everybody likes liver and bacon. It's all good. It's all good. It's very nice. You'll love it. And a pre-theatre meal, Gary? How very nice. Mary says, I accidentally found myself in the place where I grew up. Everything seems so very small and very shabby. I shan't do it again. I went back to my prep school, and it looks so much smaller than when I was there. When I was there, I was little. I was just 11, and it was, everything's tiny. It was just tiny. It looks so tiny. It's near Chelmsford, and I parked the car outside and just had a quick look up the drive, just to see what it looked like. It's so funny because I spent a few years there, boarding. Full time. Didn't like it. Tim Merry says, my dad is 78 and has a full head of ginger hair. Act's about 25 as well. Yeah, I don't think people lose it, ginger hair. I don't think so. I'm not sure how it goes white. Does it? Oh, well, that's okay. White's good. Elliot, of course, is in big problems. I mean, he's going to go grey long before he's aged. Yeah. They'll then call you a silver fox or something like... Well, they won't, but I mean, that's the name we'll give you. Yes, salt and pepper. Actually, some people have it dyed to make them look a bit more mature. Because I think if you've got black hair, I've seen people who've dyed black hair, and it comes out very shiny, and it looks as though it's been dyed. But always get it done professionally, or failing that, do a test. Do a test. Dale says, my wife and I research family trees for friends. If you are able to know your grandparents' names and birth, town and age of death, most times you can go right back to the 1841 census records just by retracing each generation. Not many churches keep records now. They've mostly been transcribed to digital. Yeah. Ashley says, I had one true love who is the mother of my daughter. We're not together now, but we'll always have a space in my heart. Well, that's good. As long as you talk. As long as you talk, that's it. Because nothing worse, is it, if you split up and then they decide to move. Oh, goodness sake. Don't think we want that at all. The boss of a racy adults-only circus. Have you heard of an adults-only circus? You might like this one. This is Cirque du Vulgar. It's obviously French, isn't it? I'm imagining it. And she's received hundreds of applications to replace a runaway gimp. I don't know what a gimp is, but anyway. Antonio Candela was left under the whip when one of his leather mask performers did a bunk. And so what they do is they sort of tie them up and put chains round them, and people then pretend that they're sex slaves. I think we'll take a short break for the news. I don't think we want to go down that route. Thank you very much indeed. But it reminds me, let's get some chains in for the weekend and some padlocks. 7:15, the news headlines. Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10:07. So, mutiny. Actually, I'll tell you the one thing. You can go 1, 2, you can go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 pages. You go into the Daily Mail this morning, and 8 pages. No mention of Ukraine. No mention. Front page is Bashir's lies, meaning that they think Diana died convinced her most loyal aide had betrayed her, which she hadn't, and the BBC have just paid substantial damages. And it's mutiny on the P&O ferries. I couldn't understand why. People were told at 11 in the morning, and a lot of services could be cancelled now, so there's all these lorries that are backed up. But people were turning up on the quayside with handcuffs. This is to obviously get them off the ships, I'm assuming, unless that circus had arrived in town, which I think is highly unlikely. But you can imagine, can't you? By the way, you've lost your job with P&O, but the good news is the circus wants you. I mean, it's unbelievable. But it's the 800 sacked, and already, after this pre-recorded 3-minute video, the other crew are already on the ships, so they must have been training them, and the government knew about this on the Wednesday of this week, and they didn't say anything. You think they could have forewarned these people? I suspect that the agency who is now handling these people who are working cheaper than the original people will not be taking on anybody new. I've just got a feeling it's the executive firing the 800 staff. Now, we think that's all of them. This is from captains to check-in staff, engine room staff and cleaners. See, I can understand cleaners, and check-in staff. I can't understand engine room staff and captains. Where are they coming from? I mean, you can't just think, I think I'll be a captain today, and going, it's a skilled job. But in the video, the suited executive said, I'm sorry to inform you your employment is terminated with immediate effect. Your final day of employment is today. And that was the first they'd heard about it. But it's ridiculous. There's a defiant skipper here, hailed a hero by an MP after he refuses to let the new cheaper staff replace his 141-strong crew. I didn't realise there were that many crew members on the ship. But you can't replace captains and everything else and people working in the engine rooms. These are skilled jobs. Even check-in staff. But, if it's cleaners, I can understand. You can just replace cleaners, but not captains. And so this is on the Pride of Hull, taking a stand, Captain Favier, addressing his staff yesterday. Then demonstrators were out as the lorries queued outside the port. And they've got security guards, all identifiable by their flak jackets and everything else, and they're holding handcuffs. So presumably people who didn't leave their ships would be taken off in handcuffs. I mean, really is most bizarre, most bizarre. They say British seafarers are too expensive. So these people had no idea that they were going to be dropped. Absolutely terrible. Leading rebel backs down. This is the plot to oust the Prime Minister is over. Apparently the leading rebel backs down as the coup would be indulgence in a time of crisis. You'd never know, would you? So after 7 weeks and no fines, Partygate probe gets more staff. I know, you seriously can't make these things up. You really can't. Nazanin, very happy to be back with the family, and her daughter as well. Gabriella must be very happy. They met at Brize Norton. And stifling heat, no natural light, a hole for a toilet. That was her Iranian jail hell for some time. Oh, look, finally, by the time you get to page 13, the war in Ukraine and the buildings burning in a residential area after the Russian shelling on Wednesday. They now say 28,000 Russians are dead or wounded already. A truck blasted by a rocket and a Red Army tank stopped in its tracks. 7,000, they say, were killed in just 21 days of war. Kremlin warships have been spotted off Japan. They look slightly dated, the Kremlin warships. I don't know how up-to-date their navy is. And a chef dubbed Russia's Nigella Lawson could be jailed after she accused Vladimir Putin of turning young men into mincemeat. And interestingly enough, the woman who worked for the television station, there was one who protested on television saying, don't believe it, it's lies, was giving interviews to people in this country. And I'm thinking, they're not going to like that. They're absolutely not. So she's resigned from her job. She's never going to work, is she? They're going to make sure that she doesn't work again. I mean, they do, come down on these people very hard. And she says we're zombified. This is what Marina said, by propaganda, because they can't tell the truth. They're basically making it up. They are doctoring things to make it look as though it's all very peaceful and all the rest of it. How they explain the body bags, I've got no idea. Zelensky tells Germany stop putting business before Ukrainian lives. And also, why did Putin's envoy axe his journey to China in mid-flight? Questions that need to be answered. But there is a couple here. Really lovely couple. They've lived for 45 years in this pokey little flat. For some reason, they have the biggest collection of radios I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, they have. I'm looking at about 20. But they say, we've lived here for 45 years. No Russians will loot our home. This is in Kyiv. He's a retired engineer. They have a collection of old radios. And the apartment block is still standing at the moment. But they have a cat. Where would they go? Where would they go? You have to watch Arnold Schwarzenegger exposing Putin's war lies. He said Ukraine didn't start this war, and he sent a message to the people of Russia to debunk mistruths. He's basically saying they're lying to you. They're not telling you the truth at all. He says the Russians protesting against the conflict who have been beaten and jailed are his new heroes and have the true heart of Russia, because the country's turning against Putin. But it's a sad state of affairs. Soldiers are robbing women and children trying to escape. And, of course, as was pointed out earlier on and has been for quite a long while now, Putin is the man responsible for war crimes of a huge magnitude. Every is the new Hermes, a new name and a new champion. Everything's changing. So no more Hermes. They've got Every. No more Camelot, because you've got the new one whose name I've forgotten already, which doesn't really help. And they'll all be coming in. And they take out full-page adverts to say that, we're changing, we'll continue to listen and adapt. I've never discovered any of these big companies who listen at all. It's just a case of this is what we would like to do. We'd like to be able to listen. But whether it goes back any further, I've got no idea. John in Smithfield says they sacked their workers and got agency workers, so they don't have to pay sick pay, annual leave. It's happening everywhere. Well, they apparently are saying they are going to be paying redundancy. How much redundancy captains make, I've got no idea. But I bet you anyway, the people way down the line are not going to be getting any redundancy because they can reapply for the job. Whether they get the job is neither here nor there, and I suspect that most of them won't. It's going to come through an agency, which is going to be, they're going to have to make commissions on it. They're looking for cheap labour, but I mean captains and people who work to the engine rooms. What, you mean you've got some amateur who's just sort of arrived going, oh yes, engine, and from an agency? I ask you. The proportion of students dropping out of university has fallen to a record low. In 2019-20, the dropout rate was 5.3% out of a total of 330,000 full-time entrants, a fall of 1.4%. I always think students have it really easy. I've always thought they have it easy. They just go there, just get drunk. That's all they do. Yeah, drunk. And if you fail, you just go for it again. Jan Moyer today, you have to read what she says about Denise Van Outen. She says, please respect my privacy, Denise, and stop banging on about your love life. Well, she's trying to sell a book. I'm not selling a book. I'm going to go and have a very nice weekend, and I hope you have exactly the same. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 21st of March. Welcome to, there's going to be another heat wave. I can't believe it either. Seriously, I mean, even my driver was saying to me this morning, he said the heat wave Tuesday. I said, listen, I've got no idea. I wouldn't bank on it. But they've said it's going to be in the 80s. Well, we've had the sand from the Sahara. We've had snow. We've had terrible winds. terrible winds, and we've had torrential rain, so now we might as well have a heat wave, mightn't we? I could guess myself what the weather was going to be like for the next week or so, and I'd be about as accurate as they are in wherever they are, the Met Office. Matt Goss obviously got an album out, but he's come out with the most balmy things. Apparently he sleeps with a gun next to him. Bit worrying. I thought he was going to mention a girl, but obviously not. And it's a gun, and he also wants to be Prime Minister. I don't know why. I don't know what's the matter with him. He's obviously gone completely round the bend. And Gino D'Acampo brands the Michelin stars crap. He says he knows more about food than they do. Happy birthday to Timothy Dalton, 76 today. And do you know there are 5,500 children on the waiting list to change their sex? 5,500. I don't know. I find it, I'm almost speech, silence, nothing to say. I don't know what to say about it. I can't believe it. 5,500 on a waiting list to change their sex. Oh well. Michael Flatley on 25 years at the top. And Gavin Ashenden, the Queen's former chaplain, says the food giants are doing the devil's work with hot cross buns by adding chocolate in and everything else like that. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter whether you're the Queen's chaplain. Do spout a load of old nonsense. You really do. It's a hot cross bun. It's a bun, you toast, you put butter on it. It's got nothing to do with Christianity. You know, I wish people would stop jumping on a bandwagon. But he said it's the devil's work. Really, your life must be so tragic. Brooklyn Beckham's had a new tattoo done, whole back of his neck. Unfortunately, he's only just realised he can't see it. Unless he holds a mirror up at the back. Poor old Brooklyn, what does he do for a living? Answer, nothing. The most haunted hotel in Britain? No, it's not. And Joe Pasquale brings Frank Spencer to the stage, which is absolutely brilliant. Superman warns moving send-off. So they're going to be having they've had a private funeral for 80 people, and then they're going to have a state funeral, presumably everybody can turn up, but I'm assuming he's been buried by that time. I don't know how they're going to work it out otherwise. Yeah, memorial type thing, which would be quite nice. But what are they going to be standing there watching? You know, normally at a state funeral, you watch the coffin go past. But obviously not this one. So Kate and William are off doing their sort of tawdry bit where they have to tour the Commonwealth and then they do a bit of dancing or something. And you think, oh, God knows, honestly, it's as bad enough as watching poor Harry trying to do something. One of the TV critics today says that he really is one of the laziest people you've ever met. But of course, it's all his own doing. It's that nobody's made him do anything at all, apart from he had to dress up in uniforms. He didn't have to buy anything, wash anything, clean anything, all done for him because he was a lazy little so-and-so. Now he's in America, bored out of his tiny. And they've said, good, stay there. Nobody cares. We don't want you back. Really not interested. Scotland Yard to close down its investigation into Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Funding will end later this year. And a source said there are currently no plans to take the inquiry any further, mainly because there are no leads. There are no leads. They've spent, I think, about £12 million, 15 years since the disappearance. And the McCanns, who went away, I know you could argue it whichever way you want. You could say, well, of course, had they not gone away and left the kids, in the room? I personally believe she wandered off by herself. I think she got hit by a truck or a car, and they literally picked her up, and I think they've taken her away and buried her. Because otherwise, if you were breaking into a hotel room, and they didn't need to break into it, the room was unlocked. There were 2 other kids in there that you could have taken. You could have taken the 2 other children, but they didn't. If, indeed, she was abducted. And they found nothing. They found no fingerprints. Nothing at all. Nothing. 12 years. They've taken dogs over there who are trained to find cadavers, bodies. They've taken bits of clothing. They've searched the pipe. Nothing. She's vanished. That's why I firmly of the opinion, like most kiddies, they wake up in the middle of the night and they want to go to toilet. I remember doing it myself. You go and you're led into the bathroom. You basically stand there asleep, having a wee. I think she woke up. She went to find the bathroom. She didn't know where she was. She was disorientated. And I think she wandered out onto the road. I don't think she was abducted at all. I really don't. But that's, my opinion is as valid as your opinion or anybody else's opinion. Even the police know nothing, and they keep saying, oh, this person's our chief suspect. No, they're not. They're not. A load of old codswallop. It really is. So they've decided that, although Mick Neville says there are still leads. No, there aren't. There's nothing at all. If Madeleine is alive, her face will appear somewhere on a passport database, even if she has a new name. He says, we need answers. There are still excellent. No, there's nothing. Close it down. Close it down now. The McCanns have said they're going to carry on looking. They do have £1 million of their own money, which has been donated, sitting in the bank, so they can use that. So far, it's cost £13 million in 11 years, but no charges. No leads, no charges. I couldn't care less what ex-Met Police and DCIs say. Nothing at all. Otherwise, they'd have made some progress, but they haven't. I thought they were just keeping it going because, they just had to keep it going, but they didn't find anything. Denise Van Outen, in her new book, talking about my showdown with Rat Eddie's phone sex girl. Really, you just basking in this reflective glory of a bloke who really wasn't interested in you in the first place, but it took you 7 years to find out. And it just drones on and on and on. I'm not really interested in somebody's phone sex or what. I'm really not interested. Tell us about the showbiz side of it, but don't tell us about, how she uncovered her fiancé's cheating, and then did that crap thing walking along a beach going, I need my privacy. Yeah, because it was being written about in your book. Talk about milking it. Mind you, an apprentice girl here, Bosses, have fired a candidate, Amy Ansell, for its final celebration show after she complained that Lord Sugar posted hurtful and insulting tweets about her. Oh, diddums, honestly, get over yourself. The ones we've got at the moment are the worst ones I've ever seen. They don't do anything. They just make it up. I don't know, there's an agency for finding dim, stupid people who want to claim that they've got... So one of them, she had a business and she hadn't done very well with it. And she also, in fact, there were quite a number of irregularities. One of them said, after the 3 years of trading, £87,000 worth she'd done, but she reckoned with Lord Sugar's money, she could take £783,000. And he went, where'd you come up with this from? He said, you're mad. Doesn't come up with it. And then there was another one who was selling pyjamas, and she just sort of sold them at Christmas time. They were obviously a bit crap, because she hadn't even registered the name of the company. So the bloke who's interviewing has said, so how do you present? He said, you're going to have a website? So she said, yes, I'm going to have a website. He said, oh, right. He said, have you, this for sake of argument, we'll call it My Little Pyjamas. He said, you're going to have a lot of trouble with that, aren't you? So she went, why? He said, because I've just bought mylittlepyjamas.com, mylittlepyjamas.co.uk, mylittlepyjamas.co, or whatever it was. He'd bought all of the websites, so she couldn't buy anything. So she didn't even... how she got on the show in the first place? Compulsive liar. And the other one had invented something she thought was vodka with herbs and spices in because she was into her fitness. Turned out somebody else had already got there before and made this vodka. They were selling it in America, but not selling very well. And she thought she was onto a winner. But it was a woman who hadn't even registered a website. The first thing you do is register a website. I remember there used to be a guy who worked at LBC years ago, and when websites came out and names and things like that, he registered all sorts of people's names as websites, so that if they wanted to use them, they had to either buy them back from him or pay a licensing fee. Very clever, very clever. Steve, I was listening to your whole show, podcast, and I can honestly say I loved it, especially thank goodness I'm wearing my pants. I'd love a signed photo of you. And I'm a massive fan. Love you always. I'm afraid I'm taken, but it's very sweet of you to offer. But no, we don't have signed photos. Haven't had signed photos for 15 years, I would have thought. Yeah, I've just been sent one, actually, which is very nice. Which is one. In fact, actually, Mary sent £20 to me, which is going straight to make some noise. And the other one I got was... shall I really post this card, Steve? I think this is from Steve and Teresa, and it's a picture of me with Michelle and Alison taken at the back of Crown House. The radio van's in the background, and it was a good picture, actually. In fact, it's a very nice picture. How old is it? A long time ago. I couldn't tell you how old it was. No, not 30 years. It was taken in Hammersmith. We were in Hammersmith, so could be 25 years. 20 years. It's a good one, isn't it? I hadn't seen it. It hadn't cropped up for a little while. But quite nice. Quite nice. But anyway, just going back to the fired candidate. And Lord Sugar said, I think if I came up with the task of life and time of Amy Ansell, she'd still be sub-team leader. He said she didn't sell. She was so slow. Slower than broadband Wi-Fi in Cornwall. So Crown... 94. Right. So 1994. How many years ago was that? 28 years ago. How depressing. How depressing. I don't mind. Yeah, I still do exactly the same. No difference at all. What else we got? Putin firing hyper missiles. Do you know? Somebody said on LBC the other day. I was listening to it as I was coming into town, and they were saying they think the war's going to go on for a long time yet, and all they'll do is talk. He won't push any nuclear buttons. Don't worry, he'd be the stupidest man in the world, even if he is completely mental. There's no way he's ever going to do anything like that. No way. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. Operation Abbey, the military-style plan for Philip's memorial to get the Queen in and out of the cloisters. And so it's going to be a military operation because they want to get her to the service and they're not sure if she can manage it. So they'll enter the Abbey. I think there'll be a helicopter from Windsor Castle to Buckingham Palace. I mean, I don't know why they can't have a helicopter that basically takes to the Abbey. It can land on the grass at Parliament. I don't know, no reason. Anyway, helicopter from Windsor Castle to Buckingham Palace, royal car to the back of the Abbey. Car goes through Dean's Yard, which you can walk through at the moment. I do it regularly. And she'll enter the cloisters using a tunnel screen, assisted through the Abbey cloisters, and then enter the Abbey through Poets' Corner to take her seat. I'm assuming she'll be pushed in a wheelchair. Can't think of any other reason. Could you not? I mean, I can't think of that. She'll have it. Oh, she's going to be moving very slowly. Very slowly, but she wouldn't want to miss it, and we wouldn't want her to miss it either. A gin expert hired to set up a bar and a restaurant gambled away nearly 143 grand of investors' cash. Wow, he's been jailed for 2.5 years, so not much going on there, is there really? What else have we got? Lily Allen wearing, I don't know, it's very odd. She's wearing a braless dress. This apparently is so racy-pacey in this day and age, the papers make a big deal about it. And a priest who branded teachers devils for educating children on gay and transgender rights is being investigated. Father Rosario Ebanks called them an abomination and said teaching LGBTQ issues in Catholic schools was promoting a sin against nature. Really? Have you checked how many gay priests there are in Rome? Have you checked how many in the Catholic Church? In fact, more gay priests in the Catholic Church, Father, who've abused children over the years than any other church. In fact, one of the popes had to come out and publicly demonise these paedophile priests who were operating. And I think 260 were got rid of. They'd allowed it to go on for ages and ages and ages, and they finally clamped down on it. So I think educating people is definitely the way forward.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I trust you well. Had a nice weekend. I had a very nice weekend. Thank you for asking. And I'm just waiting for them to move some money from one of my accounts so I can go and have a look at another car. But I can't do it with that. Well, I could do it. I could shuffle. I could shuffle money, but I don't want to shuffle it just yet. I'd rather sort of wait until we've done these things. Steve, good morning to you, says Ash in Margate. All these people that go on The Apprentice are bad enough, but the person who should know better is King Sugar. He's the sellout who's doing very well, thank you. Get back to making flimsy hi-fis. But the trouble is, you see, they had it in America. It was Donald Trump, wasn't it, in America? I think Lord Sugar's good. He's very good. I mean, he knows how to make money. And the show is a bit old hat. It is a little bit old hat. But it's still, marginally better than anything that's got sort of, certain people in it. And you go, oh, God, not them again. Beverly says, morning, Steve. Apparently the Queen doesn't want to be seen in a wheelchair, haunted by the memory of her sister Margaret in a wheelchair, and doesn't want to be seen as vulnerable. So I think they're going to try and have her seated first. Yes, I mean, let's face it, she's done very well walking. The Queen Mother had a stick, and she was over the 100 when she was sort of walking. And I think she just got to that stage where she was tired and was probably grateful for the rest. But it is. I remember her sitting outside. Margaret, the family all came out, I think, for some. I can't remember what it was actually. It must have been a wedding. And Margaret had her big glasses on, and Billy leant over and said, "Wave now." And so she then waved her hand. And so this was the Queen Mother's birthday celebrations, 2001. But to see her doing it, he had to lean over and say something, and then she waved. It was a bit sad to see, but Margaret was a playgirl. Margaret was a playgirl. She loved going out, partying and all the rest of it. And she did look ill towards the end. I mean, to be honest with you, you look at the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother was still standing up. 101 she was when this happened. And Margaret was pushed in her wheelchair by Backstairs Billy, who the moment Margaret died, Backstairs Billy was out of a job. They don't hang around the royal family. They're not interested. Once the person you've been employed to look after dies, then you're out of a job. And so he lost his little grace and favour house. He had loads of memorabilia that the Queen Mother had given him, loads of memorabilia, and then he died quite tragically, but sad, really, very sad. But he knew everything. He knew everything. What's the other one? Dragon's Den, Big Cheese. Deborah Meaden has revealed she wants to invest in a vegan Stilton company. And Pope Francis has issued a new constitution stating any baptised lay Catholic, including women, can head any Vatican department. He's also appealed to Putin yet again. Stop the bombing. And Putin's gone basically to His Holiness. He's not interested. He'll do what he wants to do. It's really, really just dreadful. Didn't take long, did it? No free-range eggs on sale in the supermarkets after today. You can't get free-range supermarkets, and the reason is avian flu. Avian flu. So they're going to say no more free. Well, I don't think people would know if they were free-range or not. I really don't think they would have the faintest idea. I don't think they taste any different. I mean, I don't eat eggs, so it doesn't make any difference to me. So eggs from hens previously classed as free-range will now be sold as barn eggs. And birds have not been allowed outside since November. Eggs sold in shops have to carry a sticker or a label saying they are in fact barn eggs, which is the name given to eggs produced by hens permanently housed indoors. So barn, you think, oh, that sounds nice, barn eggs. They won't. I don't think they taste any different. I really don't. I don't think so. But they can't label them free-range. Suffolk-based egg producer Daniel Brown, who keeps more than 40,000 free-range hens, says his birds had coped well indoors. Because you're supposed to keep them. But what a lot of farmers do is they put all the chickens into the barn, doors are shut, okay, they leave them in there for, I'm told, anything between a week and 2 weeks. Then they open the doors. This technically means you can call them farm fresh. But in fact, the birds are so frightened, they won't go outside. They don't want to go. They'll stay in the barn where they know everything that goes on. And they get fed and watered and everything else. And they're layers. And it's the same as battery hens. No different at all, apart from they're not all in cages. But they're all the 40,000 in a shed. 40,000 birds. You can imagine the smell. You can imagine, can't you? And then they've got machines that go around and get all the eggs, gather them all up. It's all electrified, and then after that they kill the chickens, and they throw away all the male chicks when they have. If any of the eggs hatch, they have to crush up the male chicks, so they're ground up into food because they only want females, they only want layers. What can I tell you? Don't want to ruin your Monday morning, ladies and gentlemen, but by God, it's the cold hard facts, which you've heard a million times before. So Katie Price still on holiday, I believe. As I said last week, and I've got to stand by it because it really, really annoys me that she owes this money to people. I would have thought that, I mean, if I owed money to people, I'd be thinking of every which way to get that money back to those people. She couldn't give a forex. She's not remotely interested. She just wants to be on holiday, have a picture taken. I'm in the paper again, and I... Yeah, but shouldn't you pay back the people you owe money to? About £3 million, I believe. But she's up in court again. It's on a harassment charge. She appears to have broken some rules. But at the same time, all she's not remotely bothered. Really not. It's all a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? The mother of breakfast eaters, Joanna Lumley, said the Queen Mum was a world beater at scoffing food. Can't imagine it. Well, Joanna Lumley's been quite friendly, hasn't she? And apparently you could only start after the Queen Mother had finished eating. They've got all sorts of very strange rules. But she published a book about the Queen. Said, "I love the Queen. She's never called for days off. Most of the time she's gone. Never complained." So Joanna Lumley's got a new TV series. It's called Great Cities of the World, and it will probably do really, really well. Because all of her stuff does very well, doesn't it? Everybody likes her. We like her a lot, very much so. And lovely to see the Queen greeting guests at Windsor this week, but said she missed the Commonwealth Day service that meant so much to her. She's 96 next month. Recovered from COVID, although I keep telling you, COVID is back in again with a vengeance. If you can remember to put a mask on, appreciated. And Shane says, I'm walking home from the shops. I bought a packet of hot cross buns. I've had 2 already. Oh, you're just eating them as they come out the packet, which is okay. You could, I've done that before, but I can't eat them now because they're just so fattening. So fattening. Imagine being told you might be related to a celebrity. This is Fame in the Family, and then you discover you're confronted with Shane Ryder from Happy Mondays. I mean, Shaun Ryder. Is it somebody from Take That? One woman said optimistically, after looking at the Manchester and microphone clues. I'd love to meet Gary Barlow. Unfortunately, they got Shaun Ryder. I mean, God in heaven. Across the week, others discovering they shared a family tree with Neil Razor Ruddock. That's the one with the foul wife. Do you remember her from she threw the stuff over? Get my ass! Ooh, she was a class act, wasn't she? Kerry Katona and Craig Revel-Orwood. It's a poor man's version of Who Do You Think You Are? In fact, not even poor man's. I mean, what on earth Craig Revel-Orwood's doing on there? Rusty Lee and Kerry Katona. Honestly, I give up. I really give up. You can tell I'm reading from the Sunday papers because I didn't get them this week. I decided to have a quick look through. Guests at Britain's most haunted hotel. Guess which newspaper this one is? Daily Star, thank you. Are warned as they check in that wailing spectres may disturb their sleep. Another load of old cobblers, isn't it, really? And Pop Pin-Up, well, he was years ago. He's now 53. Pop Pin Down, I think. Matt Goss wants to be Prime Minister. He promised to stand up for working class people. What do you think they're doing at the moment, love? I mean, you can't be that naive and dim. He says, I'd like to be Prime Minister so I can have some frank conversations about the proletariat. Of course, dear. We are not robots. We are living human beings. He's not revealed which party he'd stand for, but said he was passionate about politics. He now makes a living singing in Las Vegas, but he doesn't. That's the trouble. He doesn't. He did. But he performed with his twin brother Lucas Bross, recently revealed he keeps a gun close to his bed and hones his shooting skills on the firing range. Don't want to go anywhere near him anymore, do we? He's obviously a bit cracked. Definitely. And so the free-range eggs and I'm a big fan of cockapoos at the moment. I like cockapoos. They're not cheap. But some friends of mine. We've had 2 friends of mine. They've each got one. Each got a cockapoo. They're really lovely. I really like them. They're so cute. They're so cute. They are like sort of, they all seem happy. Look at that little face. Not huge. Not huge. I would think they're sort of, medium size. Some are sold as miniatures, but they turn out not to be miniatures. It's like all those people who bought mini piglets. Do you remember? And they were just baby piglets, which grew and grew and grew. Pigs are quite cute, though, aren't they? I think so. A shopper was stunned when his Peppa Pig ice cream appeared to have a willy on the front of it. Aldi customer Keith Bean shared a snap on social media after he spotted it. He said, I was very happy to see this in your supermarket, Aldi UK. Perhaps not as happy as Peppa is. Don't need that kind of talk, do we? Not necessary. Big companies joined in the fun. Specsavers joked, doesn't look like one to us. And Vodafone asked, slight miscommunication with the ice cream design. Looks like a willy to me. Looks like, whenever somebody said... it's like somebody says to you, if you draw a willy, that's what they look like, apparently. I don't know when they look like that. But it does look like it, doesn't it? What do you think it looks like? Yeah. What do you think it looks like? A squiggle. I didn't even know they did Peppa Pig ice lollies. I'll be down getting one of those, I tell you. Visitors heading to Britain's most haunted hotel are being warned by staff to beware of its ghostly guests. I'll tell you the full story about the Adelphi in Liverpool. It's a load of old toffee. There are no guests. They're certainly not in the Adelphi's hotel rooms. It's a cheap publicity ploy. What lies can we make up to get people to come to Liverpool? You won't believe it.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, for us, it's another week. For the people over in Ukraine, It's just another day of endless bombings and the refugees caught up in the red tape, thousands held in the camps, and believe it or not, the brave dustmen of Kyiv are still keeping the city streets clean. I mean, you can't even make it up. They're keeping the city streets clean. There are still people in hotels. There are still journalists over there feeding back as much information as they possibly can. And we just go, oh, it's another day and it might be a heat wave this week. As if it's nothing to do with us and as if we're not doing anything at all. And yet still thousands upon thousands of people in this country are donating blankets and they need baby stuff like tomorrow. And water. God knows they need water. They want water. And strangely enough, I was driving down the Edgware Road the other day in London. It's a very sort of popular Middle East type road. All the restaurants are out there and everything else. It's almost like a completely separate society. And the one thing that I thought, and I've seen it before over the years, outside all the fruit shops and all the shops anyway, they're selling bottled water. I've never seen so much bottled water in my entire life. And I suddenly thought, I bet the people who come from the Middle East to come over here don't turn on taps and drink the water. I think because I couldn't think of any other reason why you'd be buying bottled water. Unless, because I buy bottled water, I don't drink out of the tap. I have done if I put it into a kettle to heat it up and then use it. But normally I drink bottled water. I keep it in the fridge so it's nicely chilled. But all these shops, tons and tons and tons of bottled water. And I thought, I bet you anything, they don't drink out the taps. I bet they just literally drink bottled water because I've never seen so much of it. It was almost like an epidemic. In fact, it even looked like more than they had in Costco. And that's fairly good for bottled water, which reminds me I must go to Costco today and try and get some more water. What does Princess Anne carry with her that she thinks is a secret to her vitality? Kiwi fruit. She likes kiwi fruit. She carries it with her, yes. There's always a kiwi fruit about her personage. And there was a big march in London the other day for people anti the police and this teacher and the black girl who was stripped naked and searched. I mean, she's suing, quite rightly so. She's 15 years old, traumatised. Police officers who did not know the law. The teacher was standing up. What in God's name the teacher was thinking of calling the police because she could smell cannabis and not calling the girl's parents is totally beyond me. And all the police have said is, as you heard yesterday from Andrew Pearce and everybody else, is, oh, sorry about that. And you go, I'm sorry. If that had been any one of us, I'd have been on the phone to lawyers immediately. I'd have sued them for everything. I mean, you just can't do that. Not to a 15-year-old girl who was having her period. And they made her remove the sanitary towel. I mean, the more you hear about it, the worse it gets. And Andrew Pearce was talking about it yesterday. Also, lovely to hear Matt Fry. Very lovely to hear Matt Fry. Back in one piece, thank the Lord. He's going back. I think he said he was going back later in the year. And I remember thinking, oh, my goodness me, he's been such a godsend to LBC. He really has. And to Channel 4 News, but I think more to LBC. Excuse me? Yeah, this is his main job. That's what I like to tell people. So anyway, up in the Adelphi Theatre in Liverpool, they're pretending that they've got ghosts. Staff have even confided that they will only clean some rooms in pairs. Oh, God, honestly, what a load of old rubbish, isn't it? Ghosts since lockdown are getting braver and braver, and it seems the Adelphi, known as the most haunted hotel in the UK, there are no ghosts there. Okay, they're lying to you. Okay, it's lies. There are no such things as ghosts. Apparently, TripAdvisor has been flooded with warnings of spooky happenings. One reviewer said, stayed at the Adelphi with a tour group. Our room was perfectly comfortable. Unfortunately, my adult daughter suffered extremely vivid waking nightmares of a presence. Yeah, Jackanory. There are no ghosts there. They're just trying to drum up. It's an ancient old hotel, the Adelphi. It's very old. I mean, it should have been pulled down years ago and put up something, a bit more interesting, like a gîte or something like that, actually. They have reports of a woman roaming corridors, like in The Shining, just wailing. Yeah, well, she's probably a drunk and she can't find where her room is. One of them, Raymond Brown, a 15-year-old page boy who died after being trapped in the baggage room lift. His ghost, resplendent in his cap and uniform, has reportedly picked up the luggage of guests and carried it off to various rooms. Jackanory. An unknown whistler in the lift of the hotel who often breathes down the neck of guests and sometimes taps them on the shoulder. Then there's George, a man in a tuxedo with a toothbrush moustache, who calls to members of the public from a certain window on the Brownlow hillside of the hotel, took his own life in the 30s, and an unidentified female pickpocket ghost who's been seen rifling through guest clothes and belongings in the early hours. She always disappears into thin air when she's challenged. Oi, you! Oh, my goodness, look, she just vanished into thin air. But that's Liverpool, isn't it? I remember going there years and years ago, got off the plane, get as far as Lime Street Station, put my luggage down, went, great to be back home, turned around, somebody nicked my luggage. You know, I thought, well, there you go, that's Liverpool for you. But, I mean, honestly, I ask you. But it's a way of drumming up business in this day and age. You know, we have a ghost, you might be lucky enough to see it. And, of course, the permanently pissed people up there will be going, oh, I saw that. Did you go, no, you didn't. Oh, shouldn't you say that? But they say that in America when they say they're so-and-so'd off. You know, it's quite... And I heard some language. Yeah, let it go this time. Next time, you understand. Come on, you're an adult. But 20 to 5 in the morning. I mean, it's a way of drumming up publicity. And people go, oh, we stayed in the most haunted hotel in the country. Well, I've certainly never heard it described as that. I've stayed at the Adelphi. And I tell you, no ghosts. No ghosts, no apparitions, no spooks, no nothing. No people walking through walls, no people pickpocketing you, no sort of little boy who was killed by a falling lift, still resplendent in his uniform. What a load of codswallop. What a load of codswallop. Ricky Gervais is always scared to pen big cliffhangers in case he dies. I like Ricky Gervais. There's something very good. He kind of gets the gag. He gets the gag, and he does it very, very well indeed. What have we got here? Number of people killed while taking selfies in dangerous spots. 24 reported deaths. 330 in 10 years have died, falling off cliffs, being electrocuted or drowning. Because some people will climb up the thing, or they do this tombstoning. Have you seen that? Tombstoning is sort of where they dive off and you think, are you mad? You mad? They're so stupid. Or failing that, they sort of go right to the edge of something. And I think, no, come back from the edge, please. It's not very good at all. One lucky couple got a private jet to bring them back home from their holiday. Kevin and his wife Sam were treated like VIPs on the Jet 2 flight. And it was unbelievable. COVID was still a thing of the past. The pilot said, once we'd taken off, we can treat the plane as our own private jets. They went and sat in all the seats. I've never been that lucky, actually. People are cutting down on takeaways, new clothes and holidays as bills go through the roof. It's bills all the time, isn't it, really? And gym junkie Sharon Garner is proving she's a superground. Despite suffering from arthritis, she's 67 and she still does, all these exercises and kickboxing and all these other things. So she's doing very well, which is what you've got to do. I was talking to my driver this morning. We were saying that if you retire, you've got to keep yourself busy. It's no good not being busy, because if you just sort of go, oh, I'm going to stay in bed all day today, before you know where you are, you're just spending all day in bed. You can't be bothered to get up. It's not worth it. And also, what was the other one I liked? Oh, Jeremy Kyle's show, rightly dubbed human bear baiting. Claims have been made people were conned and bullied by this posh boy who set himself up as judge and jury. Always remember that one, like, look at me. Look at me. Yeah, I watched it. A friend of mine asked me the other day, he said, you watch it? I said, yeah. I said, it's bear baiting. I said, and people sat there and watched it thinking this is a pile of rubbish, but unfortunately still watched it. And then when somebody ends up taking their own life, then all of a sudden it becomes serious. I mean, it should have been axed years ago. It really should have been, but I'm assuming it pulled in loads of advertising, and people quite like the idea that all these sort of chavvy people with no teeth and tattoos at the back of their neck, was sort of fodder for us. Fodder for him, certainly. He would embarrass them completely, but obviously because they'd all signed this disclaimer, they could put out whatever they wanted, and did. They should have checked people much, much, much better, because whichever way you look at it, he did bear bait them. It was this, look at me now, and he would be quite vicious about it. I understand, very aggressive, but I understand they're making a TV programme. This I understand, but I just, it was just embarrassing to these people who quite clearly would have sold their grandmother down the river to appear on television. In fact, the bloke who ended up taking his own life couldn't be more thrilled to be on television. He said to his future wife, he said, we're going to be really famous, because he couldn't afford the lie detector. So took it, but unfortunately he didn't tell them he was on medication, and the medication affected it. And so it said, you lied. You did have an affair. And he went, I didn't. They didn't show the programme, but word got out, and he was upset. But he was so desperate to be on the programme. He said, "This is going to make us, absolutely make us." That's what people thought. They would go on a programme. I mean, I've lost track of the amount of dreadful reality shows where they're just on there because their lives are so shallow that they need to do something because they can't actually do a job. They don't have jobs as such. Their job is being a celebrity. Steve, yes, I like Ricky Gervais. He's like you, very kind, good-hearted. He's an animal rights activist and supports all things against animal cruelty, says Jeanette. Yeah, but apart from that, though, he's a nice... I don't think you have to be a nice person to be an animal, campaigner and things like that. But no, I just think I think he just gets the gag. He gets it. Yes, I've interviewed him. Yes, he's on... I think he's on YouTube. He's on YouTube. And I watched it again yesterday, Steel Magnolias. And I've got it on DVD. I've watched it. I can't tell you how many times. And every time it comes up on television, I always watch it because the guy who wrote it, it's a true story. It's a story about his sister who died as a result of complications brought on by diabetes. And the house that they filmed in was their family home. And that's what brought it back home to me. And he came in because he was over in town doing something else. He plays the vicar in it. He had a small part as the vicar. It's just such a brilliant film. It really is. And never fails to make me cry every time. My producer Corey wrote to me and said, "You're going to cry again, Yeah. I can't help it. I just, because it's so sad that, everything in this place, and the music is so brilliant. It really is. If you've never seen it, go get it. It's a girly type film, but it's got every aspect of human life in it. Dolly Parton, Weepy, good music, everybody's in it. It's really brilliant.
This is LBC.
The one thing that I don't possess is trendy trainers. I'm not, the coloured trainers. I've got a nice pair of white ones, courtesy of Mr. Shallett. God bless him. But these are ones in Lidl. And they're selling for £14.99. They're very nice. £14.99 seems quite reasonable. They've got the Lidl label on there. Perhaps I could have thought about taking that off. But anyway, Louis Vuitton have just brought out a very similar pair. I mean, to me, they don't look exactly the same. They're in the same similar sort of colours, but it's Louis Vuitton, so they're much classier. The difference in price is astronomical. In Lidl, £14.99. The Louis Vuitton one's 960 quid. £960. Apparently, the rubber detailing on the tongue and the side features the LV initials logo. The company says each pair takes 7 hours to hand stitch. Well, you should have gone to a place where they can do them on a machine, mate, shouldn't you? I mean, how stupid is that? Mother's Day's coming up, isn't it? Mother's Day. It's this weekend, is it? For those people like me who don't have mothers, we don't celebrate Mother's Day, but we still think about our mums all the time because that's the way it works. And what they got here? Oh, sorry, I thought it was all milkshakes. quite like that. Apparently, Katie Price is the unlikely inspiration behind one of the hottest UK bands. This is the Mysterines. Singer Leah Metcalf said, "I've always known who Katie Price is. It's like when you're born, you know all the words to Mr. Brightside. Nobody's ever read them, you just know them. So I've always known Katie Price, yes. Well, if you knew what a disastrous businesswoman she was, I'd keep well away from her. Well away. She's got the word disaster written all over, and foul-mouthed. Not necessarily in that order. The parents say to set up their own search for Madeleine McCann, because the police, we are told, have scaled down, and later in the year they're going to stop searching for Madeleine because they're just not going to find anything. They have no new leads, and all the rubbish about, oh yeah, we've got this lead and that lead we're following up with the German prosecutors, and it turned out to be nothing. Just a load of old hogwash, I'm afraid. Could Hugh Grant be heading to be Doctor Who? I quite like Hugh Grant. Well, in fact, I do like Hugh Grant. I think he's been in a lot of really, really good films. And he's he's a pretty boy. He'd probably hate the term pretty boy, but he is. He was pretty preppy boy. That was as good as it gets. I don't know whether he'd do Doctor Who or whether he might think it was beneath him. I'm not too sure. I don't know how Doctor Who is viewed in his sort of range of film roles that he's done before. I don't know if he could do it. I mean, Ollie Alexander is the favourite. What does he do? What do we know Alexander for? He's a singer. Oh, right. Is that the one with the bad haircut? Oh, I don't want him then. No, can we get somebody with a proper haircut, not one of these silly show-off haircuts? 2 in 3 people say smacking should be made illegal. I think it should be up to the parents. I mean, this has raged for years. I mean, donkey's years. I remember a presenter here at LBC who left about 35 years ago, and he was very anti-smacking. And I remember thinking, well, in our family, it was a deterrent. Wait till your father gets home. And that was the indication we were going to get a smack. I think, certain age... Did they not make it illegal at one point? In Wales, made illegal. And Jersey first part to ban smacking in 2020, before Scotland made it illegal in November 2020. So what have we got here in England? So, I don't think we've got anything, have we? So, the Children Act 2004 stipulates it's illegal to hit a child if the force results in bruising, swelling, cuts, grazes or scratches. So as long as a parent acts with what can be considered as reasonable force within the home, it's likely they'll be found to have acted within the boundaries of the law. So it should be illegal, but it's not. I mean, I think I was smacked, not a lot. And we had it at school. We had the cane at school. But some boys grew to like it. And those ones turned into running bondage parlours, yes. No, we used to get the cane. That would be the thing. If you were sent outside the class to stand outside in the corridor and you sort of push your little nose up against the glass, and if the headmaster saw you, you'd be summoned to the headmaster's office, and you knew you were going to get the cane. I only got it on a couple of occasions, because it bloody well hurt. It really did hurt. You used to have a whole, like an umbrella stand full of the blooming things. It was not bare bottom, no. We didn't, no. You had to lift your blazer up so that your trousers were fairly taut. And that apparently added to the pain. And it did hurt. You went, you do sort of... I don't know if it was a deterrent or not, actually, because you were never sure what you were supposed to have done wrong that warranted getting the cane. I just assumed that they didn't like the look of me, and so that was it. But I only got it on a couple... I mean, some boys were regularly in and out of the headmaster's office. But in those days, you didn't need to tell the parents or anything if you were caning somebody, because the parents had sent you away to school. This was a prep school. We were 9-year-old boys. Little 9-year-old, 9 and 10 and 11. And because your parents sent you away, they left it up to the school to do the disciplining. So they didn't think anything of it. And when we got older, some of the bigger boys, you tried to beat them, they'd turn around and smack you in the face. There'd be no messing about at all. 1984, I believe, was when smacking in schools was banned. Yeah, I mean, you can't do that now. Which is, it's almost a shame, because there is no deterrent for kids to misbehave at school. And we've had, well, as you know, we've had children that produce guns and knives and things like that, especially in America. I mean, it's absolutely rife in America, because you can get hold of guns. And that's why that Boomtown Rats song, I Don't Like Mondays, when this boy was asked why he'd killed people, he said, I don't like Mondays. And that was it. And you think to yourself, but they must have lots of mental health issues over there and stuff like that. Because for somebody to go killing people in classes and, I mean, you just don't know, do you? I mean, smacking probably wouldn't have made any difference at all to these people. And that was what I thought was always the trouble with it. In our house, it was a deterrent. Wait till your father gets home and you say, oh, God. So you spend all that time toadying up to your mum. Hopefully she won't mention it. No, she mentioned it. And you could hear my father, I'd hear him coming up the stairs. It was terrible, really. The hiding place was sitting on my bed, quaking. I didn't actually, I can't remember if my father ever hit me or not. I don't think so. Did you lock yourself in the bathroom? Yeah, but the trouble is that they would just wait for you to come out. Even the cat in our house knew something was going on. It would shoot upstairs and hide under a bed or something. There's more trouble a-brewing. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Britain's biggest health fear is getting dementia. So that's it. But as I say, it's keeping active. It's people who let their brains switch off. And then you've got to try and kickstart your brain again. That's what me and my driver were talking about this morning, who listens to the programme all the time. All the time. His brain's quite good. His brain's quite good. But we were sort of saying that if you do retire, keep busy, for God's sake. Do gardening, don't just plonk yourself down in front of the telly. Because in the end, your brain will just go, well, I'm not being used. I'll just close down. And so that's when it starts gets a bit bad. The UK's biggest headstone is unauthorised. It's an enormous one made out of marble, put in a cemetery. No recommendations from the council apart from it shouldn't be there. They've told them to contact them to take it down. Wasn't that a line in a song, Wait Till Your Father Gets Home? I thought it was a TV series, Wait Till Your Father Gets, until your father gets, until your father gets home. That's what I remember. And another one here. Wait a minute. Cable on my mouse is not very good at all at the moment. It's gone to. There it is. And Steve. Ollie Alexander from a band called Years and Years. Very talented, says Matthew. Yeah, but is he any good at Doctor Who? Did he do acting before? Shame he didn't do hairdressing. Steve, says Stella, you got the cane. Tell me you did it and I'll sort them out. I'd love to find out if they were still alive. I bet they're not. I thought, strange enough, I thought about that the other day. I did think about it. I was thinking, I wonder if that headmaster is still... No, I shouldn't imagine he's still alive. Interesting, though, isn't it, when you think about these things? And most of the stuff that I think of, it comes... What happened? I was talking to my brother about something, and something happened. And I phoned him up and told him, and he said, I'm sometimes like that. I said, no, I'm like it all the time. If I think about somebody phoning me who's not phoned me for ages and ages, blow me down, the phone will ring, it'll be them. Now, is that psychic, or is that just, somebody on the same wavelength as you? I don't know what it is. I've had that on numerous occasions. I thought, I've not heard from so-and-so friend. Yeah, you mentioned somebody, and they die in my case. I'm frightened to mention people. Frightened to mention them, in case they sort of pass on. Somebody sent me a little clock. Very little clock. And I didn't think anything of it. Okay, little tiny clock, and I think it's battery. I don't know actually. And I looked on the back of it, and the engraving has got on it the Grand Order of Water Rats, King Rat, Gordon Kay, 1999. Now Gordon Kay, as you know, was in a lower low, and he was King Rat. Now whether or not they give these out to all the water rats as a souvenir of when he got it, anyway, I've got it. I don't know. I've just had a look in the Jiffy bag. There's nothing in the Jiffy bag of who sent it to me. I'm a bit disappointed, but it's ever so nice. Very nice indeed. But it's it's the Grand Order of Water Rats. Perhaps when they have a new rat, they all get a little clock. It's quite sweet, isn't it? I know. I thought that too. I should be saving that. Saving it. We'll take a short break for the news at 5. Then we'll come back with more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Gino De Campo brands the Michelin stars rubbish. He said, I know more about cooking than they do. Ooh.
This is LBC.
Welcome to Monday, the 21st of March. It's racing through, isn't it? And we're going to have a heat wave tomorrow. Gonna have a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. As they've said, it's about 84 degrees. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. I just think it's one of those things where they go, oh, it could be a nice day. I mean, the other day was quite nice, but then it got a bit chilly a little bit later on. So I didn't feel so guilty about putting a coat on. Proof of life on Mars could be discovered in a British laboratory. And Gavin Ashenden, the Queen's former chaplain, says food giants are doing the devil's work with hot cross buns because they're adding bits and pieces of chocolate and candy pin, all the rest of it. And you think to yourself, haven't you got anything better to talk about? I'm not surprised you're the former Queen's chaplain. I can't imagine. I don't even know if the Queen likes having things like hot cross buns. They're very cheap. It's cheaper to buy than it is to make the blooming things. Much cheaper. Yeah, I'm surprised she's not thought about bringing them out. They've brought out everything else, haven't they? Brought out their own Prosecco and stuff like that. But I'm looking at a picture of good old Gavin, and he says they're filling the hot cross buns with chocolate, caramel and cheese. What's it got to do with you? What's it got to do with you? Gino De Campo brands the Michelin stars rubbish because the judges know less about food than him. The telly chef does not want any of his restaurants winning one of the cooking gongs. Don't worry, darling, it's never going to happen. Okay? Not now. Not now, it's not. He says, I don't believe in the Michelin star system. Yeah. Well, there you go. The trouble is, your food's average. Very average, you know. I mean, I don't think they're worth having anyway. I've never eaten at a Michelin star. Well, not knowingly. I would never book a restaurant on the basis of it's got a Michelin star, because a producer went to the Ivy in Ken High Street, and he said it was lovely. They got away with he had lovely drinks, loads of ice. I don't like it when they're stingy on ice. I like loads of ice in my drink. I mean, literally overflowing, so I can then crunch the ice cubes. This was rhubarb and raspberry gin. Lovely. So it's a G&T, raspberry and rhubarb, and it was full of ice right up to the top, and I'd have had a field day with that. Ramesh Ranganathan has moved into a new build £3 million house just a few miles from the humble home he grew up in. It's a 6-bedroom pad in Crawley, which is lovely, and he's done very well. So why shouldn't he buy it? There'll be people who write to him going, oh, why have you got a big £3 million house? And the answer is because he can afford it, which is nice. What else we got here? Sunday drivers should be banned, say energy experts. Car-free Sundays is one of several ideas suggested to the International Energy Agency to reduce petrol and oil usage. So that's right. So if you work the weekend, you're now going to be penalised. Stupid people, honestly. What else have we got here? It says, fans are convinced new Olivia Rodrigo music is imminent. She's been posting cryptic snaps. Cryptic snacks. Wonder what that'd be. And breakups aren't easy, as Shawn Mendes has quickly learnt. The Canadian pop star has been struggling without his ex, Camila Cabello, by his side. He said, when you're breaking up with someone, you think it's the right thing to do. You don't realise all this rubbish that comes after it. Like, who do I call when I'm having a panic attack? Well, I don't know. Go and ask Romeo Beckham. He's being comforted by the whole family because at 17, with a 15-year-old girlfriend, they split up. Presumably she found him too childish and dull. The man who sits there wearing his white boxer shorts. They do look like white boxer shorts to me. They look like the cheapest sort of pants you'd ever be able to buy. What a shame. The Apprentice glamorous female stars. Lord Sugar's class of 2022 were dubbed the Love Island generation because many of their Instagram posts were swimwear shots. Yep, then they opened their mouths and out comes rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But Brittany Carter said, oh my God, all I get is messages from people with 0 followers and 0 photos. Of course, dear. What did you seriously think? Somebody's going to think you're bright and intelligent? No. It's flim-flam, isn't it? All flim-flam. What else? Correcting kids when they mispronounce words is a form of prejudice, academics claim. No, I thought the idea is you want people to speak properly. But you know what academics are like? They tell all sorts of rubbish. This is what you've got to do. And a gene that causes severe morning sickness of the type that hospitalised the Duchess of Cambridge has been discovered. It does give hope to people. And there's a man here who's dug a 40-foot-long tunnel under his garden so he won't get wet walking to his shed. He's dug this sort of... I don't know whether you're allowed to do things like that. He intends to keep digging until he reaches his secret bunker at the bottom of the garden. I don't know. I just see, something's going to collapse here. And the whole house is going to disappear in a puff of smoke. So, be very careful. Be very, very careful. Adele's new multi-million-pound home in America is a deadly earthquake zone. And, of course, if they're on the San Andreas fault, you can have all sorts of problems. Now, prejudice police say you can't even tell the child to talk properly. University specialists say there's no such thing as correct language or terminology. In a blog, they say ain't instead of is not to multicultural London English. They argue that viewing their usage as lazy or ignorant is accent prejudice. The specialists also defend the dropping of the letter G at the end of words. The letter G at the end of words. Oh, I say thinking, talking, saying. They are mad, these people, aren't they? You can't believe they even got as far as university. It's just dreadful. Just dreadful. I got told off for dropping my H's some years ago, and I ain't looked back since. Being not going to be prejudiced about the whole thing. There's a man here. He's a Colin. He's a Colin. He is a Colin. He's a fire engine enthusiast. He's got 20 of them, and they need to be moved to have, because he can't keep them there because they're a bit of a risk. Oh, my goodness me. How lovely. I quite like fire engines. I've never actually thought about collecting any of them. I thought that sounded a little bit weird. And, Betty takes an awful lot. This is Joe Pasquale. Have you seen Joe Pasquale's body? He's got the most amazing body. You would never know that a man like him, he did the Full Monty on television, and he looks like he's a bodybuilder. What? Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Put in Joe Pasquale Full Monty, and you have a look at him with his shirt off, and you go, blimey. I mean, that really incredible, very noticeable. Incredible, isn't it? Is that Washboard? He's 58, I know. You would never know that under that shirt would be that body. It looks like somebody different. It really does. I told him so. No, you wouldn't mess with him at all. He looks like he's a boxer. He's lovely. I think he's smashing. Absolutely smashing. Daisy Lowe claims being on Strictly was a personal highlight. Who is she? What is she, a model or something? Daisy Lowe? Daisy Lowe? Actress. Oh, right, actress. She took part in some series, and she was telling Gabby Roslin about a podcast. Gabby Roslin used to be married to this bloke, and I can't remember what his name was, but he appeared in Hair. And, of course, in Hair, they have a nude scene. It's a very, very old 60s play, Let the Sun Shine. But at some point, all the cast disappear under a sheet. Sheet comes off, they're all stark naked. Except the narrator. The narrator kept clothes on, but everybody else in the cast. And Gabby Roslin's husband took his clothes off. And I sent a sympathy card, thinking that she probably didn't know. And what they would have to do every night at the production is move the cast around, because people would book certain seats so they could look at a certain person. So they would move the cast around just to keep it safe for them. I mean, seriously, I'd have never taken my clothes off for any amount of money, really. Mind you, nobody ever asked. They never went, "Oh, Steve, would you like to do Hair?" No, nobody ever said that to me. Bit of a disappointment. Susan Calman sent passengers on board a luxury cruise ship into a panic when the ship slowed down on the high seas. They were told just so that she could be filmed dancing for the new TV show. Am I the only one who doesn't find her very funny? I mean, it's, she's doing another one, Cruising with Susan Calman, and yet we've already had Jane McDonald doing that and doing it a bit better. I think what they can't do is find the right thing for her. There has to be something. Eventually they'll hit on something, because all the stuff she's done so far, it's been a bit dreary. Didn't she do something where she went to seaside resorts or something? I seem to remember vaguely that came up, and we went, oh no, not seaside resorts, come up with something else, but difficult, I can imagine, to try and find things that suit a particular presenter, because not all of them can do these things. There you go. My Secret Scotland, Susan, and The Untold Tales. Well, they weren't untold, it's just that she hadn't told them. There you go, Susan Calman, Grand Week by the Sea. And she visits 5 seaside resorts around the UK like we've never been to a seaside resort before. We knew more about it than she did. It was very disappointing, very disappointing. But as I say, what do you find for her? I don't know what her forte would be. Whatever it wasn't finding those seaside resorts, I'm afraid, because I thought that was positively very dull. What else we got? Rock and Royals. Yes, Kate and Wills in a jig with a... I mean, we know that William can't dance for toffee. He absolutely can't. And the villagers gave them a pair of maracas to take home. Everybody else comes back from holiday with a stick of rock. They come back with a pair of maracas. Very exciting. Katie Price, another picture posed on the beach. And her ex-husband, Kieran, has warned their 2 children she's facing jail for harassment. It just lurches from one disaster to another. You can't seriously believe it. Oh, bookings are starting for COVID jab number 4. I wouldn't mind jab number 4. I'd go for that, please. I would probably get it. Yeah, I would think so. I'm high risk, so I would like to think I'd be getting it, which is good news, isn't it? And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, 1 in 20 people say watching X-rated material is a daily habit. So unnecessary, isn't it? So unnecessary in this day and age, really.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Honestly, I thought I'd heard compensation claims, like forever and a day, like the doctor who was claiming compensation for the NHS because they had a fear of needles. Kind of a bit of a waste of time actually going into the profession, but a police officer complaining that a high-speed pursuit with flashing blue lights made them car sick. And another's mum calling in to complain her daughter had been sent on an upsetting job. These are genuine claims coming in from a West Midlands force. With such coddled coppers, it's no wonder criminals are having a field day. The Sweeney toddler, more like, they complain about everything. I got a car sick. I can't go in a car. What are you doing in the police force? Money. Give me money. That's what it comes down to now, doesn't it? They need to sort these people out. 84 degrees you're going to get. 84 degrees. I love the story from Changsha in China. A woman lovingly watered a houseplant for 3 years before she realised it was plastic. Only in China. Only in China. Oh yes, that was another thing from The Apprentice. One of the ladies on there was going to get her items made in China, and they went, No. Why would you want them made in China? They take 15 weeks to get here on a container. You'd have to order so much of this stock. What happens if you don't sell it? You're going to send it back to them? No, you're stuck with it. So, I mean, they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know. But at least it's an all-female what's it? Amber Davis getting drenched as she returns to the stage. She was left soaking as she performed as part of Cabaret All-Stars. She recently finished a stint as part of Dolly Parton's musical 9 to 5. All right. And glamorous Kelly Healy became Britain's youngest gran at the age of 30. Her daughter, Sky Salter, now 17, gave birth to son Bailey 3.5 years ago. Wow. They do start young, some of these people, don't they? That's all I can say. And a beach hut, 10.5 feet by 13 feet, has just gone on sale for £200,000 for a beach hut. The wooden shack boasts stunning views, well, it's on the beach, and a private deck, but it's got no electricity, drainage or running water. It's in North Wales, I think. The most expensive one, I think, was $235,000. No? Most expensive one ever? How much? $575,000. What does it look like? Oh, it's quite pretty, but oh no. It can't be accessed by car, and it's a 20-minute walk from the road. Well, that's out straight away. Oh, that's at Mudderford Sandbank in Christchurch Harbour. Wow, just a year ago they were going for $350,000, and then another cabin has knocked them out of the park, on the market for a whopping £575,000. 13 foot by 10 foot, no mains, electricity, toilet or washing facilities. But it's commanding such a large price due to its sought-after location. But there's no toilet. What's how you want to go toilet? What are you supposed to do? You're sitting there, Mum, what? I'm going to toilet. You can't go in the sea for all toilets, can you? That seems an awful lot of money. It can sleep 6... Oh, you can sleep in it. Hut 180. You can't take a mortgage out. It's got to be cash. It's a 6-bedroom, now valued at the same as a luxurious... Oh, it can sleep 6 people. But only between April to October. You can't sleep there any other time. Wow. Not very big, is it? Not very... I would be expecting something a little bit better than that. Looks like it's just a board, isn't it, that's shoved between 2 bits of the sofa. Very shoddily and cheaply done by the look of it. I wouldn't be buying that one anytime soon, thank you. So, mind you, this one has got fitted kitchen, which has got an integrated fridge freezer and a water heater run via solar panels on the roof, and an oven powered by a gas bottle. Oh, very pokey. I don't like any of their fixtures and fittings. Hardly designer, is it? It's very 80s, very dated, a little gas cooker. Imagine trying to get that over the sand. A gas cooker and all the cupboards and all, the builders are going, I'm not cooking that, mate. And then you've got a nice view of the water. Pfft, not for me, mate. Not for me. Way too expensive. Way too expensive. Oh, dear. What else we got? Friend star Courtney Cox was revealed she doesn't think modern sitcoms are funny. Well, I don't know whether you're right or not. I don't watch enough sitcoms, but they're not funny, are they? Oh right. Oh well. And Elizabeth Hurley couldn't be in Australia for Shane's funeral. I was filming, and with the time jump, physically can't get there. And because she was engaged to him, they never got any further than that. Big coffin he had. It's funny how you look at coffins around the world, and his was quite a big coffin. Quite a big coffin. He was only 52. Died in Koh Samui. And All sorts of people there. Mark Taylor, Michael Clark, plus Danny Minogue. Son Jackson kissed his dad's coffin as daughters Brooke and Summer looked on, and Tina Turner's song The Best played at the end of the service. Big coffin, though. Big coffin. I wonder what he was wearing when he died, because most people tell you what, they've got this outfit and that outfit and everything else. Would he be buried in his whites? Who knows? Teenage Cancer Trust kicking off the most impressive week of shows at the Royal Albert Hall. Monday, Don Brocco with full orchestra, plus Def Havana. Anybody on that one? No idea. Tuesday, an evening of comedy hosted by Joel Dommett. Do you know they have to put pads under his arm because he sweats? Yeah, on television. Dreadful. Wednesday, Youngblood plus Nova Twins and Daisy Brain. Thursday, Madness plus Paul Weller and band. Friday, The Who. Saturday, Liam Gallagher plus Kid Capisci and Rats. And Sunday, Ed Sheeran plus Suffolk singer Dylan. It's not a bad lineup, is it? Apart from the ones you've never heard of, which is the same ones that I've never heard of either. Britney Spears is taking her steps towards a comeback. It's been 6 years since she brought out some material, so it'll be nice to see her back again. I still remember, whoops, I did it again. Made up, yeah, oops, I did it again. Roughly the same kind of thing. And I don't need to be pedantic over whether I've mispronounced things. I'm just doing it in my kind of rap language, because I is Steve. Babes one more time. So Matt Goss has revealed he's a crack shot and sleeps with a gun next to him. I think you've lost the plot now completely. I mean, why is that? He said, I'm not a big fan of guns, but I go down to the range. I'm terrified of what the thing can do. Asked what he'd do if his home in Los Angeles was broken into. He said, I know what my plan would be. I live in a gated community with a pretty insane security system, but I've been burgled. All right. On a gated community. I'd moved here. But he was thinking of moving back here, wasn't he? And then it didn't come to anything, and I can't remember where it went to. 60% of the people in Harlow, live in Harlow, have £125 a month spare. That's all they've got. Harlow is a fairly poor area. There are bits of it very poor. I know because I've been there on loads of occasions. And they've got a guy here. He's talking about filling up his car. He said it's gone from 85 to 105 quid. People here are realists. A cleaner says more tax, bigger energy bills. We know Downing Street doesn't have a magic money tree, but they must help us. This is just one of many, many areas in the country who are suffering. Everybody, I think, is suffering about the fuel because it seems to be getting more expensive. I thought it was going to come down, but obviously not at the moment. Obviously not. What else do we have? The novelty Easter treats, which is lovely. And Alan Cummings says he feared his tyrant father would kill him. He also revealed his late dad Alex seemed to take great pleasure in hurting him. You do get parents like that, don't you, who seem to sort of thrive on abusing their children, which is a great shame, actually, great shame. And Alan Carr is planning an image overhaul to get a revenge body following his divorce. He's hired a personal trainer. He said, I've just gone through a divorce, so I told the trainer I want a revenge body. So, I don't know why, actually. I don't seem to make any difference at all, does it? UK will be hotter than the Greek islands. Woo! How lovely. Do you know what I wish for now, at this precise moment? An ice cream van to turn up at the front door and just serve us like whipped ice creams. That'd be lively. Today, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze at 16 degrees. Tomorrow, 19 degrees and sunshine. Wednesday, 19 and sunshine, and then you're back down to 17 on Thursday, up to 18 on Friday, Saturday down to 16 degrees. But today, 16 degrees, cloudy, bit of sunshine. So it's okay. John says, is that the Water Rats pub in King's Cross? It was a Lovey's pub. Yes, it's called the Water Rats. And it is still operating there, and so it should do. Best wishes, Steve. Best wishes. I had a miserable weekend. The boiler broke down. I have to boil water to do the washing up, and I don't like to wash my hands with cold water. Hopefully it will be fixed. Did that ever happen to you? It has happened, yes, only the once. And Greg says, I watered a plastic plant given to me over a year ago until last week when a friend revealed the embarrassing truth. But even so, I was sure it had really grown a bit. Well, they do, I know. It's just that they don't. They do it secretly. Steve, I watched With Nail and I again last night. What a brilliant film. Are you a fan? No, not particularly. Anita from Tooting says Courtney Cox should watch This Country Derry's Girls and Sathless Flats. What do we do in the shadows? All fab sitcoms. Never heard of them. I've heard of the Derry Girls. Never heard of This Country. No, never. No, never heard of these sort of things. Who's in it? And it's just a sitcom, is it? Oh, right. This Country. Is it comedy? Oh, right. Very funny, is it? Producer says very funny, so in other words, it won't be. It'll be quite... Does Nick Ferrari like it? I love it. It's one of my favourites. I want to appear as I'm distant. So it focuses on some people in their small, very boring Cotswold village. So there you go. Told you the whole thing now. You don't need to know anything else. Robson Green looks set for Hollywood stardom after revealing his TV show Grantchester is to become a movie. So that's good news. And older people risk of being at the sharp end of the cost of living crisis. It's ghastly, isn't it, really? I mean, this really is getting worse and worse. Plus poor old Brooklyn Beckham, not the most brainy person in the entire world. And a mum is trying to track down a man whose name she had tattooed on her bottom during a girls' trip abroad. Her name's Kaylee. She was holidaying with 4 friends in Magaluf. Oh, God says it all, doesn't it, really? When she decided to get a tattoo after bumping into a group of lads who were on a stag weekend, a man from the group offered to pay 25 quid for her to get his name on the bum. So she woke up the next morning to find Daniel Ford on her left bum cheek. He returned home to Cardiff the day after, and she's never seen him since, but wants to get back in touch. Yes, can't imagine why, actually. Yes, if you're listening, Daniel, she's all there for you, mate. She's all there, but I suspect he'll be going into hiding. And what's the other one that we had, actually? Oh, it's the only girl player in her football team was cropped out the magazine picture. Poor soul. I think that's outrageous. That should never happen. And the bloke who's dug this hole in his garden, I don't know, I hope he's got permission for doing this. So it's all very nice, I'm quite sure. And he goes in through the pantry and then goes down underground. He said everybody likes the idea of digging tunnels. Not everybody. No, dear. No. Hope your house doesn't fall in. And Chris Kamara's revealed he's battling a speech condition after sparking concern from fans. The Sky Sports pundit appeared to slur his words whilst reporting live on Shrewsbury Town's trip to Rotherham on Saturday. So he's got dyspraxia, a brain disorder which affects his speech and may require therapy. So wish him the very best.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, the 21st of March. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC with you till 7. Death of the chip shop, they say. The chip shops could be disappearing. Half of them may go out of business. Surging prices have caused the worst crisis in the trade's long history. Also, the price of oil is still surging in the deep fat fryers because Ukraine and Russia account for more than 50% of the world's production of sunflower seeds. Who'd have known? So Mr. Crook, one of the guys here, says the price of fish and chips has risen at his own shop to £8.50. That seems particularly cheap to me. You want to come down to London? Fish and chips in the Seashell in Lisson Grove is about £13 for fish and chips. 15 about normal in a restaurant. £15 for fish and chips. He's doing it £8.50 at his own shop. But a VAT increase would make his business borderline profitable. Wow. It's worn people down. At one time, it was apparently the easiest way. I think one of the jockeys might be Frankie Dettori. I think he had a fish and chip shop at one time. I mean, very lucrative, but you just can't get rid of the smell of fish and chips. The oil permeates your skin badly. Notice that. That's the one thing that people actually tell you about. Mark says, where was it you and Dale went, where you got out of the car, looked to the people and straight back? It was Magaluf. Yeah. We'd taken a taxi up to Magaluf and we had a look at it. We got out of the car and Dale went back in the car. We got back in the car again and that was it. The Strip? In Magaluf? I don't know, we just parked on a... Oh, right, we just parked on a corner and sort of got out, and there was all these, this was called them yobbos, out there. It was quite ghastly. It was like Lancashire had been replaced in Magaluf. And it was horrendous. I couldn't have stayed there if my life had depended on it. We felt so much better elsewhere. Anywhere. The moon would have been preferable. I think it's all right if you're a certain age and you basically don't have any inhibitions and you decide you want to go and waste your money in some dump of a bar and look at a lot of people who really shouldn't be allowed out by themselves ever. It's a constant scene of people being sick. Okay, it really is. It's just, including us. We couldn't wait to get out there, which was very good. Anita said, it's Anita from Tooting. Corny Cock should... Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Yeah. And Mark said, almost as funny as your story where the bus driver stopped the bus to get his prescription. Yes, I know. I get all these stories on the 281. Mid-journey, yes. He stopped the bus at the bus stop, get off and went to the chemist to get his prescription. I thought, well, do it in your own time, sweet pea. Seriously, unbelievable. So here's William and Kate basically wasting everybody's time. I don't know, what is the point of them going there? Dancing with villagers. William just looks uncomfortable standing still, let alone dancing with villagers. And so there they are. They're making the start of their Caribbean tour. They visited a chocolate farm in Belize, which I should imagine, and then, it's just, I don't know what's the point of it. I really don't. It's like going back to the Dark Ages, isn't it, really? Not very good at all. Not very good at all. Here's vehicles burning after a building was hit by Russian missiles in Ukrainian's capital the other day, but the dustmen are keeping the streets clean. I mean, it's unbelievable. Florists are using £1.5 million worth of flowers for a stunning recreation of Ukraine's national symbol, which I believe is the sunflower? Ukraine's national symbol? Is it the sun? I've got the sunflower in the back of my mind now. I can't remember these things. Might not be the national flower. Is it that? What is that? It's what's the flower? The flower of Ukraine. Bless you. Flower of Ukraine? Try that one. Sunflower. Just call me right. Don't argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong. Yeah, I thought it was the sunflower. I just couldn't remember what it was because I've been through France when there's been acres and acres of sunflowers. Very pretty, aren't they? Very pretty. I like things like that. I don't know what you do with them. You can grow small ones. They do sort of miniature sunflowers, and they do the big ones, which are lovely. The teenage Coldstream Guard who abandoned his post to fight against Russian invaders has returned to Britain. He didn't last but 2 weeks, did he? It was only 2 weeks ago, immediately taken in for questioning by the military police, now expected to face jail for desertion. Absolutely. What an idiot. You can't just sort of up and leave. Defence chiefs feared the soldier, whom the Daily Mail is not naming, could have been used by Putin to claim Britain had entered the war. There is that danger. I mean, a fool of the First Order, I think, imagine. Putin's Kiev-born fleet captain has been killed as well. And lots of pictures of Hugh Grant. Could he be the next Doctor Who? He has turned down the sci-fi role in the past. So he's in talks to boost the ratings. Whether or not it would work, I've got no idea. And Lydia West, who starred in, I think, Davis's Channel 4 series It's a Sin, is another favourite to become the next Doctor Who. They seem to have got it into their mind now that Doctor Who can be a woman. But she can't. Well, I know, but she can't be. It wasn't written for a woman. It was written for a man. It's like, could 007 be a woman? No. Unless he... No, it's not different. Why is it different? Because he's called... Well, it could be Jane Bond. I see no reason why not. We've had Brooke Bond. I see no reason why we shouldn't have Jane Bond. Yes. We had Brooke Bond because that was the PG Tips advert where he played Brooke Bond with his little gun and all the rest of it. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Fine threat. This is an interesting one. A cyclist with a camera on his helmet who filmed a driver using a mobile phone at the wheel is facing a £1,000 fine. What? Or you're making it... Oh, right. Doing a bit... give us a clue. So he faces a £1,000 fine for holding up traffic. Tom Bosanquet recorded the Audi driver in Bristol using his helmet camera, then submitted the footage to Avon and Somerset Police. But instead of a thank you note, a week later he was sent a note of intended prosecution for breaking the Road Traffic Act over the incident. He stands accused of breaching Section 29 of the Act, the offence of riding a cycle on a road without reasonable consideration for other road users. Proving to me that the police in Bristol are just about as stupid as the rest of the police force at the moment. Never anything like it. So he films, a driver using a mobile phone at the wheel. What's the matter with that? Obviously, the police in Bristol, it's not happening on our patch, is it? Ridiculous. I've never anything like it. Also, what else we got? Oh, this is a secret group of women, including teachers, nurses and grannies, are resorting to guerrilla tactics to protect single-sex spaces. Are these parking spaces then? Or just spaces? I don't know what they're actually protecting here. I can't get it. Oh, it could be. Started with lampposts, postboxes, then public toilets. So, and the person who wrote it, Grace York, it's a pseudonym. It's not her real name at all. So she's obviously hiding under the name. So guerrilla tactics. I don't know. I think it's got too complicated, don't you? I get a bit confused by everything. I really do. Plush and opulent, the £1.5 million farmhouse owned by P&O Ferries boss who sacked 800 staff. The worst thing was that the government knew about this on the Wednesday. And the staff are being got rid of purely under this, what do they call it? Not freedom of information. It's under the, it's got the word flag in it. Got the word flag in it. I can't remember what it is. So it's flag of convenience, which means where the ship is registered, that's where you have to go back to. So they're not responsible for anything unless it goes. And I believe that this ship is registered somewhere else. Certainly not registered here. It's registered abroad, so they can basically do what they want. And P&O Ferries have done what they want. They've decided they want to bring in cheaper people, and there's not a lot we can do about it. We just have to sort of go, okay, fine, because it's under a flag of convenience that they can sort of basically get away. And they're doing it for some ridiculous sum of money for £2. I believe that the captains of the ship and the people who work in the thing have come from India or Sri Lanka or somewhere like that. Whatever it is, they reckon they can hire people for as little as £1.83 an hour. So what they've done is cut their wage bill in half. And it's owned in, I think the owner is in Dubai. It's through a series of different companies. It's all a bit underhand. All a bit underhand. But I mean, under £2 an hour they're offering. Bad, isn't it, really? Timothy Dalton is 76 today. 76. And fresh as the day they were painted, 5 spectacular tombs have been unearthed in Egypt. They were discovered earlier this month in an acropolis, the Saqqara, 15 miles south of Cairo. And these ones are just beautiful. Beautiful. They've descended on a rope into the burial site. 5 tombs, well painted, well decorated. They've got film from the ministry, showed burial shafts, walls decorated with hieroglyphics, figurines, and after images of sacred animals and afterlife items. Amazing, isn't it, really, that they still find these things? So graves from 2700 BC. And they found them, and they brought out some of the... I'm just amazed this stuff still exists. Absolutely amazed. Good grief. So some nice pictures in the newspapers today.
This is LBC.
I can't get over the excitement of finding, more graves from 2700 BC. Only because one half of me goes, isn't that fantastic? And the other half goes, grave robbers. How different are we from the original grave robbers who, the moment somebody was buried, be it a pharaoh or high-ranking official, and then the grave was robbed, how different are we all these years later going down there and basically taking everything out? And the answer is we're exactly the same as the grave robbers. I mean, Tutankhamun's body is still in his grave. You can see him. He's just covered over by a very thin sheet. And that's it. Yeah, it's a very small sheet on certain parts of his body. But I mean, but these have been dug out, these tombs, and there's obviously a complex of them. So you went down the shaft and then in there. We're doing exactly the same. exactly the same as the early tomb robbers. It's just that we go, oh, we're actually going to put these into a museum or something like that. I mean, some of them are absolutely amazing. And the hieroglyphics and the loweroglyphics, on the floor. I mean, look at this one. You can't see this. It's a bit pointless me saying, look at this one. You see it, and then there's obviously another drop down to another place. And the whole idea was that they wanted to make sure that nobody could get in there and steal the stuff. But that's exactly what we've been doing. The Egyptian authorities been breaking into this place and taking all the stuff out and putting it in museums. And some of it's just wooden carvings, but they all had significance. Everything that was buried with somebody meant something in the afterlife. So there'd be food and all sorts of things. But, I still find it fascinating. We still haven't quite worked out what's inside all the pyramids. There might be little hidden rooms that, a bit like Indiana Jones. You can't work these things out. Steve says, John, we've had Basildon Bond as well. Yes, we've had lots of bonds. They were all over the place. And Niall says, I will never use P&O again if they're using cheap labour on board. Shame on them. The trouble is, ask yourself the question. When you get on board a P&O or British Airways, do you inquire as to where the crew come from? I don't. I've never asked that. I'm just assuming, it was done with the workers. In this particular case, they were probably hoping this actually could have been really kept quiet. But of course, it wouldn't be because of the nature of the public and the nature of our journalism that we have in this country. And so that's why 800 people were told within 3 minutes, by the way, you're finishing work with us. And it's today. It's today. It's with immediate effect. And it's all on video. It wasn't even, here are your checks or anything like that. But then if you didn't know about it and you got on and there were, people from Pakistan, people from India, people from Sri Lanka working on board the ship, you wouldn't think anything of it. You just happily get on the ship. They bring you your drinks and all, and that it would be it. It's like going into most of the coffee shops. I don't know how many British people you found working in coffee shops out of the big chains, but I'm telling you now, I've used all of them, and there ain't that many. The majority of people are Polish, Romanian, probably Ukrainian girls as well in there, because they have a different attitude to working in a coffee shop. They look on it as a job. We look on it as a stopgap until we find something decent. But you won't find many. In fact, I think Pret a Manger did a survey, or somebody did a survey to them saying, I'm sorry, do you have any British people working in Pret a Manger? And it turned out they didn't have. And I remember thinking, but that goes through all the coffee shops, yet nobody's ever complained about it, have they? Pat says, I'm not travelling on P&O again. I don't like what the owners did, and I don't like using what is tantamount to slave labour. The worst thing is you can get people to work for that money. That's the worst thing, isn't it? That is absolutely the worst ever. I mean, it's under £2 an hour. Ridiculous. Dave in Wandsworth says, went out at the weekend, got 2 pairs of diesel jeans, £210. That seems a lot, doesn't it? But they are, I suppose, diesel jeans. The last time I bought jeans, £22.50. Marks and Spencer's, slimming jeans, skinny jeans at the fit. I didn't like them too wide at the bottom, so I bought skinny jeans, and they're fine for £22.50. Put it this way, if they get ripped or something like that, I just throw them away, get another pair for £22.50. I'm not, and I actually look pretty cool in them. I'm a bit of a fashionista. I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but people do look at me walking down the street for all the wrong reasons. Sidcup Julie says, a.k.a. Paige the Oracle, I ask you every year, but when do I start planning my hanging baskets or planting them? Is it time? Good God, no, it's far too cold. Just because you get 1 day of heat does not mean you can plant your hanging baskets up. No, way too old. March, April. You're looking at April, May before you start planting anything up. If you've got a greenhouse, you could plant them up now, but you're not going to gain anything from it. So no, I leave it much later. But we're still in the grips of ice and snow, as far as I'm concerned. It's certainly cold enough in the morning to kill off any little succulents. Yeah, very cold at night. So you won't find anything in the garden centres yet. Might be some winter flowering pansies, and that's it. But nothing else. I'd forgotten that Ayrton Senna died in 1994. Ayrton Senna, racing driver, and once named the greatest of all time by BBC Sport. Solomon Burke died in 2010. As far as I remember, he was a preacher turned singer. He had She Wears My Ring. That's what I think his big hit was. She Wears My Ring. Solomon Burke. I'm pretty certain. She Wears My Ring. Here we go. Solomon Burke. Blah, blah, blah. Cry to Me. Greatest hits. She Wears My Ring. Thank you. Oh, 1812, singular 1812. Yeah. Where is he today? Well, he's dead, I think, as far as I know. We don't want to put too fine a point on it, but we certainly buried him, so I'm hoping he was. And that was way back. Also, Swiss Bertrand Piccard and Brian Jones became the first to circumnavigate the globe non-stop in a hot air balloon in 1999. I always fancied doing that, but I'm not really that particularly good. But very important for us in this business. March 21st, 1980. For all radio anoraks, the pop pirates were finally scuppered after 16 years defying the government when Radio Caroline sank. The disc jockeys kept broadcasting until just before the ship slipped beneath the stormy waves, signing off with the station's theme tune, Caroline by the Fortunes. 4 DJs and a pet canary were rescued by the Sheerness lifeboat. So there you go. I never listened to pirate radio. It was a bit before my time, really. And I was never an anorak. I was never an anorak. Steve, whenever I hear the name Koh Samui, says Steve, I'm reminded of Robert De Niro and just how funny he is for such a heavyweight actor in the Meet the Watsits trilogy. Such funny films. If you've never seen them, I urge you to. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really particularly good at funny films. You know, I like Weepies better. Andy says Tesco, $15.99, black skinny jeans, fit perfect and last for months. Last for months. I expect my stuff to last for a little while, actually. I generally buy, good quality. But the jeans in M&S, I thought they were cheap. Very, very cheap. And I think I look fairly trendy. And the first time I wore them, everyone was going, hey, you look great. I mean, I wouldn't spend £100 on a pair of jeans. Seriously, I wouldn't. Even if I had £100 to spend on a pair of jeans, I certainly wouldn't be spending it on a pair of jeans. I think that's way too much money. It's like shoes, how much you would spend on shoes and boots and stuff like that. What else do we got? It's always fashion in the papers. I don't know why on a Monday. Is it okay for men to cry in public? I think so. I think it's okay for men to cry in public. Sometimes you see men crying in public and think, wuss, but then you think, no, everybody cries in public. And I think that's okay. And also make G&T with a tea bag. Have a G&T with a tea bag in it. They've got all these different infusings that go in. Tea with a kick, a gin infusion bag, $7.99. As long as it's got loads of ice in, I don't really care, actually. It's got to have tons and tons of ice. G&T, but I was not into gin and tonic. That's the trouble. The rhubarb sounded nice. But it's got to be loaded with ice. Like, just make it continuous ice. I'm much happier for things like that. How many mourners gathered for a revered rabbi's funeral? 750,000 people packed in for his funeral. That's about the biggest I've ever heard. Absolutely phenomenal. 750,000 people. It's a picture in some of the papers. Joe Pasquale brings Frank Spencer to the stage, brings him back again, and says it's very nice, but you can damage yourself falling over, and because Michael Crawford, of course, did all his own stunts in it. Somebody says, have you got your watch back yet? No, strangely, I went into Corelanders on Saturday. Might have been Friday. And they said, it's not back yet. I'm terribly sorry. They're running very slow. But we've chased it up, and we're hoping that it comes back very soon. I said, well, can you make it before I die? It's been there since February the 23rd. January 23rd, yeah, January 23rd. Been in there quite a long time. Yeah, 2 months. Well, they said that they are very slow. I said, you're not kidding on that one. I said, but do tell them I'm fairly ancient now, and there's a chance I might not live to actually get the watch back. In which case, I should be very cross, very, very cross. So soon, they were chasing it up the other day because they've got a couple of others that need chasing up. Do you get a discount? I don't think so, because they're at the mercy of the repairers who are not linked to the shop. And because my watch is a high-end watch, although not as high-end as some watches could be, but they've got to take it out, clean all the dirt out, and then reseal it so that I can go swimming in the North Sea or something to a depth of 3 inches. And that'll be fine. Not really. I don't think so. What was the other one? So 6 million households in fuel poverty from April. And Michael Flatley on 25 years at the top. I thought he was great. We loved him at the Eurovision Song Contest. Thought he was brilliant, very talented, and Riverdance still touring. There's always some version of Riverdance touring, and people love it, and it was brilliant. Brought the house down at Eurovision. I mean, the song contest paled into insignificant, and he was excellent. But talking about 25 years at the top, not easy. And the Last Suppers on the Titanic. We've got the menu from the doomed liner, the last ever menu, and it was full of really nice things. Not that anybody got a chance to eat it, because I think it's sunk with them. What else we have, actually? The UK's biggest headstone. I mean, really, it's ridiculous. It should be taken down immediately. They've broken all the rules. Katie Price is still on holiday. As far as I'm concerned, now she can stay on holiday. Why don't you come back, dear? Find a job. Go to the job centre. Find a job. Try and do something useful in your life. The hero doctor is doing brain surgery as war rages around him. And the refugees caught up in this huge amount of red tape which we seem to be laying down. All of that and more coming up.
This is LBC.
Keve's dustmen are still keeping the city streets clean. You can almost imagine them doing it, can't you? I mean, I came back out of town yesterday and got caught up in the most horrendous traffic. The 316 they were doing bits of, so coming in off the motorway, it went back about 2 or 3 miles. So I found another way back again. Then I came through Chiswick on Saturday, stupidly. They've closed the Marylebone flyover because they were resurfacing that. It's like all the councils spending as much money as they can before sort of close of play. And so I then diverted through Chiswick. That was down to 1 lane because they were digging up all the pavements. You've never seen such a complete cock-up in your entire life. But, of course, all the people who authorise this kind of stuff, they're nowhere near it. And looking at Kyiv, and, you know, the latest live pictures that I was looking at, it's left at least 4 people dead. I think this missile stroke. I mean, there are very few buildings left standing. Those that are standing are in, you know, there's no chance of ever being able to repair these things. They'll have to be pulled down and start again. This is what I can't understand, why Putin wants to destroy something to end up with basically he's bought a building site. And that's all it comes down to. You know, the river in the centre of the city. 19 injured, I think, on the last bomb blast. And still the missiles continue to rain down. But I was hearing somebody the other day saying, I couldn't quite work out whether or not they were having a laugh or they just didn't treat it properly, saying that Ukraine should go and bomb Russia. I thought their bombers wouldn't even get into the airspace. They'd be taken out straight away. It's as simple as that. But obviously they weren't bright enough to realise that wasn't going to be happening. So the Queen's Guard deserter arrested, because that could have been seen as an act of war. If Putin had discovered that a British person was fighting there, he'd have seen that as something completely different. One of the hottest springs on record, thought to be on the way tomorrow and the next day, and believe it when I see it, because in the morning when I come out, it's freezing. It's really quite nippy. And 5,500 children on a waiting list to change sex. I don't know what ages they are. But whatever it is, it just doesn't quite seem right, does it? 5,500 people. Whether or not that's, you know, an estimated figure, I do not know. P&O, they've got D-Day tomorrow. They've got till 5 p.m. tomorrow to explain the sackings, as it's now been revealed the Tories knew about the plans. Well, I knew about that as well. And they were told on the Wednesday. They did it on the Friday. And, well, they have to explain why they're getting rid of people, but I thought they'd already told people. They're under a flag of whatever it's called, and they're under no obligation at all to tell them anything. They just want to change all their crew, and so they're changing them. It's as simple as that. Very interesting. In a letter to P&O Ferries, CEO Peter Hebblethwaite on Friday, Mr. Kwarteng wrote, "Failure to meet the notification obligation is a criminal offence and could lead to an unlimited fine." They'll just take their ships elsewhere. They'll just basically, they're registered in Dubai. No, they're not registered in Dubai. They're registered somewhere else. But, you know, there you go. They're registered in Cyprus, the Bahamas and Holland. The RMT says it could mean some foreign crews are not protected by UK employment law, which requires a minimum wage of $8.91 an hour. So the flag of convenience which they fly under, help ship owners to evade their home nation's inconvenient rules or regulations, and often for reasons that are not so good. The negative impact is solely, of course, on the crew or the staff who work on such ships. They're working cheap. They're working cheap, and they wanted them to work even cheaper. So if they'd only fired the people over the age of 55, 60, that would be seen as discrimination. Because they fly under a flag of convenience, they can get rid of everybody. And they just restaff the ship, because the ship's being registered, in Cyprus, the Bahamas and Holland. We've got no jurisdiction over ships that fly out under the flag from that country. Ridiculous. Did you watch the ultimate weepy, Steel Magnolia, says Jackie. Well, I've told the story of Steel Magnolias a million times. Mike says, I wouldn't spend £100 on a pair of jeans either. It just seems like an awful lot of money. I like diesel. I've got a diesel belt, and I can't find a similar one, which was a shame. Catherine says, talking about death and watches, my nan's watch stopped working on the same time as she passed away. Oh, that's quite good, isn't it? I think that's quite special. Quite special. Mark in Gravesend says, I cried in public on Friday watching my 12-year-old daughter Lucy in the school production of Aladdin. And the cast are amazing. Is that... Oh, right. Would that be Disney's Aladdin, or is there... I don't know if there's an original Aladdin cast. Isn't it a Christmas thing, Aladdin? I don't... Well, of course it's a musical. Yeah, I've seen it, the on-stage version. Mr... Please... Ain't never got a friend like me. That's all I know. P&O says a lot about their values and leadership. Any true professional would leave before enacting such an unethical change. Well, they're registered. The owner is in Dubai. He's a sheikh over in Dubai, part of the royal family, I believe. And they just buy these companies. And then somebody says, listen, you're spending this much on crew. You can get rid of all of them under the flag of convenience. And you can bring in new people, and you can pay them less than a fifth of what the other lot are getting. Let's do it. So they did it in a 3-minute message. They were called in, all of them, and the video was played to them, and they went, you're being made redundant with immediate effect. And some of them will get some sort of redundancy money, but in the end of the situation, that's about as cheap as it's going to get. So consequently, they will end. I can't wait to see what they're actually going to say to the government. I really can't. DP World, which is the Dubai-based owner of P&O Ferries, has been urged to plug a hole in their pension scheme of £150 million. So, money said to be owed to the Merchant Navy Ratings Pension Fund. Then the Archbishop of Canterbury weighed in on it and said the sackings were a sin. I don't know why the church gets involved with these sort of things. The way they've treated the workers is awful. It's wrong. We're examining not just those actions and whether they comply, but our own relationship with the company. P&O did not respond to the Daily Mirror's questions. Then it's another one of these. It's another Putin. We don't care. We're doing what we want to do. You want to do something else? Then we'll take our ships elsewhere, and they can go. We'll move them to Ireland, or we move them to all sorts of places. Don't have to do them from here. And then the government go, oh, sorry about that. It was ridiculous, actually. Well, I will tell you the Titanic's menu. I've got to find the blooming thing, actually, because it's very faded, and it's worth quite a bit of money. And the reason it's worth quite a bit of money, is because it survived. This is for the last meal on the Titanic. The headline is Up for Grubs. Up for Grubs. We like that, actually. And this is what is on their menu. I mean, it's a pocket-sized list. This dates from April the 14th, 1912, which is the same day that the liner hit the iceberg. And here we go. Their hors d'oeuvre is consommé Olga, cream of barley or oysters, salmon with a sort of a mousse type. I think it's a salmon mousse with sauce and cucumber, filet mignon, sauté of chicken, vegetable marrow farci, lamb with mint sauce, roast duckling with apple sauce, sirloin of beef, green peas, creamed carrots, boiled rice, parmentier and boiled new potatoes, and punch romaine, and roast squab and cress, cold asparagus vinaigrette, pâté de foie gras, celery. And then it comes up to puddings, which is Waldorf pudding, peaches in chartreuse jelly, which sounds lovely, chocolate and vanilla eclairs, and French ice cream. And nobody got to eat the bloody thing. The chef went to all that effort of preparing it, only to see it slide off into the distance. What a waste of food. Somewhere at the bottom of the ocean is my French ice cream. Waldorf pudding, I have no idea what it is. It might have been something they made up themselves. We'll never know. I don't think they took photographs of their puddings or anything else. Like, oh, there's Waldorf pudding. There's no known connection between Waldorf pudding and the Waldorf Hotel. And it's a pudding from the early 20th century. And so what is it? It's a creamy vanilla pudding flavoured with a hint of nutmeg, diced apples and sultana grapes. It was also served, surprisingly, on the RMS Olympia in 1914. The chefs at the Waldorf had never heard of Waldorf pudding at around the time of the sinking of the Titanic. But it's interesting. Recipes include apples, walnuts and raisins, the key ingredients of a Waldorf salad, but there's no evidence any of those ingredients were used in the Waldorf pudding. So there you go. Whatever it was, they didn't get to eat it. Some of it looked quite nice, though, didn't it? I don't know if that was first class, second class, or every class got it, because the third class passengers wouldn't have had that. Oh, God, no. Even the second class passengers probably wouldn't have had that. Yeah, tin of soup, if you were lucky. No, they wouldn't have used tins of anything. It would have all been freshly made. But it sunk. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Lord of the Dance, yes. I was a Hellraiser. Oh, by the way, how much is that Titanic menu going to go for? About 40 grand. I mean, there's a lot of stuff which still comes up whenever you mention the Titanic, and some of it is hugely expensive. But this one, £40,000. This is a 10-course menu. 10 course. You'd have been big as houses. And it was in a French-themed feast. I like the vanilla eclairs and ice cream, plus a specially created Waldorf pudding. And it's the first-class dinner menu. At 11:40 p.m, she strikes an iceberg. Wow. It's estimated 40 grand, although the other menu sold for 90 grand and is on loan to the Belfast Titanic Museum. Good Lord. So the Titanic, of course, set sail. 1,500 people died when it sank. And this is very, very rare, but only for first class. I wouldn't like to imagine. I mean, I should imagine most people by 11:40 would have had their dinner. They'd be playing cards and drinking brandy and having a cigar or something like that. But then the ship sank and it went down with it. Imagine if you're only halfway through your pudding. I'd be taking it with me, the lifeboat. Doggy bag, yes. Can you get a doggy bag? The ship's going to sink, sir. Okay, 2 doggy bags. Just to save it. They had all sorts of stories about people who tried to cheat to get in the lifeboats because it was women and children, and some men tried to get in there, and they got kicked out. Some people died from the side of the ship, and there was the tale of the man who was so drunk, he waited till the ship was going down, and as the bit he was standing on hit the water, he stepped off and swam away. And he survived because he was so drunk that it made his body impervious to the cold. Because that's what a lot of people died of. They died of the cold and the fact that the water would have been ice. And if you were stone cold sober, you stood a worse chance of surviving. But this man who was drunk, because what you had to do, the moment the ship went under from the back, because it went up on end, and then all the lights gradually started going out as it hit all the electricity, he swam away because there's a vortex that it creates. And as the ship goes down in a spiral, it sucks everything into it. So that's why a lot of people drowned. But he swam far enough away to get away from it and then just trod water. Yes, true story. True story. How could you ever doubt me? Heavens above, honestly. Seen the film more times you've had hot dinners. We know all about the Titanic. Must have been fascinating because there's still all the stuff down there. All the plates, the cutlery, the silver, the tons of stuff, but you can't touch it because it's classed as a grave. Apart from the menus, yeah. How that survived, I've got no idea. It must have been put into something.
This is LBC.
So here is this headstone, the largest in the UK, might have to be torn down because it was built without permission. It's 37 tons. 37 tons in a cemetery, marble, including a solar-powered jukebox created to honour some bare-knuckle boxer called Willie Collins. Never heard of him, but, bare-knuckle fighters, 10 a penny, I think. It's thought the family could have paid £200,000 for the headstone at a cemetery in Sheffield. Dwarfs everything else. And the City Council has now revealed it was built without approval. Councillor Alison Teal says we're considering our next steps. Well, pulling it down, I would have thought, dear, if it's built without your approval. And it doesn't fit because I believe that memorials there should be less than 4 foot 6 inches. And this is 37 tons. It's got a life-size statue of 6 foot 2 inch Willie. At least I think that's what it reads. The dad of 9 collapsed aged 49 after collapsing on holiday in 2020. And so they put up this... I mean, didn't anybody at the cemetery go, excuse me, what do you think you're doing? You can't just walk in with a 37-ton headstone and presumably they'll be made to take it down because it doesn't fit in with everything else. It's just ridiculous. They've got built without any approval, so they're considering their next step. They're so inept, councils, aren't they, really? And, Steve, you shouldn't be too surprised at the cost of the jeans. We all know diesel has rocketed in price. Steve, says Albert, the pyramids, Titanic, are graves. They should be left alone. It's like digging up war graves from World War II. Yeah, well, in fact, we have a graveyard, as indeed do most people, that was very old in Victoria times. And once the family have all died and moved away, they can deconsecrate the ground, move the headstones against the wall. And it's a children's playground now. And all the headstones are still all the way around the walls. So, I mean, that seems a little bit odd, doesn't it, really? But there you go. And agree. So I never understood digging up the pyramids and going down there and basically grave robbing. They took everything out of Tutankhamun's tomb, apart from the poor little man with his tiny willy. And they basically, he's been stretched out naked for some time. And they've just covered him in a sheet. But you can go and see him in his final resting place. And I'm thinking, I don't think that's right. I don't know why. I just don't think it is. And the Titanic. I mean, there's nobody actually in the Titanic. There's no bodies in the Titanic, as far as I know. But there's still loads of items down there. There's like a sort of a whole swathe of stuff where they've got shoes and china and everything else because the ship would have been full of things. And so that went down with it. And it's the wreckage site, as they call it, because you've only got one half of the ship. The other half is some time away. And so it's a case of, sort of looking at these things and going, do we remove anything? And you're not supposed to remove anything from Titanic at all. I don't think people do. That's why they film it. Because very shortly there'd be nothing to film. It just would have all collapsed and been buried in silt and everything else. And Sid Cup Julie says, just got back in my car. Frosty car too. Too early for planting hanging baskets. Yes, way too early. Way too early. Got to leave it a few months. The evenings, the nights have got to warm up a bit. Otherwise, you plant out your little succulents, and then they just get killed off because they don't like the cold. Did you know Thomas Pears, the great-grandson of the Andrew Pears of Pears soap fame, died on the Titanic and is buried in Isleworth Cemetery? Pears soap made in Isleworth for years, says Dominic. There you go. I didn't know that. And Dan says, I believe it was a chef who survived the cold water when the Titanic sank. I thought he was a passenger, but I just know that he was drunk. So drunk that and I think he's featured in some of the films that they've actually done on Titanic. He's sort of the one staggering around with a whiskey bottle. And it was always the chief baker, who's called Charles Jocelyn, was the man who stepped off, was he? Yeah. But was so drunk. He'd stepped off, 1,500 people, screaming, panicking, drowned and froze to death around him. He calmly paddled around till dawn. And then after being fished out by a lifeboat, he's back at work within days. I mean, it goes to prove, doesn't it? Because most people would have been wearing, especially women, those big Victorian dresses, which basically just filled with water. And so people drowned very quickly because it was freezing cold. Had an iceberg in the water. Of course it was freezing cold. But quite amazing. So there's this tunnel vision bloke, Colin Shedd, and it's all very nice. He's lined it. I mean, to be honest with you, it looks as though you found something from the war. And he's just been digging earth out for ages and ages. His tunnel is 12 metres long. I hope to God those houses above it stay there, because he's got a house next door to him, which, very close, and I'm hoping he should be. He's got a YouTube channel. Started digging in March of last year. He's renowned for his inventions and different bits and pieces. He says we had to dig the whole thing out by hand, which is great. He's got 6 million views on YouTube, and it's now connected his workshop to his house. and he's also going to connect to a giant metal bunker. I mean, it does look like some old bunker that you find, a hidden tunnel or something like that, and they go, where does this go to? They're amazing, but there's no mention of what the council have said about it. He said, we wanted to keep the noise down for my neighbours, and that's it. So it's 1.2 metres wide, 2 metres high, and comes up in a pantry in his kitchen, reinforced with steel and concrete. I hope to God it's fairly safe. I mean, I suppose they must have checked it, the council. I'm hoping so anyway. Can you imagine? And that man is my spirit animal, says Charlie Girling. Bless her, honestly. She's such a good girl. Such a good girl, is Charlie Girling. She's from our showbiz department. Although, actually, I don't know what the hot showbiz story is at the moment. What do we think the hot showbiz story is? The fact that Katie Price is still on holiday and has seen no effort to do anything else apart from sit on holiday. Must be dreadful to get her back into working as opposed to just lying on her back giving birth to children. There's not much showbiz about, is there? I mean, it's not sort of as many showbizy things as there were about, because now the royal family fit into show business, so Kate playing with her maracas, and that's about as far as it goes. Katie Price's ex-husband, Kieran, warning the 2 children she's facing jail for harassment. And, as I say, but she doesn't care. She's not remotely bothered. Really couldn't care less. There isn't anything remotely showbiz. Oh, apart from Gemma Collins could be going into Chicago. We think she's working at the Chicago pizza place. We think she's sort of delivering pepperoni and everything else. We don't think she's actually going into Chicago. Because I sort of read it and I thought, because we haven't read anything for her or from her for ages, mainly because there hasn't been anything around for her. But the very idea that she's going into a musical, apparently they haven't signed a contract yet, so it's a bit pie in the sky. There's a few things to iron out. She'll probably be expecting a car either way or something, and she'll be expecting different treatment. But I think it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. We'll wait and see, shall we? Wait and see. And what was the other one? Loose Women's Andrea McLean has revealed she's moving to Florida. After she was on Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins, she sold her Surrey home, plans to spend winters in the sunshine. So that's it. She said, when you get to your 50s, you really take a long, hard look. I'm 52. I may only have 30 winters left. God, what a cheerful soul she is. What a cheerful soul. How many years have I got? I don't know. Not very many, I shouldn't think. I'd be very surprised. And somebody asked me that the other day. They said, how many years do you think you've got left? I said, I don't know, 68 now. 10? 10 years, something like that? 68, 78? I would think, you think at least? I don't think so. It's very simple. It doesn't make me feel any better. I don't feel any worse. I thought about it this morning, actually, thinking, I wonder what it's going to be like. Just to see, just out of curiosity.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Charlie Girling says you'll live forever. That's the idea. And she says, Jack Morland has a birthday message he's requesting from you. Is that okay? Yes, apparently. Yes, there's no problem there at all. So we shall await that one. We shall await that one. People are falling sick at the moment. A couple of friends of mine have gone down at the moment. Not with COVID. They've just sort of gone down because it's hay fever. And hay fever is particularly bad at the moment. There's a cloud of hay fever apparently that's come in or something. I don't suffer from it. Well, I don't think I suffer from hay fever. Although somebody said you would know. You would know. Steve, quite a ground frost in the Cotswolds this morning. Not putting plants in just yet. Oh, no, way too early. You've really got to make sure there is no, but get your tissues ready. Hay fever sufferers, warmer temperatures and sunshine this week will spark huge early pollen releases from spring flowers and budding trees. So hay fever sufferers advised to take a COVID test in case the symptoms are confused. So the mild winter means that tree pollen is likely to hit central and southern areas, and it'll arrive weeks earlier than expected. I feel so sorry for anybody who suffers from from hay fever, you have my undying sympathy. Because I used to get it a little bit when I was younger, but I haven't had it for ages. I tried Piriton a couple of times and stuff like that. And so, okay. Somebody says, Steve, the Titanic experience at Canada Wharf is well worth a visit. Yes, so I am told. And celebrating 35 years of marriage today, Steve. Not sure where those years have gone, but could you wish a happy anniversary to my husband, Jeff? That's Joe in sunny Eastbourne for 2 days. So there you go, Jeff. Have a fantastic 35 years, honestly. You get less for murder. Much less. And I think it's good. And then somebody sent in the wrong one to me. It says, morning, guys. Welcome back, Pippa. Well, unless you've heard something I haven't heard. I think this is one Brit for who's in Nottingham for Mr. Moyles. Fancy getting me and him confused. He'll be thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. So very hot cross buns. The top cleric says stores are doing the devil's work. A load of old rubbish. It's a hot cross bun. Nobody knows its religious connotations at all. I don't know why. And a third of stocks and share savers are planning to slash and stash even more of their cash in their ISAs this year. Just 1 in 50 will cut contributions. And we leave that to people who know an awful lot better. Combining certain fruit and veg when you snack can improve your health. Eating leafy greens with an apple will boost your mood. Boost your mood. That's good, isn't it? I tend to find a glass of Prosecco. Yeah, I'll be doing that tomorrow when I move studios. This is the last time I'm in this studio for 2 weeks. I'm moving downstairs. And that's like working in a football pitch. Seriously, up here it's like working in a small toilet on a caravan site. Downstairs it's like being at the end of a football pitch. The studio is so vast and so huge. I'll have to shout. They've had to give me a laptop because I can't read the screens. But I'll get to see Nick Ferrari every morning for 2 weeks. Is he lucky or is he lucky? There's something he never voted for. I'll have to clear the studio and pick up my newspapers and pick up the computer laptop. They've given me a laptop for 2 weeks because I can't see the screens properly. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I should be in a physical wreck by the time I've come out of there. It'll be an experience and a half. We were looking at the pictures a moment ago. They've managed to get live pictures back from Kyiv, from the Ukraine. Well, to be honest with you, when we joked about the street cleaners having to clean up, they're never going to clean this lot up. There's literally huge skyscrapers and tower blocks that have been literally razed to the ground or failing that. Everything's blown out. All the windows are blown out. You've just got the shell there. The mayor of Kyiv says there have been several blasts in the city's Podil district with residential houses and the shopping district hit. The shopping district. And you look at these pictures and go, what shops? Yeah, the crater where this thing lands. I mean, they just literally blow everything out. The theatre in Mariupol, that was very painful for people. And the propaganda. It's the lies that are coming out. And don't get me wrong, sometimes the Ukrainians have been, economical with the truth. They're not basically telling the whole truth. And because of these several how are they going to clear this up? How is this going to happen? Because you don't know where the next bomb is going to strike, do you? You have no idea at all. It's totally indiscriminate. But when you look at the crater this thing left behind, and then all the tangle of wires and metal and everything else, and some of the buildings still standing, but there's nothing in them. It's all been blown out of every floor. I mean, you couldn't rescue anything at all out of this. The banking districts must be an absolute nightmare. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Peter says, not long been wakened by the nurses getting me ready for my open heart surgery at 12 noon. Hopefully after 4 hours of surgery, things will improve and get back to see my worried family back in Grantham, Lincolnshire after a week or so. Be nice to hear best wishes to cheer them up from my favourite radio presenter. As love listening to you on my regular night shifts. Thank you, Steve, for your jolly show. We've never been called a jolly show, Peter, but thank you very much indeed. I wish you well today. It'll go fine. So how long the operation is? 4 hours for heart surgery. Gosh. Mine was an hour, my surgery. It wasn't heart surgery, but mine was an hour for my surgery. And luckily, they just put you out. And so you sleep all the way through it. You sleep all the way through it and never think about it. Wake up and it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So looking at all these buildings, residents retrieving belongings from their apartment blocks. There's no windows or nothing in there. It's all been blown out. They think 56 elderly people were killed in a tank attack on a care home. I mean, surely these tanks must know that these are care homes. And there's a father here, Vitaly Boyko, says worshippers still flock to the church despite the war. That's how stoic these people are. The Queen has wheelchair-friendly lift fitted at her favourite cottage. So it's a £20,000 wheelchair-friendly lift. So how much they are? £20,000 for a blimey. I bet she's got a really good one, actually. Yeah, £20,000. That seems an awful lot. I say to them, listen, move in downstairs. Don't bother going upstairs. You don't need anything up there. We'll put a bathroom in for you. Much better. The British Museum has said that the digital scanning could unlock new discoveries about the Elgin marbles, but has refused to allow 3D imaging technology to create replicas. Oh, dear, honestly. And the firefighters suspecting a large marshland fire that damaged a wildlife reserve on the Wirral was started deliberately. It's been put out now. A fire investigation is underway. What have we got? South Yorkshire Police arresting a 13-year-old boy after a stolen COVID testing van crashed with a car in Sheffield. Good grief. And a one-legged man in a wheelchair tried to hold up a Kentucky Fried Chicken store by pretending he had a gun. Staff at the Taunton branch shut Christopher Cornish in a lavatory as he tried to leave, after his demand for £10 was refused. For £10 he didn't get it, so they locked him in the lavatory. He's in a wheelchair. Anyway, he's homeless. He's been jailed for 7 months. Well, now he's not homeless. There you go. There is a God at the end of the day. So the free-range eggs that are vanishing as their hens stay in lockdown. And e-scooters should be limited to 12 miles an hour. I keep seeing them all over the place. I've never seen anybody stopped by the police. Really dangerous. Really dangerous. And what was the other one? Oh, they showed you how to open a lock the other day without using a key. I found it on YouTube. You take the... it's so stupid. I don't know what I was planning. No, I wasn't planning anything. Break into the Bank of England. And you take the lock it. You take matches and the little red fiery bit, you scrape off into a little pile of it, and you pour it into the lock, and then you set fire to it, and the lock opens. Now, whether or not it was a wind-up, I've got no idea, but I sat there fascinated. It's like they built a thing to catch mice. They got a plastic bucket. Over the top, they glued a piece of plastic, hard plastic, and then they cut a cross in the middle, put loads of food in there. The mice were piling onto it, all falling in to the bucket to eat the stuff at the bottom, and the bloke had captured about 20 or 30 of them. Isn't that exciting? You learn things new every day. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Your day's sorted out, isn't it, really? You know, your day's sorted out. Steve Allen told us how to catch mice and open a lock. You know, fantastic. I love it. Still more of your texts coming in. There's a takeaway in Belfast called the Titanic, as in T-H-A-I, Titanic. Very clever, says James in Manchester. Yeah, but what's the food like? That's what you've got to find out, isn't it?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Kiri says, Steve, I went to Brick Lane yesterday. The queue for salt beef bagels was insane, but it was great to see so many people out and about. Yes, I mean, put it this way, if you're going to go for bagels, Brick Lane appears to be the new place. Bagels, it makes no difference. Dale used to like going there for smoked salmon. Bagels. I've got a thing about smoked salmon. I can eat smoked salmon until the cows come home. I do like bagels, yeah. A friend of mine's got a bagel cutting machine. You put it in there and you pull the handle down and it slices it, because I'm hopeless at cutting anything like that. I mean, absolutely blooming useless. Steve, morning. Robbie Sherman, whose dad and uncle were the Sherman brothers who wrote all those wonderful Disney songs, is visiting the boyfriend's school in Woolwich today to give a dance masterclass. Been asked by the head of dance to arrange tea and coffee, and I'll be able to watch the class. Very excited about meeting them. Yes, how lovely. How lovely, says Mike, on the narrowboat. So the Sherman brothers who wrote all those wonderful Disney things. I mean, they did. They wrote, everything from Mary Poppins to Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, The Jungle Book, and everything else. And I think, actually, they both turned up, Robert and Richard, at the Palladium in 2002. That was for the premiere of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the stage musical. And It's a Small World, which of course features on, if ever you've been to Disneyland, you'll hear, it's a small world in the morning, it's a small world, and so it goes on. The latter song, Time, according to time.com, the latter is a small world, the most performed song of all time. But they wrote for the Aristocats, Bedknobs and Broomsticks, The Happiest Millionaire, Charlotte's Web, loads of stuff. The Sherman Brothers. Absolutely amazing. So, well, you have a nice time. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? That's as good as it's going to get on a Monday. I always like some good news on a Monday, because the other good news I was hoping to bring you, but I'm not sure if it's been confirmed, is the Chancellor hinting at the fuel duty cut of 5 pence per litre. Whether or not that's going to happen, I've got no idea. I mean, one Tory MP who's called for a cut in fuel duty, which currently stands at 58 pence per litre, and they keep going, oh, we've kept it steady at this thing. I mean, the Chancellor's spring statement this Wednesday, full coverage, of course, on LBC, and let's wait and see where we go. I mean, for people to try and fill up their cars now costs an absolute arm and a leg. So what do? We cut back on the amount of journeys that we do because we can't afford to put the petrol in. It's too expensive. So let's wait and see what he comes up with. I would hope it's going to be something that's going to make us smile a little bit, because at the moment we're not smiling very much at all, are we? And I would like to think that we might get something, even though there's still queues, at petrol stations and in food stores and supermarkets and tobacconists. I mean, if people were really short of money, they wouldn't be smoking cigarettes, because at 12 to 15 quid a packet, you could save a small fortune, I would have thought. But he's poised to cut fuel duty in the mini-budget, help struggling households tackle the cost of living. He said he knows record pump prices are one of the biggest bills that people face. Well, not for everybody. There's loads of people who don't drive and who don't sort of worry about the cost of fuel going up. But it undoubtedly is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Vladimir Putin is targeting civilians with his deadly missiles, and the people of Mariupol are trying to escape under the eye of the pro-Russian rebels. And what they're doing is they're stripping them, making them lift their shirts up to see if they've got any markings to show their right wing, and then they get arrested. So it's just besieged by terror. One lady here, 81 years after surviving Hitler's shells, it's all over again. The UK couple who've rented out an entire hotel in Poland as a refugee hub, Jakub and Gosia Galata, took over the 180-bed Park Hotel with a local arm of the Sue Ryder charity. Ukrainians stay there to await local hosts. Isn't that good? They say we can't carry on drinking tea and thinking about the crisis. We've got hundreds of thousands exposed to potential abuse and sleeping rough. So they're doing their very best. And good luck for them. Here's the 750,000 mourners gathering for a revered rabbi's funeral. This is Rabbi Chaim, I can't pronounce his surname. I think it's Kanevsky. 94. Apparently one of the most influential scholars in Israel's ultra-Orthodox Jewish community, who died on Friday. His brother-in-law said there is a man who weighs as much as the rest of the nation. God Almighty takes the man who weighs as much as all of the people in order to atone for the people of Israel. And rescue workers said several people suffered minor injuries as the procession made its way to the cemetery for burial. 750,000 people turned up. That's got to be an all-time record, hasn't it, for mourners? Not just people watching on television. 750,000 mourners. Absolutely amazing. What a person. What a person. Robson Green has revealed he's lining up a TV comeback with Jerome Flynn. They were very big in Soldier Soldier for 5 of the series in the 1990s. Then they had Unchained Melody. That sold nearly 2 million copies. Oh, my love, my darling, I hunger for your touch, which I thought was very nice indeed. That was in the charts for 7 weeks. Then they had I Believe for Every Drop of Rain That Falls. Yeah, all like lighters, hold them in the air, wave them backwards and forwards. And What Becomes of the Broken-Hearted. It's amazing how many people don't know that most of these songs, there was an original of them before Robson and Jerome grabbed hold of them. But they're good. I think Jerome was in Game of Thrones as Keaton. I've never seen Game of Thrones. I really haven't seen it. It doesn't. Is it rude? Oh, it's rude. Oh, right. Why is it rude? Is it sex? Good Lord above. What, on a Monday? Can't believe it. Shan't be watching that. Thank you very much indeed. Is it available on Catch Up or something? I can watch it now. Yeah. Is it really rude? Oh dear me! I just thought it was another one of these fantasy films. Mind you, most of my sex life is a fantasy, but you know, the very idea that there's a film about things like that, and even the producer does it in hushed tones, like sex about sex. You know. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Steve, I went to see the show 100 Years of Big Bands at Fairfield Hall yesterday. Fabulous. Would you come back? Says Leslie, for your one-man show ever. I don't know actually. I mean, it's a big venue. We filled it twice. We did 2,000 people on each occasion at Fairfield Halls in Croydon, and it was fab. It was really great. There was a lot of love in the theatre that night. The O2 next time. I don't know, actually. Because every time we sell out the Leicester Square Theatre, which is only 400, but there's always a queue and a waiting list. Even my brother went on the waiting list, if you please, but wasn't lucky enough to get in. I said to him, well, you should apply for your tickets in advance, shouldn't you? I always sort of say to him, I've got something coming up, and then I forget to sort of bring him up to date on everything. I do my best. I do my best. Madeleine McCann's parents had to launch their own investigation. Well, they've got the money. They've got over £1 million in their own account for looking after Madeleine and trying to find something. I really think, you know, Scotland Yard, who are going to close Operation Grange, it's cost nearly 13 million. Nearly 13 million. I bet Nick Ferrari's got something to say about this. And the latest grant of 300,000 will run out at the end of September. The McCanns have said, we're grateful the police have been searching for so long, and it's given us hope. And there is Madeleine's fund, which they can use for their own private investigation. But I just don't really. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I wish I did. Very difficult thing to try and gauge. What else we got? The Wheel of Misfortune. Oh, there's a bloke who rented a car here and discovered that the tyres were going bald. So he's been charged £250 excess. He says the one thing you should do when you're renting a car, check the tyres. Because you don't think about it, do you? If ever I have a new tyre put on, they move all my tyres around. Oh, it's very time-consuming. But there's a lot of rental firms who could... Yeah, rental firms. Yes. Yes, it's a bit bad, isn't it? And also, there was that story of if you're parking at the airport. Do you remember that man who came back, found a car had been parked on his driveway by a bloke in a fluorescent jacket and all the rest of it? And they reckon they were just renting cars out at the airport. They were sort of parking people's cars, sticking them wherever they felt like it. Seriously. I'd have had its tyres all let down and go, you're not having it back. Well, you better find somebody to come back and pump some new air into the tyres, because it's not happening at the moment. That's sadly it for this morning. As I say, at the end of the Monday, Matt Goss sleeps with a gun next to him. Gino D'Acampo is not a fan of Michelin stars. And Katie Price is still on holiday. The world turns.